Chapter 1331. As little Xingxing stepped onto the golden battle cloud, Jialo Juiyu, Jialo Juekong, and the others' expressions finally changed. Golden light surged under their feet as they flew out one by one. Their aura spread, shaking everything in their path. Whoosh, whoosh, a total of 6 figures stepped onto 6 golden battle clouds. The surrounding golden winged rocks all retreated, not daring to block their path. Jialo Juiyu, Jialo Juekong, and the others' gazes fell on little Xingxing. Fighting spirit surged in their eyes, golden light surging. Do you want to fight? I'll keep you company. Little Xingxing looked straight at them. He called himself an emperor and did not back down. The demonic supreme aura on his body was on par with Jialo Juiyu and the others. Where did that little girl come from? The 4th elder, Jialo Yi, softly said from the elders' seats. The little girl was young, but her sovereign aura and aura were already extremely powerful. Jialo Juiyu and the other elders had cultivated for hundreds of years. Compared to them, the little girl was astonishing. On the golden battle cloud, everyone looked at each other. Jialo Juiyu stood there elegantly, his eyes rippling with golden light, but he did not immediately attack. There was still one last golden battle cloud left. The younger generation of the golden winged rocks were still fighting over it. Bang, 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 sonic booms shook people's souls. Golden light shot out in all directions. Many golden-winged rocks flew across the sky, shaking the space. Although this kind of fierce competition was extremely fierce, it was not very attractive to do xiaofu at the moment. The fierce battle finally ended when 3 golden-winged rocks, with cultivation around the peak of the transcendent beast venerable, level-stepped onto the golden battle cloud. 10 figures stepped onto the battle cloud. Little Xingxing was the most eye-catching. The defeated young men and women withdrew their true forms and retreated from the square. They were all seriously injured, and most of them were pale. Some were unwilling. Some sighed, looking at the 10 people on the golden battle cloud with envy. That little girl actually took up one of the spots. Seeing little Star set foot on the battle cloud, some of the golden-winged rocks were rather displeased. In particular, the few youths who had missed the final step felt even more indignant. The 10 of you can continue to compete for the rankings. You should know what it means to be ranked higher. Now, let's continue. The great guardian, Jialo Huanyu, stood up and said again. He looked at the 10 figures in the sky and did not look surprised. Everything seemed to be within his expectations. The only one who was surprised was the small figure in the sky. As the great guardian Jialo Huanyu spoke, golden light surged on the battle cloud. Everyone's eyes were filled with golden light. There were also many pairs of eyes that were staring at little Xingxing. What? You want to gang up on me? I'm not afraid. Let's go. Little Star acted like an old man. He clenched his fists and waved them around. His demonic eyes were filled with golden flames. Starlight flowed around him as he stared at the young experts of the golden-winged rocks. Do you need us to gang up on a little girl like you? The golden-winged rocks will never do such a shameful thing. A figure stepped out from the battle cloud. It was a leisurely young man. He was the 3rd commander, Jialo Juekong. Looking at little Star, Jialo Juekong's golden eyes started to disperse and emit golden light. He said, "Go down yourself. I don't want to fight a little girl. It's unfair. You're really conceited." Little Star stared at Jialo Juekong. There was no harmless smile on his chubby face. He looked serious and exuded a supreme aura. He smiled faintly and said, "I know who you are. You're the 3rd commander of the golden-winged rocks, Jialo Juekong. It's a pity that I don't put you in my eyes. Little girl, I didn't want to fight you. Since you're so stubborn, you'll have to suffer a little." Jialo Juekong was slightly angered. Golden light gushed out and enveloped his body. There seemed to be a faint image of a golden-winged rocks enveloping him. It was like a miracle. His aura was terrifying. That guy is definitely very strong. Violet Dragon Emperor, be careful. The Divine Ape King, Spiritual Tiger King, Fire Dragon King, Silver Blood Leopard King, and the others looked at Jialo Juekong. They all knew that Jialo Juekong was very strong and extraordinary. Du Xiaofu frowned slightly. He also knew that Jialo Juekong was definitely a dangerous existence. His aura was unfathomable. Jialo Juekong was also a martial fanatic of the golden winged rocks. He was probably not much weaker than Jialo Jueyu. However, Du Xiaofu wasn't too worried about Little Star. With Little Star's defensive means, she wouldn't suffer a great loss. Humph, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Do you really think you're very powerful? Little Star snorted coldly. As her voice faded, her small body turned into a streak of starlight and pounced towards Jialo Juekong. That little girl is too arrogant and domineering. The golden winged rocks around the square were secretly discussing. That little girl actually took the initiative to attack Jialo Juekong. She actually didn't put one of the strongest young experts of the golden winged rocks in her eyes. How domineering and arrogant was that? You're asking for trouble. Jialo Juekong's golden eyes were suffused with a golden vortex of light. It was like a golden black hole that could frighten the Yuan spirit of others. With a wave of his hand, golden light burst out like a surging tide, blocking Little Star. Break! Little Star shouted. She shattered the golden light with a punch. Her momentum was unstoppable. After personally exchanging blows, Jialo Juekong's expression truly changed. He immediately attacked again, instantly exchanging blows with Little Star. As Little Star and Jialo Juekong made their moves, the remaining people on the battle cloud looked at each other. Little Star already had Jialo Juekong's help, so they didn't need to work together. Fight! In just a short moment, the remaining few experts of the younger generation, who were from the Sovereign Beast clan, pounced forward in unison. They continued to engage in a chaotic battle for the sake of obtaining a ranking. At this moment, as long as they defeated one person, they would be able to rank one higher. Therefore, this might be a chaotic battle, so they didn't hold back and gave it their all. Gee! Someone immediately urged the golden-winged rocks to rush forward. They flapped their wings and soared into the sky. Their screeches pierced through the clouds and cracked rocks. Rumble! Although there were only a few golden-winged rocks fighting at this moment, the level of strength was much stronger than the previous chaotic battle. The fierce battle caused the beast energy to erupt, causing lightning to flash and thunder to rumble in the sky. Strong winds blew, and golden light intertwined and surged. All kinds of supreme beast energy of the golden-winged rocks surged out, causing the Phantom Tiger King, Ghost Chariot, and the others to tremble in fear. Bang, bang, bang! Not long after the chaotic battle, 3 golden-winged rocks fell. They were the 3 transcendent, beast, venerable golden-winged rocks that had fought for the top 10 spots. At this moment, the remaining battles were even more intense. The battle between the 4 golden-winged rocks at the level of primordial beast, venerable, attracted Du Xiaofu's attention. At this moment, if it weren't for the talisman arrays and seals around the square, the surroundings would have long been destroyed into ruins. Jialo Jueyu stepped onto the battle cloud, but he didn't make a move. No golden-winged rocks dared to attack him. Jialo Jueyu appeared to be extremely relaxed, but his gaze wasn't calm at this moment. He had been staring intently at the battle between Little Xingxing and Jialo Juekong. At this moment, the most eye-catching battle in the field wasn't the 4 huge golden-winged rocks, but the 2 figures of Little Xingxing and Jialo Juekong. Neither of them had activated their true bodies, but the aura and pressure of their battle was enough for the surrounding disciples and experts of the golden-winged great rocks to feel that they were many times stronger than the 4 golden-winged great rocks at the Hunyuan Beast Venerable level. In the sky, Little Xingxing wasn't afraid in the face of Jialo Juekong. He was wild and domineering as a small fist blasted out, sweeping in all directions. Starlight overflowed from little Xingxing's body. Purple flames surged, and golden flames filled the sky. The fierce attack also carried an attack that affected the soul. The attack and monstrous energy swept out like a wave, attacking Jialo Juekong. At this moment, Jialo Juekong had actually activated all the aura of a Nirvana beast venerable. Golden light erupted, and the various magical powers of the golden-winged rocks were displayed. However, they could only barely resist little Xingxing's attack. In this big and small battle, energy runes formed a waterfall, surging and pouring down, drowning the sky. The pressure was frightening. The two of them didn't have time to directly clash with their physical bodies. The physical bodies of the golden-winged rocks went without saying. They were extremely domineering and fierce, not to mention a cultivation maniac like Jialo Juekong. And little Xingxing, with his peak primordial beast venerable cultivation, was completely fearless against Jialo Juekong's Nirvana beast venerable. Especially in the face of Jialo Juekong's terrifying attack, little Xingxing seemed to be immune to that energy. His small body swept in all directions, wild and domineering. As time passed, the eyes of all the golden-winged rocks were completely shocked. That little girl was too strong. She wasn't any weaker than Jialo Juekong. It was unbelievable. Chapter 1332. Although this little girl is playful, she hasn't fallen behind in her cultivation. Du Xiaofu also sighed, and at the same time he was envious. Du Xiaofu knew best how long little Xingxing had been cultivating. She was extraordinarily talented from birth, and after cultivating for a short time, she had already reached the peak of venerable chaos. Others were simply too ashamed to show their faces. Du Xiaofu still remembered that little Xingxing had only reached the level of venerable chaos not long ago when she fought with Dragon 8, Dragon 7, and the others. And now, little Xingxing was already at the peak of venerable chaos. She must have eaten a lot of treasures and spirit herbs in the golden-winged Great Rock clan these days. Otherwise, she would not have been hunted down by the entire golden-winged Great Rock clan. High up in the sky, 2 of the 4 golden-winged Great Rock clashing with venerable chaos were defeated again. The fall of the 2 huge golden-winged Great Rocks was also extremely frightening. It was as if millions of mountains were pressing down, causing the square to rumble and tremble endlessly. Even with the seal of the talisman array, cracks almost appeared. The remaining 2 golden-winged Great Rocks continued to fight. Every time they advanced a level, the benefits they would obtain would be greater. Naturally, they would not give in to the other party. Bang! The sky rumbled as little Xingxing clashed with Jialo Juekong again. A vast mist erupted in the space, and the surrounding space rippled. Golden light and golden flames erupted everywhere. Activate your main body and use your strongest strength. I'm not easy to deal with. Little Xingxing retreated a few steps and stabilized her body. She looked at Jialo Juekong, who had retreated more than a dozen steps. Heavens, Jialo Juekong is actually at a disadvantage. The 3rd commander doesn't seem to have the upper hand. Some of the golden-winged Great Rocks exclaimed. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, not daring to accept what they had just seen. Jialo Juekong looked at little Xingxing, his expression unprecedentedly serious. However, his temperament did not change. He then said slowly, "I've indeed underestimated you, little girl, but from now on I won't hold back." Gee! As Jialo Juekong's voice fell, a shriek resounded through the sky. Golden light expanded from his body, and a huge golden-winged rock appeared in the sky. Its entire body was shrouded in golden light, and it was incomparably terrifying. It looked disdainfully in all directions, and a terrible might descended. Too strong. At this moment, the aura emanating from Jialo Juekong's enormous body caused Guiche, the divine ape king, and the others to tremble. That was the supreme aura of the golden-winged Great Rocks causing the hearts and souls of all the beasts to palpitate. Late-stage Nirvana beast venerable. Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly and looked at the huge golden-winged rock. Jialo Juekong's true strength was at the late Nirvana beast sovereign level. As a pure-blooded descendant of the golden-winged great pung bird, a late-stage Nirvana beast venerable, his strength was extremely terrifying. It was not difficult for Du Xiaofu to know that Jialo Juekong's cultivation level was probably enough to directly confront his seventh martial uncle, Venerable Qianxing, and his eldest martial uncle, Venerable Kuang. It was not certain who would win in the end. Jialo Juekong would most likely have the upper hand. True body? I have one too. Little Xingxing raised his eyebrows and golden flames rose from his bewitching eyes. Aho! In the next moment, a dragon's roar resounded in this space. Little Xingxing's body, which was hundreds of feet long, was hovering high in the sky. His wings, which were hundreds of feet long, were like phoenix feathers spreading blazing red and purple flames. Starlight flowed on the surface of his body. He also had the aura of the golden-winged great pung, but more of a terrifying supreme aura. All the golden-winged great pung birds raised their heads. Under that terrifying pressure, they all felt their beast souls tremble. There seems to be the aura of the Phoenix clan, but there also seems to be the aura of our golden-winged great pung bird clan. The other auras are not inferior to our clan's aura. What kind of dragon is that? Looking at little Xingxing's body, the first elder, second elder, third elder, and the rest of the golden-winged great rock clan's old faces revealed a strange expression as intense ripples appeared in their eyes. They clearly felt the aura of the golden-winged great pung bird clan on little Xingxing's body. No wonder the patriarch said that the little girl was also related to the golden-winged great pung bird clan. This kind of pressure, why is it so strong? Jialo Changtian looked at little Xingxing's body and was also surprised. A golden light flashed across the depths of his eyes. The pressure that spread out from little Xingxing's body was definitely not ordinary. It seemed to be even stronger than the golden-winged great pung bird clan. Whoosh! Little Xingxing's body hovered high in the sky. Below his abdomen, there were faintly 5 claws rising. Rune clouds surged. His eyes overflowed with golden light as he flapped his wings, forming a blazing flame tornado. A terrifying and strange pressure descended from his body. Jialo Juekong's huge body hovered in the air. At this moment, his golden eyes were like a golden whirlpool that could devour a person's soul. Looking at little Xingxing's body, he also trembled inwardly. Gee! But in just an instant, Jialo Juekong's huge body soared through the sky. Golden light surged out, and his aura was vast and turbulent. He flapped his wings and brought about a huge wave of golden light that swept out like a torrent. It rumbled in the sky and swept towards little Xingxing, crushing everything in its path. Roar! Little Xingxing was not afraid. The complex pressure on his body soared into the sky, and his roar shook the soul. It seemed to be mixed with a strange soul attack. The golden flames around his body seemed to have turned into a sea of fire that burned everything. In the sky, little Xingxing and Jialo Juekong collided once again. Bang, bang, bang. This collision caused the sky to collapse. The golden-winged great pung bird's body was this world's supreme beast clan. It could tear everything apart, sweep through the ages, and suppress all living things. But at this moment, little Xingxing's body was not inferior. Even though his cultivation level was lower, he was still able to contend. If the two of them were at the same cultivation level, the victor and loser would have already been decided. Boom! In the sky, the dragon and pung collided one after another, tearing apart space and crushing the void. The sky trembled endlessly as lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. This kind of confrontation caused many golden-winged, great pung bird clan's disciples to feel their hair stand on end. Gui Che Phantom Tiger King, Little Falcon, and the others were already dumbfounded. That little girl's strength was practically advancing by leaps and bounds. She was becoming more and more tyrannical. "Suppress!" Jalo Juekong shouted. He had already used his full strength. Golden light blazed, powerful and domineering. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Little Xingxing was not afraid. Golden flames surged, burning everything. She was also not afraid of the attack power. Her attacks were accompanied by an all-pervasive soul attack, causing Jalo Juekong to be greatly affected. Whoosh! Jalo Juekong's huge body became more and more dignified. He swooped down, his golden wings sweeping, erupting with a golden tide. Amidst the boundless golden light, a terrifying and domineering pressure descended, suppressing little Xingxing. "Chila!" Jalo Juekong's wings were like golden lightning, sweeping towards little Xingxing at the same time. "Roar!" Little Xingxing's eyes flashed with a hint of a sneer. She raised her head and let out a heaven-shaking dragon roar. Suddenly, ink-black talisman runes burst out from her body, and a tortoise-shell-like armor covered the surface of her body. Whoosh! On the ink-black tortoise-shell behind little Xingxing, talisman runes swept through the sky densely. That was the black tortoise divine shell that her father had left for her, a defensive treasure. As little Xingxing's cultivation level increased, the defensive power she activated became more terrifying. Rumble! Little Xingxing used the black tortoise divine shell to block Jalo Juekong's attack. The black tortoise divine shell was indestructible, blocking the golden light outside. It stirred up a golden tide that was like raging waves crashing against the shore. The surrounding heaven and earth trembled as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. At the same time, little Xingxing's huge body stood upright, and an extremely dense pressure spread out. In an instant, the entire sky seemed to tremble at this moment. At this moment, the demonic third eye on little Xingxing's forehead suddenly opened. A blinding beam of light that made one's soul tremble shot into the sky, spreading out in all directions like curtain of light. Accompanied by a soul might that blotted out the sky, it suddenly spread across the horizon. Roar, 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 roar. Dragon roars rang out one after another. Several azure dragon phantoms were faintly discernible from little Xingxing's third eye, descending with a strange soul might. This is a beast soul attack. How can it be so powerful? At this moment, the fifth elder, Jalo Yuantu, exclaimed from the elders' seats. That dragon's roar was simply too eerie. It was likely that not many below the beast domain realm could withstand it. The dragon roar resounded in all directions. The blood of the golden-winged Great Peng, Little Falcon, Little Ing Guiche, and the others in the square boiled as their beast souls throbbed. Under little Xingxing's attack, Jalo Juekong was also directly affected. His terrifying golden vortex-like eyes turned sluggish. Bang! The huge tail swept out, followed by a lingering golden flame. In an instant, it swept fiercely onto Jalo Juekong's huge body. Uft! There was no turning back. Jalo Juekong's panicked beast soul was affected. His eyes hadn't even recovered from the shock. As little Xingxing's huge tail swept down, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His huge body was directly knocked back and fell to the ground. Little Xingxing's huge tail attack wasn't just unstoppable. More importantly, the golden flames could incinerate everything. That blazing golden flame was wreaking havoc in Jalo Juekong's body, as if it wanted to incinerate his internal organs. However, Jalo Juekong was still Jalo Juekong, the golden-winged Great Peng, a peak existence among the younger generation of the sovereign beast race, also recovered from the shock in an instant. Whoosh! Jalo Juekong's huge body didn't land on the ground. He flapped his wings and soared into the air, golden light bursting out. Peng descends to the 9 heavens. Jialo Juekong roared. His entire body was glowing with golden light as he urged the Peng descends to the 9 heavens. His domineering will descended, shaking the sky like thunder. The domineering and terrifying aura overflowed. Jialo Juekong urged his sovereign beast energy, flapping his wings and sweeping across the sky. He was the sole ruler, suppressing Little Xingxing. Little Xingxing raised his eyes, and his huge body soared into the sky. A dazzling ink-black rune radiance spread out from the black tortoise divine shell on his back. An illusory beast figure suddenly roared like a dragon's roar as it soared into the sky. Chapter 1333. Roar. The illusory beast was black and dazzling. It was thousands of feet large and covered in scales. The tortoise and snake intertwined as if it was alive. It brought with it a huge pressure, and its aura was like that of a supreme being. However, the black tortoise's huge pressure caused the space to distort. Spatial ripples spread out in all directions, causing the space to tremble. It blocked Jialo Juekong's Peng descends to the 9 heavens. This kind of pressure is not below that of my great golden-winged rock clan. The great golden-winged rock clan experts around the square were stunned. At this moment, the little girl's technique was also not weaker than the great golden-winged rock clan's supreme beast. Peng descends to the 9 heavens. Jialo Changtian's eyes looked at the sky, and a strange light surged out. Multiple types of powerful auras gathered on her body at the same time. She is even more terrifying than the dragons. What is her background? Jialo Changtian murmured, his heart filled with doubt. At this moment, the great golden-winged rock clan elders in the elder seats were filled with doubt and shock. They were even more shocked than Jialo Changtian. On the battle cloud, Jialo Jueyu's eyes surged with golden light as he watched the battle between Little Star and Jialo Juekong. Rumble! The powerful beasts clashed, and the runes in the sky shone brightly. The sky rumbled endlessly, and energy soared to the sky. The black runes and the golden runes were in a stalemate. It was like the sun and the night were burning. Under the overwhelming pressure, the divine power was unparalleled, surging violently. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the great golden-winged rock clan members revealed smiles amidst their shock. The black tortoise that Little Star had summoned was already dissipating. Although the golden runes on Jialo Juekong's body were also dimming, it still suppressed Little Star. It looked like Little Star was about to lose. Not good, the Purple Dragon Emperor is about to lose. If he is at the same cultivation level as Jialo Juekong, he will definitely not lose. The divine Ape King's expression was serious. Just a little bit. The difference in cultivation level is too great. Du Xiaofu's brows were also slightly furrowed at this moment. He could feel that Little Star was no longer able to continue. It wasn't because the power of the black tortoise phantom that Little Xingxing used was inferior to the rock descending to the 9 heavens of the golden-winged great rock race. Instead, in terms of cultivation level, Little Star was a peak origin beast venerable, while Jialo Juekong was a late-stage nirvana beast venerable. At the supremacy level, the difference between a peak primordial origin beast venerable and a late-stage nirvana beast venerable didn't seem too great. However, the difference between the two levels was like the difference between heaven and earth. They were two completely different concepts. In addition, the golden-winged great rocks were the sovereign beasts of this world. As an outstanding pure-blooded descendant of the golden-winged great Peng race, like Jialo Juekong, he was a terrifying existence that could surpass levels to contend against and even kill opponents. If it was an ordinary late-stage nirvana beast venerable, it would have been defeated by Little Star. Therefore, Du Xiaofu knew in his heart that that Little Star was not abnormal enough. Instead, Jialo Juekong was also an abnormal and terrifying existence. He was definitely not ordinary. Little Star was already terrifying enough. PFFF. Little Xing Xing spat out a mouthful of blood. The black tortoise's image that he had activated was also destroyed in his mouth. His massive body was violently knocked back. "You've lost," Jialo Juekong said. His aura was weak. He had finally won after using his full strength. However, there was no excitement or happiness in Jialo Juekong's heart at this moment. His opponent was a primordial origin beast venerable, and he was almost helpless against him. If they were at the same cultivation level, he would have been defeated long ago. What was there to be happy about? Little Star's massive body soared into the sky. He looked at Jialo Juekong's body, and a sinister smile suddenly appeared on his face. The corners of his mouth rose as he said, "Who says I've lost? The outcome hasn't been decided yet." Boom! As Little Star's voice fell, the surrounding space suddenly trembled strangely. Suddenly, waves of energy descended from the surroundings. Waves of energy began to gather strangely, emitting vigorous fluctuations that caused spatial cracks to ripple in the surrounding space. In the end, it gathered around Little Star. At this moment, all the gazes in the square below all changed in surprise. At this moment, the vigorous energy that had gathered in the sky endlessly surged into Little Star's body, causing Little Star's weak aura to rise. Some of the dragon scales that were riddled with scars began to recover. A primordial origin beast venerable is all-encompassing and all-encompassing. Primordial origin beast venerable is the truth, the Tao, the great Tao of heaven and earth. At this moment, Little Star's mouth seemed to be muttering something. Starlight wrapped around him. Golden flames, purple flames enveloped his body, and a peculiar black and white chi intertwined and circulated. It was very strange, alternating between positive and negative directions. The mysterious black and white chi were like lightning and stars. They seemed to be glowing and flickering like fire. Vaguely, it caused the sky to appear as though it was filled with stars. It was a majestic sight. That little girl is breaking through to the Nirvana realm. Some elders in the elders' seats couldn't help but exclaim. They had seen through the clues. At this moment, Jialo Juekong's massive body was staring at Little Star. His expression also changed. Jialo Juekong had broken through that level, so he naturally knew what the former was doing. But at this moment, Jialo Juekong did not make a move. As a pure-blooded descendant of the golden-winged Great Peng clan, he knew that if he made a move now, he would be able to gain a great advantage. But Jialo Juekong disdained to make a move. The blood of the golden-winged Great Peng clan in his body did not allow him to do anything that would humiliate the golden-winged Great Peng clan. In just a short period of time, Little Star's aura rapidly reached the peak. "Break!" Little Star shouted loudly. On the demonic third eye between his brows, a trace of golden flames jumped, emitting a dazzling light. "Ewo!" The third eye appeared at the same time, and a dragon roar rang out. The sound turned into sound waves that spread out, immediately causing the golden-winged Great Peng clan experts in the square below to feel a huge pressure. The beast souls in their minds trembled, and the blood in their bodies was about to freeze. Rumble. On Little Star's massive body, the strange energy in the surroundings gathered, creating a huge spatial ripple that was like a wave rolling over and over. From Little Star's massive body, an aura broke through the bottleneck and soared into the sky. In that instant, the black tortoise divine shell on Little Star's back and the starlight on the surface of his body, as well as purple flames and other lights, gathered. With a heart-palpitating aura, it whistled through the air, bringing with it a terrifying pressure. Rumble! Under the shocked and stunned gazes of the surroundings, the sky suddenly trembled at the same time. The entire space suddenly darkened, and thick, dark clouds suddenly surged over. Wild winds blew, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Surges of vigorous energy of the world finally surged into Little Star's third eye between his brows. At the same time, the aura on Little Star's body rose to a new level. Rings of extremely special light flickered above his head like divine flames. Nirvana, divine flame! Du Xiaofu's eyes widened as he curiously looked at the special light above Little Star's head. That was the Nirvana divine flame. Back in the 7-star hall, Du Xiaofu had seen 3 rings of divine flames flickering above 5th Uncle Jimo's head before he broke through. Nirvana divine flame. That girl has just become a Nirvana beast sovereign, but she already has the Nirvana divine flame. Unbelievable. At the head of the square, many elders in the elders' seats exclaimed at the same time. Only those who were about to break through to the domain realm would have the Nirvana divine flame above their heads. But at this moment, that girl's body actually produced the Nirvana divine flame just after she broke through. It was too unbelievable. Breaking through to the Nirvana beast sovereign, the Purple Dragon Emperor is breaking through to the Nirvana realm. The Purple Dragon Emperor is so powerful. The Divine Ape King, Fire Dragon King, Silver Blood Leopard King, and the others were extremely excited. The Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King, Violent Bear King, and the others were also very excited at this moment. It didn't take long for the energy of heaven and earth that had gathered in the sky to dissipate. But at this moment, the huge, strange dragon that was hovering in midair was overflowing with flowing light. The strange dragon's body seemed to have grown a little bigger, and the supreme aura that emanated from its body was many times stronger than before. How can her aura be so strong when she just broke through to the Nirvana beast sovereign? At this moment, the aura on Little Star's body made all the elders in the golden-winged Great Rock elders' seats tremble. After stepping into the Nirvana realm, the Nirvana divine flame above Little Star's head gradually dissipated. He looked at Jialo Jukong's huge body and said, "Compared to those shameless mixed-blood dragons, you are much better. You actually didn't take the opportunity to attack me." The golden-winged Great Rock clan disdains such shamelessness. Jialo Jukong shouted. He flapped his wings and soared into the sky. Golden light erupted as he swooped down like lightning towards Little Star. He said, "Let me see how strong you have become after breaking through to the Nirvana Beast Sovereign level." Little Star didn't say anything. He looked at Jialo Jukong, swooping down with a smile. Instead of retreating, he advanced. Light erupted as golden and purple starlight wrapped around him. Like a thunderbolt, he collided with Jialo Jukong's huge body. The 2 huge bodies collided with a loud bang. All kinds of dazzling light erupted and drowned the sky. A thunderous explosion resounded through the clouds. Boom! A huge tail, wrapped in golden flames, stretched out from the void. Clouds of flames rose as it pressed down heavily. The pressure was like the end of the world. Screech! The screech of the golden-winged Great Rock resounded in the chaotic space. The dazzling light made it difficult for people to look at it. Everything happened very quickly. When everything dissipated, everyone in the sky could see clearly that Little Star's body was hovering high up in the sky. At this moment, the feathers on Jialo Jukong's back were shattered. Blood was dripping from his mouth. Faint golden blood continuously poured into the air. His powerful body had suffered heavy injuries. Chapter 1334. Of the 2 golden-winged Great Rocks fighting in the air, one of them had already been defeated. The remaining golden-winged Great Pung, who was at the level of a primordial beast venerable, had retracted his true form and transformed into his human form. He was riddled with wounds, and his aura was weak. He did not dare to attack in front of Jialo Juyu and automatically retreated, placing himself below Jialo Juekong. Looking at the scene in the sky, everyone was dumbfounded. The surrounding sky suddenly began to fall silent. Huff! After a while, the sound of people sucking in cold air and swallowing their saliva could be heard. Jialo Juekong's defeat had shocked everyone. The golden-winged Great Rock was the supreme beast of the beast race. Even the dragons and phoenixes were not taken seriously by the golden-winged Great Rock clan. They always felt that the golden-winged Great Rock Clan was above the dragons and phoenixes. However, at this moment, they could only watch as the little girl, a dragon in her true form, defeated Jalo Juekong, one of the best in the younger generation of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan, with the talent and strength of a Nirvana beast venerable. At this moment, all the disciples of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan had mixed feelings. They were shocked and in disbelief. That little girl, where did she come from? In the elders' seats, a few elders could not help but stand up. Their eyes were trembling and filled with golden light. Behind Jalo Changtian, the leader of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan, Jalo Kaling's beautiful eyes looked at the sky. Jalo Kaling knew that little Xingxing was very strong, and his true form's aura was also that of a supreme being. However, she definitely did not expect little Xingxing to be able to defeat Jalo Juekong. Purple Dragon Emperor is mighty. The Divine Ape King, Fire Dragon King, Silver Blood Leopard King, Little Ying, Spiritual Tiger King, and the others all looked at the sky. Their excitement was no different from defeating Jalo Juekong. I've won. You're no longer my opponent. Little Xingxing's true form hovered in the sky. His supreme being aura surged from the sky as he looked at Jalo Juekong. Puff! Blood spurted out of Jalo Juekong's mouth again. His golden eyes stared at the huge dragon with disbelief, unwillingness, and confusion. His expression was very complicated. After a while, Jalo Juekong's huge body shone with golden light and turned into human form. His leisurely temperament had an additional trace of wretchedness and misery. His unordinary temperament was also shrouded in a dispirited aura. With traces of blood at the corner of his mouth, Jalo Juekong looked at Little Star and said, "That's right, I lost. No matter what, I cannot do anything to you. You're already very strong. If I hadn't just broken through, I wouldn't have been able to defeat you. If you had attacked me while I was breaking through, I would have been in a lot of trouble. I'm afraid that I would have been greatly affected." Little Xingxing also withdrew his true form. His tender voice and childish face made him look harmless, completely different from the terrifying existence from before. At this moment, little Xingxing still had a smile on his face, as if he was praising Jalo Juekong for not sneak attacking him just now. This little girl is really infuriating. However, little Xingxing's words made the disciples of the golden-winged Great Peng Clan gloomy. How was this praising? It was clearly a blow to Jalo Juekong. Even if Jalo Juekong won today, there would be nothing to be happy about. Firstly, the little girl was clearly not very old. Secondly, even if the little girl had broken through to the level of Nirvana Beast Venerable, she had only just broken through. Jalo Juekong, as a late Nirvana Beast Venerable and in his true form as a golden-winged Great Peng, defeating the little girl was definitely not something to be proud of. That was because the little girl's strength had already shocked everyone present. At this moment, the little girl's words were clearly referring to her. Even if Jalo Juekong had wanted to sneak attack her while she was breaking through, it would only bring her some trouble and would not cause much of an impact. This was the most infuriating thing. However, at this moment, the disciples of the golden-winged Great Peng Clan did not know that little Xingxing's praises were absolutely sincere. Compared to dragons, little Xingxing truly felt that the golden-winged Great Peng Clan was much stronger than those mixed-blood dragons. Even if she had destroyed the golden-winged Great Peng Clan's medicinal fields and stolen many of their heavenly treasures and eaten them like candy, the golden-winged Great Peng Clan had only sent their younger generation to capture her. Those beast domain experts all maintained their status and did not do anything to her. If it had been those mixed-blood dragons, little Xingxing felt that those mixed-blood dragons would definitely have chased after her together. Hearing little Xingxing's words, Jalo Juekong looked at little Xingxing. His pale, blood-stained face twitched a couple of times, and he decided not to reply. Afterwards, he looked at Jalo Juyu on the battle cloud and said, "You have to pay attention to this little girl. Her defense is too strong, and her soul will be affected if she attacks. Go down and treat your injuries. You didn't lose disgracefully. This little girl's bloodline is extraordinary. She even has the aura of our golden-winged, great Pung clan's bloodline. Jialo Juyu nodded at Jialo Juekong and stepped onto the golden battle cloud. His robes fluttered slightly in the wind. He was still as beautiful as ever. The shock in his eyes was restrained and he looked calm. Jialo Juekong did not say anything else. He descended from the sky. Although he had been defeated, his bearing was still the same. He would not allow anyone to look down on him. Nirvana sovereign, at this moment, Du Xiaofu looked at little Xingxing in the sky. However, he was not thinking about how strong little Xingxing was. Du Xiaofu already knew about little Xingxing's transformation. He was not willing to think too much about it, in case he was looking for trouble. But now, he could only watch as little Xingxing broke through to become a Nirvana sovereign. Moreover, as his father, he was still an origin sovereign. Furthermore, he had only reached this level after undergoing all sorts of tempering recently. However, little Xingxing had broken through just like that when facing a Nirvana sovereign. At this moment, no one would understand Du Xiaofu's complicated feelings. Little bastard, you should save some face for your father, Du Xiaofu grumbled. However, he was still happy to see little Xingxing break through to become a Nirvana sovereign. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu felt a faint helplessness in his heart that concealed his happiness. It's your turn. In the sky, little Xingxing looked at Jialo Juyu. Although he felt that the golden-winged great rocks were much stronger than the mixed-blood dragons, little Xingxing had always been dissatisfied because his godfather had been at a disadvantage against the golden-winged great rocks. Now there was only one left. Little Xingxing naturally did not intend to let him go. Defeating all the younger generation of the golden-winged great rocks could be considered a lesson for the golden-winged great rocks. Is this little girl taking the initiative to attack Jialo Juyu? The second commander should be able to defeat that little girl, right? When little Xingxing fixed his eyes on Jialo Juyu, the descendants of the golden-winged great rocks in the plaza also began to speculate. If they had seen the little girl challenge Jialo Juyu to a battle at the beginning, all the descendants of the golden-winged great rocks would probably have laughed their heads off in disdain. But now, no one would be disdainful. Jialo Juyu's defeat had already proven everything. Some people even began to worry whether the second commander, Jialo Juyu, would be able to withstand the little girl of mysterious origins. Of course, most people, especially the elders of the golden-winged great rocks, still believed in Jialo Juyu. They also had absolute confidence that Jialo Juyu would not be defeated. It was impossible for there to be anyone in the younger generation who could defeat Jialo Juyu. Even in the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan, among the younger generation of cultivators of the same cultivation level, there shouldn't be anyone who could defeat Jialo Juyu. At most, they would be able to resist him. This was the confidence of the old man from the golden-winged Great Pung Bird Clan. As long as Jialo Juyu obtained the final benefits of the grand competition and took the opportunity to break through to the beast domain realm, then he would be the number one person in the younger generation. You're young, but your strength has indeed made me look at you in a new light. But even if I win our battle, there won't be any glory, Jialo Juyu said as he looked at little Xingxing. Faint golden flames flickered in little Xingxing's bewitching eyes. He pursed his lips and said, "What do you mean? Can you make it clearer? I'm still young, so I don't understand the meaning behind your words." You have a defensive treasure on you that can make you invincible. If I want to suppress you, I'm afraid I'll have to pay a heavy price, Jialo Juyu said as he looked at little Xingxing. At this moment, he did not treat little Xingxing as a little girl, but as a true opponent. He smiled faintly and said, I know you're not ordinary, but even if you've broken through to the Nirvana Beast Sovereign Realm, you won't be able to do anything to me even if you use your full strength. If we fight, it will be a battle of life and death. Otherwise, there won't be a result. This guy's words are reasonable. Hearing Jialo Jueyu's words, Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly and narrowed his eyes. He agreed with Jialo Jueyu's words. Now that little Xingxing had broken through to the Nirvana Beast Sovereign Realm, her defensive power was abnormal. She also had the Xuanwu divine shell that her father had left for her. As long as she didn't encounter a beast domain cultivator, no one below the beast domain realm would be able to do anything to her. If it were any other race below the beast domain realm, they would only be trampled by little Xingxing. What does the second commander want to do? Do you want to draw? The disciples of the golden-winged great pung bird in the surrounding square were shocked when they heard Jialo Jueyu's high evaluation of little Xingxing. They were also very confused about the meaning behind Jialo Jueyu's words. Could it be that the second commander, who had never been defeated and had always been arrogant, was going to admit defeat in front of that little girl this time? At this moment, many elders were looking at Jialo Jueyu. They also didn't know what Jialo Jueyu wanted to do. Do you want to draw? Little Xingxing raised her eyebrows. Little Xingxing, who had never taken the other beast races seriously, didn't refute Jialo Jueyu's words. She seemed to agree with him in her heart. Chapter 1335. After exchanging blows with Jialo Juekong, little Xingxing knew that the golden-winged Great Rock clan was indeed very strong, and Jialo Juekong was even stronger. Since this is a grand competition, there must be a victor. Otherwise, there will be no such thing as a draw in this world. In the face of life and death, there is no such thing as a draw. There will only be both sides dying. Jialo Juekong smiled slightly. His calm words and the faint smile on his face caused ripples to appear in the eyes of many clan women below. He continued to say to little Xingxing, "Do you think your current strength is stronger, or his strength is stronger?" As his voice fell, Jialo Juekong suddenly turned his gaze. The faint golden light in his eyes rippled as he looked directly at Du Xiaofu, who was at the edge of the square below. Looking into Jialo Juekong's eyes, Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly narrowed as he raised his eyebrows. "Palace Master, Jialo Juekong's target is you." The eyes of spiritual fantasy Tiger King, Little Ying, Little Falcon, Violent Bear King, and the others immediately trembled. Little Xingxing's eyes turned as he looked at Jialo Juekong in front of him. Then he looked at his godfather below and said, "Of course my father is stronger than me?" "That's enough." Jialo Juekong still had a smile in his eyes. He was handsome and charming, and his charm was outstanding. He turned and looked at the elders below. He bowed respectfully, but he was neither servile nor overbearing. He said, "Clan leader, elders, and protectors, this grand competition of the clan is a little special, and there have been some accidents. Therefore, I now request that Du Xiaofu replace the little girl in the final competition. I will fight with Du Xiaofu. If I lose, I will give up the first place in this grand competition." So Jialo Juekong wants to fight with Du Xiaofu. There was an uproar in the square. Everyone finally understood that the second commander Jialo Juekong's real target was Du Xiaofu. In the square, all the elders' eyes moved as they looked at Jialo Changtian. As soon as Jialo Jueyu finished speaking, Jialo Kailing's eyes began to change. Her red lips parted slightly as she was about to reprimand him. She knew Jialo Jueyu's intention very well. However, at this moment, Jialo Changtian raised his hand and waved behind him. Jialo Kailing was about to say something, but she didn't say it. "Elders, what do you think?" Jialo Changtian asked the Grand Elder and Second Elder beside him. "Some special things have already appeared in the competition this time around. Thus, in my opinion, we can make some changes. If no one objects, there won't be any problems," the Third Elder said to Clan Chief Jialo Changtian. "If no one objects, then there should be no problem." Jialo Changtian glanced at Du Xiaofu, who was standing at the edge of the square. Then he said to Jialo Ju, "Of course, you have to listen to the opinions of the people involved. If everyone agrees, then the clan will accept the result of the competition. Jialuju quietly floated in the air, looking down at Du Xiaofu. He didn't show any arrogance, but for some reason he seemed powerful and fierce. He opened his mouth and said, "Since you are the father of the little girl, I don't think you will object. If you don't dare and are afraid of death, I can let you go. I can even let the little girl win." "Absolutely not. The first place can't be given to an outsider. It's too important." Hearing Jialojuyu's words, many of the disciples of the golden-winged Great Rock clan became restless. Little Star didn't say anything at this moment. She could see that Jialojuyu had his eyes on her godfather. If she stopped him now, it would be equivalent to increasing Jialojuyu's prestige. She believed that her godfather could solve everything. Spiritual Tiger King, Little Yinging, Violent Bear King, Godly Ape King, and even Zi Xian were looking at him. Du Xiaofu's expression didn't change much. Du Xiaofu lifted his gaze slightly, squinting at Jialojuyu in midair. His voice was neither fast nor slow, neither loud nor soft, as he said, "Speak your purpose." Jialojuyu had his eyes on him. If it was as simple as asking him to replace Little Star in the battle, Du Xiaofu would never believe it. Jialojuyu must have a purpose in his heart. Jialojuyu looked at Du Xiaofu. A trace of emotion flashed across his eyes. Then he said, "If I lose, I'll give up the first place. I have nothing to say. If I win, you'll hand over the secret bone in your body and the golden rock wings. This will prove that you don't deserve to have the treasures of my clan." His words were crisp and clear. They echoed in the sky, loud enough for everyone in the square to hear clearly. When those words came out from the sky, the expressions of many people in the area changed. Jialo Kaling's eyes glowed with a golden light. It wasn't difficult for her to know Jialojuyu's purpose. Many of the elderly faces in the elders' seating area also intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Du Xiaofu. "Is that so?" Du Xiaofu murmured. He wasn't surprised by Jialojuyu's words. "Du Xiaofu, for the sake of the secret bone of my clan and the golden wings of the great rock in your body, I will give you a chance to fight me fair and square. If you are afraid of death and don't dare to fight me, then you don't deserve to have the treasures of my clan. You can choose for yourself." Jialojuyu continued, staring at Du Xiaofu. "It seems that Du Xiaofu doesn't dare to do it. That human probably knows that he's no match for the second commander. He doesn't dare to go up." The square was in an uproar. Everyone looked at each other, and almost all of them looked at Du Xiaofu. "What if I'm not interested?" Du Xiaofu sighed softly. He listened to the commotion around him and acted as if he didn't hear it. Du Xiaofu knew very well that even if he defeated Jialojuyu today, there would be another Jialojuyu. He didn't know when the end would come. Swish, swish, numerous gazes landed on Du Xiaofu. Every single one of them had a change of expression. There were even some gazes that revealed looks of disdain. That human really doesn't dare to fight. Defeating the fourth commander is already his limit. He doesn't even dare to fight the second commander. He doesn't even have the courage. He's really a puny human. He's a disgrace to the secret bone of my golden-winged rock clan and the golden rock wings. A human doesn't deserve to have the treasures of my clan. The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Du Xiaofu with disdain. Hand over the secret bone. Hand over the golden rock wings. A human doesn't deserve to have the treasures of my clan. Hand it over. Boom! Gradually, voices spread around the square. The voices grew louder and louder. In the end, there were hundreds of shouts that resounded through the clouds and shook the sky. The fantasy Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Little Falcon, and the others scanned the surroundings. When they heard the deafening noises, they clicked their tongues in embarrassment and intentionally moved closer to Du Xiaofu. Fantasy Tiger King and the others were worried that the disciples of the Golden-Winged Rock clan would suddenly attack. In the elders' seats, Jialo Changtian and the other elders didn't seem to want to stop the commotion. Instead, they looked at Du Xiaofu. These bastards. Little Star clenched his fists in the sky and glared at the crowd. Phew, Du Xiaofu took a light breath. He seemed to have turned a deaf ear to the deafening shouts around him as his gaze remained fixed on Jialo Jueyu. Jialo Kailing's gaze fluctuated more and more intensely as she looked at Jialo Ju, who was in the sky. She knew that this fellow was determined to make a move today. With such momentum and the fact that he chose to make a move today, it was most likely because he had misgivings about his grandmother. However, if it was during the grand competition, her grandmother wouldn't be able to pursue the matter. Moreover, the great elder, second elder, and even her father were present. Today is the day of the grand competition. How can you be so noisy? Shut up. Jialo Kailing's tall and slender figure leaped out. Her charming face was slightly gloomy, and her clear voice caused people's hearts to tremble. She shouted loudly, and her voice was like a thunderclap that instantly reverberated in the sky, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble. The clamor in the surroundings gradually subsided under Jialo Kailing's suppression. Their faces were pale, and they no longer dared to make a sound. They were really afraid of the great commander's temper. Even some of the protectors had to retreat a little. However, when the commotion gradually calmed down, a faint voice came from afar. It wasn't loud, but it clearly appeared in the sky above the square. Is the golden-winged rock clan really getting worse and worse? They actually have to challenge a human in the grand competition that is held once every 300 years. I don't know if it's sad or lamentable. The voice wasn't loud and the speed of the voice wasn't fast. Everyone looked at the voice when they heard it. Everyone's gazes landed on the front of the square, where the crowd was densely packed. At this moment, a figure was slowly appearing on an ancient bluestone path. The figure walked very slowly, but, strangely, he appeared in front of everyone's eyes very quickly. It was a black-haired man. His head was slightly lowered, so his appearance couldn't be seen. However, from afar, one could see that he was like a jade tree. The black-haired man was also wearing a black shirt. His long black hair was draped behind his neck. At a glance, one could feel that he was an extraordinary young man. Soon, the young man appeared outside the crowd in the square. The black-clothed, black-haired young man did not even raise his head. He just walked leisurely and contentedly. He naturally possessed a great aura that caused the surrounding crowd of golden-winged rocks to automatically open up a path for him. When the black-haired young man appeared, many of the golden-winged rock clan members' expressions changed. For no reason, the surrounding space began to faintly distort. Du Xiaofu's sharp primordial spirit sensed that the surroundings of the square had become strange as the black-haired young man walked over. The black-haired young man walked directly to the square. Under the gaze of everyone present, he slowly but firmly raised his head. His face had long eyebrows that were like willows. His eyebrows were distinct, and his eyeballs were like black agates. His eyeballs were pure black. They were so black that they were like an endless abyss at the end of the universe. If one looked at them for a while longer, they would have the illusion that they would be sucked in. Chapter 1336. Boom! The moment the young man's face appeared, many auras surged. Many of the elders were dumbfounded. On the golden battle cloud in the sky, next to the elders' seats in the square, Jialo Jueyu, Jialo Kailing, Jialo Juekong, and all the other outstanding figures of the younger generation of the golden-winged great rocks were shocked at this moment. It's him. Numerous stunned and shocked gazes stared intently at the black-haired, black-robed young man as though they had been electrocuted. Standing in the square, the black-haired young man had a handsome appearance. His temperament was soft and elegant. His black hair had a silky luster, giving people the impression of a prince. "Father, it's been 93 years. I'm back." The black-haired young man in a black robe stood on the square and looked at Jia Lu Changtian, who was sitting at the head of the elders' seats. He bowed and greeted the elders with a smile. "Elders, long time no see." "Father, he is." Du Xiaofu's gaze trembled as he looked at the black-robed young man. Since he called Jialo Changtian father, wasn't he the son of the golden-winged Great Rock clan's patriarch, Jialo Changtian? He wondered if he was Jialo Kailing's elder brother or younger brother. While sizing him up, Du Xiaofu suddenly raised his eyebrows slightly. He could feel the aura of the black-robed, black-haired young man. There seemed to be something faintly there. There was a familiar yet strange feeling in his heart. However, that feeling quickly disappeared in Du Xiaofu's heart. It was very strange. "Ju Jialo, you're back." While Du Xiaofu was pondering, golden light surged in Jialo Kailing's eyes. Her tall and delicate body trembled. She moved gracefully and rushed to the black-robed, black-haired young man in disbelief. At the same time, she said happily, "Father, Ju Jialo is back. Ju Jialo is back." Looking at Jialo Kailing, the black-robed, black-haired young man smiled slightly. His nose was straight and his skin was like jade. He said softly, "Elder sister, I'm back." "It's good that you're back. Don't leave anymore. Stay in the clan." Jialo Kailing caressed the black-robed, black-haired youth's face happily. "Ju Qi is back. Jialo Juexiao is back. Devil-Bone warrior Jialo Jueqi has returned to his clan." The quiet surroundings finally began to stir again. Numerous gazes landed on the black-robed, black-haired youth in astonishment. In the entire golden-winged Great Rocks, there were probably only a few people who did not recognize the black-haired youth, except for some young birds. "Jialo Julike has returned." Is it because of the words from 93 years ago? Suddenly, a middle-aged man in the crowd looked at Jialo Jimmy from afar. There was shock and a trace of fear in his eyes. It was even to the extent that many young disciples of the younger generation couldn't help but secretly take a step back when they saw the black-robed and black-haired young man. They seemed to be slightly anxious and fearful. "Why did you come back?" Jialo Changtian, who was sitting in the middle, opened his mouth and looked at Jialo Jimmy. His expression didn't change at all. "I came back to fulfill my promise. Previously, I said that as long as I'm not dead, I will return today." Jialo Jimmy looked at his father, Jialo Changtian, with a calm expression, as if he was looking at someone else. At this moment, the smile on his face was also very calm, giving people a feeling of familiarity and strangeness. Hearing Jialo Jimmy's words, the eyes of the elders, protectors, and disciples of the golden-winged Great Rocks surged with golden light. Jialo Kailing's eyes trembled and her tall body trembled. A sense of helplessness welled up in her heart. She looked at the black-haired youth in front of her with a sour expression. She had been waiting for him to come back. She had also been looking for him to come back. However, she was also afraid that he would come back. Jialo Kailing was very clear about his temper and character. This was what she was most worried about. However, now the thing that she was most afraid of had happened. Your promise. Do you think that you have the strength and qualifications to fulfill it now? Jialo Changtian stared at Jialo Jimmy. He wasn't angry, but he had an imposing manner that was enough to look down on the world. It was enough to make living creatures feel cold. Strength, you will only know after you try. Qualifications, I am a disciple of the golden-winged Great Rocks clan. No one can change that. Today is the clan competition, and I have the qualifications. However, Jialo Jimmy was not afraid. He looked straight at his father and did not hide his voice. Suddenly, his voice became sharper. He said, 93 years ago I said that as long as I am alive, I will definitely come back. I will defeat everyone with my own strength and take back everything that belongs to me. I will let all of you know that even without you, I am still undefeatable. This time, I will take the benefits myself. Jialo Jimmy's voice was not loud, but it was as sharp as a knife. Some of the people who were not powerful enough were shocked and took a step back. Unfilial son, Jialo Changtian slammed the chair beside him. On the simple chair there was a dragon wind. His voice was trembling and his eyes were sharp. Golden light surged, frightening people's souls. At this moment, the golden-winged great rocks that were resting on the towering trees around the square looked at the black-haired Jialo in the square. They were shocked. Who is he? Is he the son of the patriarch? Why haven't I heard of him? A golden-winged great rocks asked the golden-winged great rocks beside him in a low voice. He felt the atmosphere of the clan at this moment and was very puzzled. Lower your voice. He is the son of the patriarch, Jialo. He has the demon bone. Back then, he was the only one in our clan who could fight evenly with the second commander. A golden-winged great rocks replied. He was a little older. Although he had not seen the battle back then, he had heard the clan members secretly mention it again. What? He could fight evenly with the second commander? Many golden-winged great rocks around heard this and felt that it was unbelievable. What is the demon bone? What happened back then? Why is he not in the clan? A golden-winged great rocks asked curiously. Don't ask. Be careful not to provoke punishment. A slightly older, golden-winged great pung chick scolded the younger ones. It didn't know much, but it knew that these things were taboo in the clan. They had even sealed off the news to prevent it from spreading outside. Even now, the people in the clan did not want to talk about this, so it was better not to ask too much. Anyway, in your heart, I am an unfilial son. 93 years ago, you have already made your decision. I call you father because you are my father. If I had a choice, I would not choose you. Jialo looked at Jialo Changtian and his expression changed. Then he calmed down and looked at Jialo Changtian indifferently. There seems to be a story in the golden-winged Great Rocks clan. Looking at what was in front of him, Du Xiaofu's eyes moved slightly. He did not say anything and quietly watched. Good, good, good. Jialo Changtian shouted 3 times in a row. He looked at Jialo. His eyes were like golden lightning. His expression was dignified and his voice shook the sky. It was like 3 thunderous roars that made people's hearts tremble. Jimmy, go all out, don't show mercy. When the last word was said, Jialo Changtian looked at Jialo, who was on the golden battle cloud in the sky, and said, I am afraid that the person you are counting on is not reliable. Jialo said indifferently, as if he was talking to his father, Jialo Changtian. There was a little arrogance and conceit in his voice. Then he slightly stomped his foot on the ground, and his figure rose from the ground. He was floating in the air and looking at Jialo. Why bother? If you blame me, I can give you the item now. You just need to come back. Looking at Jialo, Jialo's expression was solemn, and he sighed. He had been wondering whether the black-robed young man in front of him would come back today. Give it to me. Jialo smiled faintly and said, Do you think that you are superior now? Or is this a gift to me? I did not blame you in the past, and it is the same now. For me, the item is not important anymore. What I want now is to let you know that after all these years, even if you obtain that item, you are no match for me now. When the time comes, I am afraid it will be a kind of mockery. Jimmy, in the end, we are of the same clan. Why bother? If you want first place, I can give it to you, as long as you are willing to come back, said Jialo calmly. What a joke. Whether I come back or not has nothing to do with you. Jialo looked at Jialo and said, If you want to admit defeat, I will gladly accept. Unfortunately, the originally majestic, golden-winged, great Pung clan, the supreme beasts of the world, is now cowering. You are no longer the same as before. When they heard Jialo's words, many of the elders frowned. Ah, since that is the case, let's do it. For 93 years, I have been waiting for this day, said Jialo. He had been unwilling to break through to the beast region for the sake of the final benefits of the world competition, but it was also because of the black-haired young man in front of him. At this moment, Jalo Jimmy knew that both sides had been preparing for this battle for 93 years. It was unavoidable. They had to fight. Is that so? After 93 years, today, I will prove to you just how laughable they were back then. Jalo Jimmy's voice was very loud, shaking the sky. His heart seemed to be filled with resentment. You have resentment, but the clan has its own considerations. If you want to prove that you are right, then let's do it. As soon as he finished speaking, Jalo Jimmy waved his sleeve. A majestic aura swept out like an erupting volcano. In an instant, a surging golden light shot into the sky, accompanied by wind and thunder. Rumbling sounds filled the sky. Boom! All of a sudden, a powerful aura descended, causing even the heavens and earth to tremble. Chapter 1337. Jalo Jimmy's black eyes looked at Jalo Ju. A moment later, a faint smile appeared on his face. Looking at Jalo Juyu, his voice was sharp and indifferent. Jalo Jimmy said, I will prove it because I am right. Although his words were formless, he did not back down in the slightest. As his words fell, Jalo Jimmy closed his eyes and floated in the air, causing the surrounding atmosphere to suddenly become tense. But at this moment, everyone could feel a terrifying and sharp aura suddenly sweeping across the entire place. Chila! In just a short moment, Jalo Jimmy's eyes, which had been closed, suddenly opened. The depths of his eyes were as black as ink, strange and faint. But at this moment, a domineering and sharp aura that perfectly merged from Jalo Jimmy's body poured out without reservation into the sky. It instantly reached its peak and whistled through the 9 heavens. Boom! At this moment, the sky trembled violently. Strange dark clouds began to gather from the distant sky. The surrounding space trembled as 2 terrifying auras surged in the sky. It seems like there's nothing for me to do. Little Xing raised his eyebrows and looked at Jalo Juyu and Jalo Jimmy, who were fighting from afar. His bewitching eyes blinked a few times on his chubby face, and he simply retreated to the side. Everyone's gazes, including Zi Xian, Du Xiaofu, Gui Che, Guqin Demon, and the others, all landed in the sky. The 2 extraordinary youths were fighting at this moment. Once they started fighting, the sky would probably collapse and the earth would crack. Jalo Kaling looked at the 2 figures in the air, golden light flickering in her beautiful eyes. What a powerful aura! What a dangerous guy! Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly and looked at Jalo Jimmy in the air. The aura on his body was not inferior to Jalo Juyu's. In particular, the domineering and sharp aura gave people an unfathomable feeling of danger, as if it came from the underworld. Jalo Ju looked at Jalo Jimmy. He was calm and composed. It was as if his every movement was in harmony with heaven and earth. There was a kind of way about him. Above his head, the light of 3 divine fires flickered. It was very magical, like a miracle. Peak Nirvana, Beast Sovereign. That Jalo Juyu's attainments in Nirvana have already reached the pinnacle. What he has comprehended is not ordinary. It is extraordinary and refined. The divine ape king looked at the miraculous Jalo Juyu and couldn't help but exclaim, very different. Du Xiaofu could also sense Jalo Juyu's aura. His every movement seemed to be one with the heavens and earth and contain the Tao. It was different from ordinary people. 93 years, all for this battle. Let's begin. Jalo Jimmy spoke. His figure was like a black rainbow as he rushed out, fast as lightning, incomparably strange, directly towards Jalo Juyu. I've also waited for 93 years. Jalo Juyu acted almost at the same time. He didn't retreat. He waved his long sleeves and golden light surged. It was as if the sun had risen from the east and golden talisman engravings were everywhere. In an instant, the aura of the golden-winged great rock filled the sky. The aura descended, causing the spiritual fantasy Tiger King, Little Ing Ing, Guqin Demon, and those of the golden-winged Great Rock clan who were not strong enough to breathe rapidly. They were greatly affected. The battle was about to begin. In the elder seats, all the elders looked serious and solemn. High up in the sky, golden light and black light surged. Amidst the brilliance, it also made heaven and earth dim. Those who weren't strong enough couldn't see the battle clearly. However, the rumbling energy and thunderous sonic booms made everyone's hearts tremble. Sky-shaking wings. Jialojueyu's way was filled. He waved his sleeves and activated the sky-shaking wings. A different kind of terrifying power was released, as if it was going to destroy heaven and earth. Jialojueyu's black sleeves also swept out. The golden light carried a strange black talisman engravings, turning into a black gold color. He also used the sky-shaking wings to meet the attack. The two collided, overturning heaven and earth. A spatial vortex appeared high up in the sky. In this kind of collision, the two were evenly matched. No one could make the other back down. Rock, chaos, shattering claw. Jialojueyu began to attack again. His claws were like 5 golden lightning bolts that tore through the sky. They could destroy everything, including all life. Chi la! Jialojueyu blocked with his claws. The claws were like 5 pitch-black abysses in the sky, blocking the golden claws. The two exchanged dozens of blows in an instant. They both used the supreme beast energy of the golden-winged Great Rock clan. They didn't hold back at all, and the void almost collapsed. No matter what Jialojueyu attacked, Jialojueyu countered with the same magical power. He didn't fall behind. It was as if he was forcibly resisting. So strong, so terrifying. Illusion Tiger King, Violent Bear King, and the others were shocked. Their beast souls trembled in fear. The battle of the golden-winged Great Rock clan's younger generation. As expected of the supreme beast race. Ghost Chariot, who rarely spoke, also spoke. The bloody aura on his body was shocking. Du Xiaofu didn't say anything. He kept his eyes fixed on the sky. Watching the battle between Jialojueyu and Jialojueyu, Du Xiaofu's shock was no less than Illusion Tiger King and Ghost Chariots. Du Xiaofu had also comprehended the beast energy used by Jialojueyu and Jialoju. However, he believed that if he were to fight them at the same level, at least in terms of magical power, he wouldn't be able to match them. Jialojueyu and Jialoju were definitely much stronger in terms of the golden-winged Great Rock clan's magical power. Not enough. I'm still not enough. Du Xiaofu was shocked. He wasn't enough. Jialojueyu and Jialoju had comprehended the same magical power. Although they came from the same source, they were clearly of different styles. However, they were equally matched. But compared to them, Du Xiaofu felt that both Jialojueyu and Jialojueyu had greater comprehension and control of the golden-winged Great Rock clan's magical power than he did. The golden-winged Great Rock clan didn't have Jialokaling, who had already broken through to the Beast Region realm. Apart from Jialojueyu and Jialojuekong, there were also existences like Jialojueyu and Jialojueyu among the younger generation. Du Xiaofu was deeply shocked. How terrifying was a supreme beast race. Just by looking at the younger generation, one could tell how strong a race's foundation was. If the Du family becomes like this one day, who would dare to bully us? Du Xiaofu's thoughts churned, and the blood in his body boiled. If the Du family could produce so many top experts in the younger generation, who would dare to bully them in this world? Rumble! As Du Xiaofu was thinking, the sky churned and golden light and black fog rolled. A deafening collision resounded through the clouds, and then they separated. High up in the sky, Jialojueyu stood in the air and looked at Jialojueyu with a faint smile. I know what you know, but you might not know what I know. Use your full strength. Otherwise, we won't be able to determine the victor. Whether you believe it or not, I'm happy that you made me use my full strength, Jialojueyu said. Said Jialojueyu. As he spoke, the golden light on his body dissipated, and his body expanded. Screech! Immediately, a huge golden-winged rock appeared in the sky. It was thousands of feet large and soared in the sky, covering the sun. Its entire body was golden and dazzling, like a beast god. Its aura was terrifying, and it looked disdainfully in all directions. Spiritual fantasy Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Little Ing Ing, Gui Che Guqin Demon, and the others were stunned. That terrifying aura was too strong, much stronger than Jialo Juekong and the others. Screech! In the next moment, a golden light rushed into the sky, covering the sky. A black and golden light soared, and an overwhelming pressure descended, causing the world to tremble. A dark golden rock appeared. It was Jialo Jueyu's true body, and its size was no less than Jialo Jueyu's. Its pair of pitch-black eyes looked down, causing people to tremble in fear. Those pitch-black eyes were like black holes that could devour people's souls. Boom! 2 huge golden-winged rocks appeared, and they directly flapped their wings and collided with each other. Like beast gods, they spread their wings and soared into the clouds, causing the space to ripple and churn. The 2 huge golden-winged rocks collided with each other. Their wings swept everything, and their sharp claws destroyed the void. As they collided, the sound of wind and thunder resounded in the sky. Runes shone brightly, and the impact of energy swept up a frenzy. At this moment, the 2 golden-winged rocks collided with each other. All kinds of beasts made Du Xiaofu unable to take his eyes off them, most of which he had never seen before. Screech! The dark golden rock roared, and a dark golden light shot out from its mouth like a bolt of lightning. It was fierce and overbearing, and wherever it passed, the space exploded. The golden rock stretched out its wings, and the golden light exploded, destroying the void. The 2 fought until the sky darkened and the earth cracked. It was as if doomsday had arrived. If there were no seals around the square at this moment, and no powerful talisman arrays to solidify it, it would have been completely destroyed. The battle between the 2 huge creatures was fierce and overbearing, and it was incomparably fierce. It shocked all the golden-winged rocks, elders and protectors. The fantasy Tiger King, Wild Bear King, Little Ing Ing, and the others were awestruck. Suppress! The resplendent, golden-winged Great Pung roared, erupting with endless golden runes that engulfed the dark, golden-winged Great Pung. A terrifying pressure made the blood of the golden-winged Great Pung disciples boil. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes. At this moment, Jialo Juyu was like a rock descending to the 9 heavens, but the pressure seemed to be even stronger. Are you trying your best? But it doesn't seem to be enough. Jialo Juyu roared, and dark golden runes burst out from his wings. Blazing like thunder and lightning, they swept out in all directions. It didn't take long for him to break through Jialo Juyu's suppression. He actually blocked Jialo Juyu. At this moment, in elders' seats below the first elder, second elder, and the others' eyes began to fluctuate violently. Jialo Changtian looked at the sky, and his expression didn't change much. Jialo Juyu, where is your true bone? Use your true bone. Chapter 1338. Jialo Juemei's pitch-black eyes were ice-cold, his voice as sharp as a blade. I don't think I need to use my true bones. Jialo Juemei opened his mouth and flapped his wings. Golden light overflowed from his enormous body as golden feathers flew out. There were a total of 9 golden feathers, each the size of a palm leaf fan. After they gathered together, the light gradually became more and more dazzling, more and more resplendent. In the end, it was as if the feathers had turned into a dazzling sun. Boom! The gathering of the 9 feathers gave off an incomparably domineering and supreme feeling. A pressure that could make the world tremble instantly enveloped Jialo Juemei. Those were only 9 feathers, yet they possessed such supreme might. How shocking was that? Those feathers are extraordinary. Du Xiaofu was shocked. As the feathers appeared, The blood in his body also began to boil. Du Xiaofu guessed that the feathers were definitely of extraordinary origin. They must be closely related to the great golden-winged rock clan. Otherwise, the blood in his body would not have such a huge reaction. Feathers of the true rock. You finally used them. Jialo, Juemei's pitch-black eyes rippled as he looked at the feathers that were as resplendent as the sun. However, a trace of coldness and resentment also surged into his eyes. Gee! Jialo, Juemei screeched, his voice piercing through the clouds and splitting stone. Dark golden light suddenly surged behind his enormous, dark, golden body. Runes flowed, and an aura that reached the heavens erupted. A total of 27 resplendent feathers, wrapped in black and gold light, appeared. The black and gold feathers were exactly the same as the 9 feathers that Jialo Juemei had activated, except that they were wrapped in black and gold light. How is this possible? When the 27 feathers leapt out, the expressions of many elders in the elder seating area below suddenly changed. Even the first elder and second elder's eyes surged with golden light like lightning, their aged faces changing in shock. At this moment, Jialo Changtian's undetectable expression also trembled. The 27 feathers wrapped in black and gold light flew out, transforming into 27 battle spears under Jialo Juemei's control. Swish, swish! The 27 feather spears were as bright as lightning. Each one of them pierced through the air. They were powerful and intimidating, giving people a frightening feeling. Gee, these 27 feather spears seemed to be indestructible. They even carried the illusory image of the great golden-winged rock. You only have 9 true rock feathers, while I have 27. How could you possibly be my match? Break for me! Jialo Juemei shouted coldly. His fierce and overbearing aura made people tremble in fear. The 27 battle spears transformed into dazzling spears that pierced through the air directly in front of the 9 feathers. With a vast and overbearing aura, the spears pierced through the light and scattered the 9 feathers in an instant. Withdraw! As the 9 feathers were scattered, Jialo Juemei's pitch-black eyes flashed with coldness. He flapped his wings, and his 27 battle spears formed into 9 triangular formations. They appeared in 3s and 3s, sealing the space. Dazzling dark golden runes erupted with a vast power. They directly sealed the 9 feathers of Jialo Juemei and brought them back to him. Jialo Juemei's giant wings flapped, turning into a black and gold vortex that directly swallowed the 9 feathers. Not good. Juemei's true rock feathers have been taken. 27 true rock feathers. Juemei actually has 27. In the elder seating area, some elders exclaimed and trembled. They all knew what the true rock feathers represented. A single true rock feather was already a precious treasure. The golden-winged Great Rock clan had only collected 9 over the countless years. It is said that there was a heaven-reaching ancestor of my clan who wanted to break into the domain realm but failed. Before he died, he used his great strength to refine his body with the help of the heavens and earth. In the end, he refined his body into 72 true rock feathers. Each true rock feather is a precious treasure. It is said that if you gather 72 true rock feathers, you will be able to obtain a wisp of divine will. But in the end, the 72 true rock feathers were fought over by the powerhouses of this world and were lost forever. Over the years, my clan has only been able to find 5 feathers. I never thought that Juemei would have 27. The third elder's old face was filled with shock, his body trembling slightly, his heart filled with excitement. With the 9 true rock feathers stolen, Jialo Juemei's giant body was forced back. A trace of golden blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his expression became serious. Back then, the true rock feathers fell into your hands. Now I have taken them myself. Use your true bones. Otherwise, you will no longer be a match for me. Jialo Juemei's pitch-black eyes looked straight at Jialo Juemei, his gaze filled with arrogance and fear. He knew that Giallo Jimmy's strongest strength was his true bones. Everything that had happened now was not Giallo Jimmy's strongest strength. In that case, I have no other choice. All these years, I was afraid that I would not be able to fight you today. I was afraid that no one would be able to stop you, so I did not dare to take this step. You should know that in front of my true bones, no one at the same level as me can stop me. As Giallo Jimmy spoke, a dazzling light suddenly surged from his abdomen, wanting to break out of his body. The golden light was like an arc of electricity, and then it covered his entire body. Ancient runes appeared on his body and spread out in all directions. Boom! At this moment, this part of the world began to roar. Strong winds came from the sky, and golden light filled the sky, causing the world to resonate. At this moment, there were only dazzling ancient runes in the sky. The runes in the sky all around, and the ground that had been strengthened by the runes, began to crack silently. Rumble! High up in the sky, there seemed to be a rumbling sound coming from the depths of the firmament, as if someone was beating a heavenly drum in the depths of the firmament. The violent sound produced a strange rumbling sound, as if it was beating on people's hearts, causing them to tremble violently. It was as if someone was hammering on the heart and the primordial spirit, causing their souls to shatter and their hearts to tremble violently. How terrifying! What kind of remarkable ability is this? The spiritual Tiger King, the Savage Bear King, and Little Ying's souls were all trembling at this moment. They cried out in alarm and wanted to prostrate themselves on the ground. Rumble, the low rumbling sound rang out. Even Du Xiaofu, who had fused two types of spiritual lightning and spiritual root, felt his heart tremble. His primordial spirit trembled, and whether it was his physical body or primordial spirit, it was as if they were about to be shattered. That terrifying rumbling sound suppressed the heavens and the earth. There's a special bone in his body that's the source of the pressure. Du Xiaofu looked at Jialo Juyu's huge body and sensed the source of the terrifying pressure. It was a bone under Jialo Juyu's abdomen. Suppress! Jialo Juyu shouted. His voice was like thunder. Ancient runes and dazzling golden light covered the sky and covered Jialo Juyu. It was as if an unparalleled true rock had awoken, erupting with a terrifying aura from ancient times. Rumble! At this moment, Jialo Juyu soared through the sky. Everywhere he passed, the sky shattered, and a series of terrifying rumbling sounds erupted. It was as if thousands of people were hammering on heavenly drums in the depths of the firmament. Hundreds of drums sounded in unison, shaking everyone's hearts and causing their souls to scatter. You haven't broken through that step, and neither have I. For this day, I have waited for 30 years. For 30 years, I didn't allow myself to take that step, because today is the day I will take back everything that belongs to me. These cold words came out of Jialo Juyu's mouth. At the same time, a bone under his abdomen seemed to want to break out of his body, erupting with a black light and ancient runes. Rumble! In an instant, half of the sky was filled with rolling dark clouds, faintly revealing flashes of lightning and thunder. Woo-woo! In the depths of the firmament, it was as if ghosts were crying and gods were howling. The sound was low, but it made one's hair stand on end. It was enough to make one's body shrink and make one's primordial spirit tremble. A vast and boundless aura of darkness quietly surged out, permeating the world. The pressure is too strong. I can't hold on any longer. My body wants to explode. I can't hold on any longer. Bang, bang, bang. Gee, finally, at this moment, under the two equally terrifying pressures, the disciples of the golden-winged great rocks around the square below, some of the stronger ones knelt down one after another. The weaker ones directly urged their bodies to crawl on the ground. Those below the Beast Emperor realm were unable to resist at all. Only those at the Beast Sovereign realm were able to put up a final resistance under the two terrifying pressures, their faces flushed red and their bodies trembling. Jialojuyu has also reached the peak of the Nirvana Beast Sovereign Realm. He could have broken through 30 years ago. The demonic bone, Jialojuyu has activated the demonic bone. Has Jialojuyu completely integrated with the demonic bone? In the face of the terrible pressure, some of the golden-winged great rocks finally couldn't help but exclaim. Some of the elders in the elder seats also began to tremble at this moment. Chapter 1339. You have true bones, I have demonic bones. The Tao is 1 foot high, the devil is 10 feet high. How can you suppress me? Jialo Jimmy shouted coldly. He flapped his wings and flew out. His dark demonic aura filled the sky. It was as if he was carrying the demonic realm of the underworld with him. He looked like he was about to destroy the world and collided with Jialo Jimmy. The two did not use any fancy moves. It was just the simplest and most domineering collision of destruction. This collision was like the battle between darkness and the sun. It was so powerful that it could destroy the world and destroy everything. A pitch-black semicircle of light appeared at the point of collision. Uffed! The terrifying collision left those below speechless. For some reason, even some of the golden-winged rock disciples had blood flowing out of their mouths. Spiritual Illusion Tiger King, Little Ing, Little Falcon, and the others all had blood flowing out of their mouths. Gue Che, Guqin Demon, and Ape God King were all red in the face. They did not say a word. Du Xiaofu's body emitted a golden light. He felt his chest tighten and his primordial spirit tremble. He was being squeezed by two terrifying forces. It was as if the space was about to explode. Uffed! Blood flowed out of Jialo Jimmy's mouth. Blood also appeared in Jialo Jimmy's mouth. Neither of them backed down. They continued to collide. Oh my God, Jimmy is injured. It's still a tie. Jimmy is blocking Jimmy. Demonic bone is blocking the true bone. Below, some of the golden-winged rock experts exclaimed. They could not help but tremble. Boom! Jialo Jimmy and Jialo Jimmy faced each other. The sky rumbled. Ghosts cried and gods howled. Heavenly drums sounded. Black light gushed out. Brilliant golden light filled the air and swallowed up the void. The demonic aura filled the sky. It was as if it had rushed out from the demonic realm. It was extremely terrifying. Brilliant golden light filled the air. Tao rumbled. Together with the multicolored light, it was extremely powerful. At this moment, the two of them clashed. Light alternated between black and white, drowning the world. Destructive energy filled the air. Crack, crack! The talisman arrays and seals around them began to shatter. The void was destroyed, revealing a vacuum. It was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Uffed. Victory and defeat were still hard to determine. Both individuals spat out pung blood from their mouths, and their flesh cracked apart under the tremendous pressure. Their feathers were dyed in blood. It's still a stalemate. They can't decide the victor. Fifth Elder Jello Yuan-Tu exclaimed in surprise. Juelio has been outside for decades, yet he can still compare to Juelio. Unbelievable. Fourth Elder Jello Yi spoke, sighing for Jello Jimmy. Too strong. At this moment, Du Xiaofu stared at the sky with great difficulty. Under that terrifying pressure, he thought that if he were to encounter either of those two terrifying people, he would definitely not be able to gain an advantage. With the current strength of Jialo Juyu and Jialo Jimmy, these two terrifying people, they would probably be able to directly fight against a martial domain realm cultivator. Even if the two of them were unable to do anything to the martial domain realm, it would be easy for them to trample on a half-domain realm cultivator. What shocked Du Xiaofu even more was the potential of these two. In the Beast Clan, both Jialo Juyu and Jialo Jimmy were of the younger generation, yet they were already so tyrannical. In the future, Jialo Juyu and Jialo Jimmy, these two terrifying people, how terrifying would they become? I really didn't expect that we would still be unable to decide the victor between us. Jimmy, stop. You can be the first. As long as you remove the demonic bone in your body, you can have anything you want. Jialo Jueyu spoke. Since the battle had already reached this stage, he knew that there was no way to decide the victor unless it was a battle of life and death. And a battle of life and death was something he had never thought of going that far. Is this charity or pity? Could it be that because I have the demonic bone in my body, I am an unpardonable evil in your eyes, a scourge, a thorn in your flesh? Why can't you tolerate me? Jialo Jimmy shouted coldly. His pitch-black eyes were filled with resentment and coldness. Demonic chi filled the sky. The clan is doing this for your own good. You have the demonic bone in your body and are in great danger. Once you transform into a demon, it will be a disaster for the world and also a disaster for my golden-winged rock clan. Jialo Jueyu, who was shrouded in ancient and resplendent runes, continued, Jimmy, stop! You can still turn back now. Even if you lose the demonic bone, you still have the feathers of the true rock. You still have this chance. You are still a hero among your peers in this world. Haha, Jialo Jueyu, you have become more and more like those pedantic people these years. You have the true rock in your body. How laughable and lamentable. What a pity for the true rock. Jialo Jimmy's cold laughter stopped. He suddenly shouted, Stop! Do you think it's possible for us to be evenly matched? Do you really think that I can't defeat you? As his cold voice fell, a black light suddenly rushed out from Jialo Jimmy's huge body. And at this moment, Du Xiaofu was suddenly surprised. The thunder, martial vein in his body began to stir. This feeling was similar to the one he had felt from Jialo Jimmy. Chi La! Suddenly, a black light rushed out from Jialo Jimmy's body and turned into black lightning. Black lightning arcs spread across the sky. The entire sky was filled with black lightning waves in a short moment. The scene was extremely terrifying. At this moment, lightning flashed and thunder roared between heaven and earth. Dark clouds rolled, and the aura was terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the lightning and thunder, the sky exploded. Dozens of black lightning arcs overflowed and rushed into the sky. What a terrifying aura of thunder and lightning. It seems like it can destroy everything. Little Ing, the Fire Dragon King, the Divine Ape King, and the others trembled under the aura of the black lightning. Their beast souls were terrified for no reason. Spiritual thunder, that's a spiritual thunder. Jimmy's body has merged with a spiritual thunder. Fifth Elder Jialo Yuantu suddenly stood up at this moment. His scholarly robes fluttered, and the golden light in his eyes trembled. 9 underworld demonic thunder. That's the 9 underworld demonic thunder. The great elder spoke. His light golden hair swayed gently beside his ears, and his eyes trembled. Spiritual thunder. Jialo Jimmy's body has merged with a spiritual thunder. Du Xiaofu looked up at the sky. The thunder martial vein in his body was fluctuating, and the 2 thunder soul seeds in his primordial spirit were also fluctuating. That black lightning was a type of spiritual thunder. Du Xiaofu knew the difficulty of merging with a spiritual thunder. Once an ordinary person's physical body came into contact with the spiritual thunder, it was enough to be destroyed. The difficulty and danger could be imagined. Jialo Kaling looked up, and at this moment she was also shocked. In a short period of time, the entire sky had turned into a sea of black lightning in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Boom, boom, boom! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Thunderclaps exploded one after another as a terrifying pressure descended. Dense bolts of dark lightning covered the entire sky, threatening to drown the entire world. The black lightning rippled in all directions. Finally, in the surging, it turned into a black lightning seal. Go! Jialo Jimmy shouted coldly. The black lightning seal was dazzling and blazing as it directly slammed towards Jialo Ji. Boom, boom, boom! The black lightning seal swept out with unparalleled power. It was like a demon's domain covering the sky. Everywhere it passed, the void turned into nothingness and then collapsed. Arcs of lightning as thick as an arm flashed in the void, making people's hearts palpitate and their hair stand on end. Chila! The black lightning seal landed on Jalo Jueyu's body. At this moment, Jalo Jueyu's eyes surged with uneasiness and fear. The ancient runes on his body began to tremble. Jalo Jueyu's demon bone continued to confront it. At this moment, Jalo Jueyu was unable to dodge at all. Then, the ancient runes on his body shattered. A terrifying lightning power swept through Jalo Jueyu's body and invaded his body. The black lightning was like a vast ocean, drowning the surroundings. It was full of demonic chi and a terrifying destructive power. Bang, bang, bang! Finally, the black lightning exploded on Jalo Jueyu's body. His feathers were shattered and cracks appeared on his body. Rock blood kept pouring out. Jalo Jueyu is going to lose. Everyone below was shocked. One after another, the elders stood up and trembled. Sure enough, Jalo Jueyu was defeated like a collapsing mountain. His true bones could no longer support him. He was forced back continuously and finally spat out mouthfuls of blood. PFFF! After spitting out the last mouthful of rock blood, Jalo Jueyu's golden eyes were filled with shock and horror. The runes on his body dimmed and he was covered in wounds. Jalo Jueyu knew that he had lost. He had lost completely and directly. Chi-la! Everything around Jalo Jueyu began to converge. The mystic bones returned to silence. The spiritual thunder receded. Everything in the sky began to calm down. At this moment, the gazes of the people around were unable to recover for a long time. No one would have thought that Jalo Jueyu, the number one rock with a true bone, would be defeated. He was defeated by Jalo Jueyu, who had not returned for 93 years. Jalo Jueyu's huge body converged and turned into his human form. He was still wearing the same black robe and black hair. The invisible aura was like a demon at this moment. His eyes were cold. The powerful invisible aura made people tremble. He opened his mouth and said to Jalo Jueyu, "You lost!" Lost, I really lost. Jalo Jueyu also converged his body. His body was dripping with blood. He looked like a wolf. His aura was weak and his eyes were a little blank. He looked at Jalo Jueyu as if he had met a new person. Jalo Jueyu looked at Jalo Jueyu and then looked around the square. His eyes were cold and emotionless. Ha 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 ha! Suddenly, Jalo Jueyu laughed. His laughter echoed in the silent sky. He laughed loudly and said, 93 years ago I said here that as long as I am not dead, I will definitely return. I will take back everything that belongs to me with my own strength. I will let you all know that without you, I will be invincible. Do you see now? The so-called true bones can't even withstand a single blow. Chapter 1340. As Ling Li's words fell, the entire square froze. At the elders' seats, the faces of the elders were a little stiff at this moment. 93 years ago, on the day Jalo Jueme returned to the clan, he shocked the entire clan with his 27 true rock feathers, 1 demonic bone and 9 underworld demonic lightning. He defeated Jalo Jueme, who was almost impossible to defeat. In the hearts of the golden-winged great rocks, it was impossible for anyone under the martial domain or beast domain to defeat Jalo Jueme. But now, the demonic bone youth who had left the clan in anger had returned, and with a shocking feat he had defeated Jalo Ju right before their eyes. I don't think anyone will object to me taking first place in this competition. Jalo Jueme looked around, then looked at his father, Jalo Changtian, who was sitting in the middle of the elders' seats. He said calmly, "My father, elders, this time, are you still going to give the benefits of the seal to Jalo Jueme?" The first elder, second elder, and the others looked at Jalo Changtian. "I don't care how you obtain the 27 true rock feathers and the 9 underworld demonic lightning, but if you turn into a demon after fusing with the demonic bone, it will be a disaster for the world, and also a disaster for the golden-winged great rocks. You haven't completely fused with the demonic bone yet. There is still a chance to turn back. Jalo Changtian stood up and looked at Jalo Juame with anger. His golden eyes were filled with disdain as he said, "Otherwise I will sever our father-son relationship, dig out the demonic bone, and expel you from the clan." His voice reverberated and entered the ears of everyone in the surroundings. It was like a thunderclap that resounded in their minds, shaking their eardrums to the point of pain. The clan leader's anger shocked everyone. The blood of the golden-winged great rocks boiled, their hearts trembling. "Ha ha ha ha!" Jalo Jume raised his head and laughed loudly. His laughter was like swords, but also like thunder. His voice seemed to be mixed with unwillingness, resentment, and anger. Hearing that voice, one couldn't help but feel grief and anger in their hearts. Anyone who heard that voice would involuntarily weaken their aura when facing the black-clothed, black-haired youth. "You guys just can't tolerate me. Can't tolerate me. What did I do wrong that you guys can't tolerate me? Jalo Jiu." Jalo Jimmy's voice was very loud, shaking the heavens, resounding through the clouds, shaking some of the golden-winged great Pung disciples until their ears were ringing. Du Xiaofu looked at Jalo Juexiao. Under that sorrowful voice, he could feel a silent and helpless anger and helplessness. He could feel the anger in Jalo Juexiao's heart, and his heart was moved. "Father, don't!" Jalo Kai Ling's beautiful face turned pale. Her eyes changed color as she said to Jalo Jimmy, "Jimmy, listen to me. Sister is begging you to turn back. Give up the demonic bone, and you can still be arrogant in this world." "Sister, you don't understand me either?" Jalo Jimmy looked at Jalo Kaling with a slight smile on his face. There was some blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked helpless and ferocious. "Your sister is doing this for your own good. Juku, turn back." The old voice came from afar. As the voice faded, a figure appeared in the distance. Grandmother. Looking at the figure that appeared in the distant sky, Jalo Jimmy's pitch-black eyes rippled. His fierce and ferocious expression began to slowly fade. In just an instant, an old and tottering figure appeared in the sky. It was an old lady with white hair and wearing a pale golden robe. Looking at Jalo Jimmy, the old lady's wrinkled face, which had been sculpted by the passage of time, squeezed out a smile. "Greetings, sacred elder." As the old lady appeared in the sky, the great elder, the second elder, and the others immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. The surrounding golden-winged great Pung disciples looked at the great elder, the second elder, and the others respectfully bowed. They were all shocked and trembled. They immediately knelt on one knee on the ground. Jalo Changtian stood up. At this moment, in front of the old lady, he was also very respectful. "Grandmother!" Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked at the old lady. It was the grandmother he recognized in the golden-winged great Pung clan. "Great-grandmother, why are you here?" In the distant sky, little Xingxing's tender voice called out intimately. The little figure happily flew to the old lady's side. The old lady's withered hand held little Xingxing's little hand and gently patted the back of little Xingxing's head. This scene made Jalo Changtian, the great elder, the second elder, and the others all puzzled. "Grandmother, are you okay?" Jalo Jimmy asked. Looking at the old lady, his pitch-black eyes rippled with complicated emotions. "I'm fine. I'm just a little worried about you." The old lady looked at Jalo Jimmy and smiled. "Jimmy is unfilial." Jalo Jimmy lowered his head. At this moment, in front of the old lady, there was no longer any fierce aura. He was like a child who had admitted his mistake. "You are not unfilial. These years outside, you must have suffered a lot. Don't leave in the future. Stay in the clan and accompany me more, okay?" The old lady asked. "Grandmother, the clan can't tolerate me." Jalo Jimmy raised his head and looked at the old lady. There was some fluctuation in the depths of his pitch-black eyes. "The clan has its worries. You are the descendant of the golden-winged Great Pung bird clan. You should understand. The old lady said, give up the demon bone. Anyway, I'm already so old. It won't be long before I reach the end of my life. How about I give you all my inheritance? Plus, you have the Trupung feather and the 9 underworld demon lightning. Your future achievements will be limitless. Jallo Jumi looked at the old lady. After a moment, he suddenly knelt down in the air and respectfully kowtowed 3 times to the old lady. He said, Grandmother, forgive me for being unfilial. You are still as stubborn as usual. After a long time, the old lady sighed. There was a faint smile on her wrinkled face. Only little Xing Xing felt that the old lady's palm that was holding his little hand was squeezing very hard at this moment. His tottering body was trembling. This is not stubbornness. I am not wrong, Jallo Jumi said to the old lady. He had always believed that he was not wrong. So what if he had the demon bone? Everything was not his fault. The 9 underworld demon lightning should not be able to let you completely integrate with the demon bone. Your purpose in coming back to the clan should be to completely integrate with the demon bone. But I can't let you do as you wish. Don't blame me. The old lady's voice trembled slightly. Jallo Jumi did not refute. He was silent for a moment. Then he looked at the old lady and said, If you want to make a move, I will not dare to fight back. My life is in your hands. You are not reconciled. You are not convinced. The old lady said, Of course I am not reconciled. Of course I am not convinced. Jallo Jumi gritted his teeth. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. There was a hint of desolation and ferocity. He said, 93 years ago I was not convinced. Today Jallo Jui was defeated. The clan still cannot tolerate me. How can I be convinced? The old lady looked at Jallo Jumi. On her old face, there was a hint of loneliness. She said, Then how can you be convinced? Jallo Jumi looked at the old lady. He gritted his teeth and said, If anyone of the same generation in the clan can defeat me, I have nothing to say. Otherwise, even if I die, I will not be convinced. Chapter 1341. His voice was stubborn and domineering as it reverberated through the air, causing the gazes of all the golden-winged rocks to waver. Regardless of whether it was the elders, protectors, or the young and young of the clan, they all knew that even Jallo Juyu had been defeated. How could anyone in the younger generation of the clan be a match for Jallo Jumi? It was impossible. If no one in the clan of the same cultivation level can defeat me, then how can I accept it? If the protectors and elders of the clan attack, I will naturally be no match for them. However, which rule of the clan does not allow those with demonic bones? What right do you have to attack me? Is it because the clan of golden-winged rocks cannot tolerate me, Jallo Jumi? I refuse to accept this. Jallo Jumi shouted with his head held high. His voice was like thunder, shaking the surroundings. However, from beginning to end, Jallo Jumi was very calm. Even if he was unwilling to accept this, he was not in a hurry. His voice reverberated through the air, landing among the golden-winged rocks. Everyone had different feelings. Some elders were shocked and also regretful. Jallo Jumi was such a descendant, yet he had the demonic bone. If not for the demonic bone, Jallo Kaling, Jallo Juyu, and Jallo Jumi would have been enough to become the 3 pillars of the golden-winged rock's younger generation. It would not have been long before they could support the entire golden-winged rocks. However, Jallo Jumi had the demonic bone. It was a pity that the heroic young man was gone. It was a pity. All the young and young of the golden-winged rocks looked at the black-clothed, black-haired young man with shock. The black-haired, black-clothed young man made them feel as if they were facing a storm. It was shocking. How extraordinary! The old lady looked at Jallo Jumi with heartache and sadness. Her heart trembled. Her aged face had a complicated expression, and there were fluctuations in her eyes. Jumi, Granny asks you, if someone in the same generation as you can defeat you, will you give up on the demonic bone? The old lady asked again, looking at Jallo Jumi. Everyone looked at the old lady including the elders and protectors. They were all shocked and puzzled. Even Jalo Juyu had been defeated. Who else in the clan could stop Jalo Jumi? Could it be Jalo Kaling? But Jalo Kaling had already broken through to the beast realm. "Grandma, do you want my sister to make a move?" Jalo Jumi looked at the old lady and asked, "You won't be convinced if I let your sister fight. You said it before, it's fine as long as there's someone who can defeat you." The old lady's voice calmed down. Could it be that there's a top-notch expert hidden within the golden-winged great rocks? Du Xiaofu was also confused. The old lady seemed to be quite confident, but now that Jialo Juyu had been defeated, it didn't seem appropriate for Jialo Kaling to make a move. From the looks of it, Du Xiaofu guessed that there could only be other top-notch existences hidden in the golden-winged great rocks. Jialo Jumi looked at the old lady, but his gaze suddenly became somewhat strange. He felt that the old lady seemed to be somewhat unfathomable at this moment. After a few breaths, Jialo Jumi nodded and said to the old lady in a deep voice, "If there's someone in the clan who can defeat me, I have nothing to say. I have the demonic bone, but I can't become a sovereign. So what if I give up the demonic bone?" "Good. Remember what you said." As the old lady's words to Jialo Jumi faded, under the gazes of many below, the eyes on her aged face looked towards Du Xiaofu below. Swish, swish, in an instant, numerous gazes fell on Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu was also stunned. He looked at the old lady's gaze and faintly had a bad premonition. "Xiaofu." The old lady opened her mouth and straightened her stumbling and hunched body. A slight smile appeared on her wrinkled old face. "Greetings, Grandma." Du Xiaofu took 2 steps forward and respectfully bowed. Kowtowing to greet his grandmother naturally meant it. However, at this moment, when he saw Du Xiaofu bowing, Jialo Jumi's pitch-black eyes revealed a look of surprise and was extremely puzzled. "Xiaofu," Jialo Jumi pondered for a moment. He seemed to have heard this name somewhere before, but for a moment he couldn't remember it. Perhaps he remembered wrongly. "You heard it too. You should make your move. Just treat it as a favor for Grandma," the old lady said to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu was immediately stunned. His expression froze on his face. If it was an ordinary half-domain cultivator, Du Xiaofu would definitely not be afraid. At the very least, he had the strength to protect himself. But at this moment, facing Jialo Jumi, Du Xiaofu was incomparably clear in his heart that his chances of winning were almost 0. Don't feel pressured. It doesn't matter if you lose, as it will be the will of the heavens. However, if you win, the first place of this competition will be yours. When the time comes, you will also be given benefits. Your conjoined body technique has already reached the point of refining the divine body. If you can obtain the benefits of this competition, you will have a 50% chance of refining the divine body successfully. After the old lady finished speaking to Du Xiaofu, she glanced at the elders in the elders' seats and said, "I believe that no one in the clan will object, right?" The elders' faces stiffened slightly. No one objected because no one really believed that the human Du Xiaofu could stop Jialo Jumi. Although everyone now knew that Du Xiaofu wasn't simple, the reason was simple. Jialo Juyu had also been defeated. No matter how strong Du Xiaofu was, could he be stronger than Jialo Juyu? At this moment, Jialo Juyu, Jialo Juekong, and the others who had already retreated to a corner of the square were watching Du Xiaofu and the old lady in the sky with complicated expressions. Is the Hall Master really going to fight Jialo Jumi? The Fantasy Tiger King, the Savage Bear King, Little Ying, and the others all stared nervously at Du Xiaofu. They naturally knew Du Xiaofu's strength, but after watching the battle between Jialo Jumi and Jialo Zhou, the Fantasy Tiger King, and the others couldn't help but worry for Du Xiaofu. The Hall Master is only a peak chaotic element martial venerate, right? The Fantasy Tiger King said weakly. If Du Xiaofu was also a peak nirvana martial venerate, perhaps they wouldn't be so worried. After all, it was hard to say who would win and who would lose. Only by exchanging blows would they know. However, now that the fantasy Tiger King thought about it, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air on behalf of Du Xiaofu. Refinement of the divine body is 50% complete. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. He still didn't know how to refine the divine body. Back then, the mystic bones he had obtained had been damaged. Fortunately, the great golden-winged rock technique he had obtained had been complete. However, many of the great golden-winged rock's beast energy in the mystic bones he had obtained back then had been incomplete. Perhaps in the future, as he grew stronger, he would have the opportunity to mend the inadequacies of the mystic bones. However, that would be an illusory and difficult process. The quickest way was to comprehend the complete, supreme beast energy of the golden-winged great rocks in the clan. Grandmother, that person seems to be a human. How can he be from my clan? Grandmother, do you think he can defeat me? Jialo Jimmy's eyes flickered. Before he had fought with Jialo Juyu, it seemed like Jialo Juyu had wanted to fight that human, but that human hadn't dared to step forward. Moreover, he didn't care about a mere human. Du Xiaofu is also my grandson. The blood in his body and the technique he cultivates are all from my clan. He is of the same generation as you. Let him fight with you, the old lady said to Jialo Jimmy. In that case, let's do as grandmother says. Jialo Jimmy nodded, but he didn't look at Du Xiaofu. That guy is very strong. Zixian's voice reached Du Xiaofu's ears. Her voice was soft and gentle, but it still sounded like the sound of nature. She looked up at Jialo Jimmy in the sky, her purple eyes flickering with purple light. Du Xiaofu looked at Zixian, pouted, and said softly, I'm also very strong. When Zixian heard this, she glanced at Du Xiaofu and no longer paid any attention to him. Xiaofu. The old lady looked at Du Xiaofu again. Secretly gritting his teeth, Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly, looked at the old lady and nodded. It can't be that human didn't even dare to fight against the second commander. Now he wants to fight Jialo Jimmy. That human is probably going to go up and beat him. There was a commotion in the square. For the descendants of the golden-winged rock clan, no one thought that Du Xiaofu could stop Jialo Jimmy. The discussions around naturally reached Du Xiaofu's ears, and he smiled bitterly. Du Xiaofu wanted to fight Jialo Jimmy, but it wasn't for the benefits that the old lady said. Even if there were no benefits, the old lady had spoken. Even if he couldn't win, Du Xiaofu still had to fight. To be honest, Du Xiaofu's blood was boiling as he watched the competition between the younger generation of the golden-winged rock clan. After all, they were all of the younger generation. Watching the competition between the younger generation of the golden-winged rock clan, as the leader of the 12 Kyushu heroes, and with the golden-winged rock, mystic bone, and cultivation method, Du Xiaofu's heart had been moved, and there was a fighting spirit suppressed in his body. Just now, watching the battle between Jialo Juyu and Jialo Jimmy, Du Xiaofu had been secretly comparing in his heart how he would fight if he encountered them. At this moment, facing Jialo Jimmy, Du Xiaofu wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he suppressed a kind of excitement and anticipation in his heart. This kind of excitement and anticipation came from the rock blood in Du Xiaofu's body, from the thunder martial vein in his body, and from the fusion of the spiritual root and spiritual thunder soul seed in his primordial spirit. Qi, golden light, surged under the soles of his feet, and his purple robe suddenly shook. Du Xiaofu's figure flew out like a god, like a series of afterimages, and landed in the center of the square. That human, is he really looking for a beating? At this moment, all the gazes in the surroundings were focused on the purple-robed young man. Du Xiaofu's purple robe fluttered in the wind, and his long hair danced behind him. He raised his head slightly and smiled. He said softly to the crowd, I'm sorry, but before we fight, please wait for me for a moment. Chapter 1342. What is that human trying to do? Upon hearing Du Xiaofu's words, many people frowned in confusion. Even Jialo Juigzi, who was floating in the sky, looked at Du Xiaofu, who was in the air below, and frowned slightly. What is father trying to do? Little Xingxing had been by the old lady's side. At this moment, his bewitching eyes were filled with confusion. What is the palace master up to this time? Little Ing Ing, Raging Bear King, Fantasy Tiger King, and the rest looked at each other in confusion. Under the attentive gazes of the crowd, Du Xiaofu directly sat cross-legged on the square. Both of his eyes were shut, and a hand seal was quickly formed in his hands. Not long after, many puzzled gazes discovered that a vigorous aura had begun to quietly surge out from Du Xiaofu's body as golden runes rippled. As the aura spread, the surroundings began to ripple. Space seemed to solidify as natural energy began to descend from the sky. Boom! Wave after wave of natural energy began to gather in a strange manner, causing spatial cracks to appear in the surrounding space. Finally, they gathered around Du Xiaofu in the square. That is, at this moment, the gazes of the people in the square trembled violently. That human Du Xiaofu seems to be breaking through. That's right, Du Xiaofu is breaking through. Fuck, that little girl with the body of a strange dragon is already a freak. Is this Du Xiaofu also a freak? He broke through just like that. Everyone was shocked as they sensed the aura ripples and watched the vigorous natural energy that had gathered in the sky endlessly surge into Du Xiaofu's body. Everyone was certain that the human Du Xiaofu was beginning to break through. Primordial chaos is the truth, the Tao. It is the great Tao of heaven and earth. It is large and has no external, small and no internal. It is one with the Tao, one with the Tao. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's mouth was muttering like little Xingxing when he broke through to Nirvana stage. Besides the golden light fluctuation on his body, there was also a strange black and white qi that intertwined and circulated. The positive and negative qi alternated like a fluorescent light and flickering fire. High up in the sky, winds and clouds began to surge. The heavens darkened, and there seemed to be stars shining brilliantly. It was a magnificent sight, and its aura surged. That human is also breaking through to the Nirvana realm. At the elder seats, some of the elders couldn't help but exclaim in shock. They had already seen through the clues at a glance. At this moment, the human youth, Du Xiaofu, and the little girl with the mysterious origin of the little alien dragon were also beginning to break through to the Nirvana realm. They both broke through as they wished. Damn, the Hall Master is preparing to break through to the Nirvana realm. Little Ing Ing, Fantasy Tiger King, Violent Bear King, and the others finally understood what was going on. That ferocious fellow was actually about to break through on the spot. At this moment, Ghost Chariot, who was at the side, had an even more complicated expression. Ghost Chariot was very clear that not long ago, that ferocious fellow had just broken through to the chaotic element martial, venerable level. At this moment, that ferocious fellow was already preparing to break through to the Nirvana beast venerable level. Not to mention the beast clan. Even the most talented human would not be able to break through at this speed under normal circumstances. However, Ghost Chariot was very clear about how long that ferocious fellow was using to break through. Therefore, he was even more shocked. At this moment, outsiders naturally didn't know about the benefits Du Xiaofu had gained during this period of time. He hadn't stopped comprehending various things either. Moreover, Du Xiaofu's cultivation level had already reached the peak of the chaotic element martial venerable level. Previously, because of little Xingxing's breakthrough, Du Xiaofu was also the most affected. He seemed to have comprehended something and vaguely felt that wonderful breakthrough opportunity. Now that he had to face Jialo Juigzi, Du Xiaofu knew that if he was still a chaotic element martial venerable, he would only be abused. However, if he could break through to the Nirvana realm, even if he had just broken through, there would be a world of difference between him and a peak chaotic element martial venerable. Once he reached the Nirvana martial venerable level, Du Xiaofu would have some confidence in his heart. At the very least, it wouldn't be too easy for Jialo Juixi to defeat him. Boom! In just a short time, Du Xiaofu's aura had reached an extremely full state under the nourishment of the surrounding heaven and earth energy. At this moment, the aura that emanated from Du Xiaofu's body had also reached a level that made one's expression change. As he absorbed the heaven and earth energy, an invisible aura surged out of Du Xiaofu's body like a tide. The surrounding heaven and earth energy continued to nourish Du Xiaofu continuously. His aura rose at an extremely fast speed. A powerful aura constantly spread out from Du Xiaofu's body. At this moment, the strange black and white halo around Du Xiaofu's body also enveloped Du Xiaofu's entire body. Waves of powerful and strange fluctuations were emitted, giving off a mysterious and incomparably vigorous feeling. How can his aura be so strong? In the elder seats, some of the elders exclaimed in astonishment when they felt the strength and vigor of the aura. Rumble! In the sky, the heaven and earth energy that had gathered surged more and more. Then, like a whirlpool, it formed a storm. Like a flash flood, it turned into energy ribbons that fell directly on the halo around Du Xiaofu's body and finally entered Du Xiaofu's body. Swish! Swish! At this moment, Du Xiaofu's body, which was sitting cross-legged with his eyes tightly shut, was like a bottomless pit that absorbed the surging energy. His purple robe fluttered. Faintly, a strange purple gold light overflowed on Du Xiaofu's skin. Bam! Finally, the divine watchtower in Du Xiaofu's abdomen trembled. A wave of aura, which was as flat as the great Tao, directly stepped into a new level. Walala! Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged on the square, was surrounded by golden light and white light. As a new wave of aura spread out, his body emitted the sound of flowing water. It was vigorous and vigorous. At this moment, purple gold light overflowed on Du Xiaofu's body. There were also golden talisman, runes flashing and flowing on his body. His flesh was wriggling as if it was made of real purple gold. It gave off an indestructible feeling. That's the cultivation method of my clan. It has truly reached the stage of refining the divine body. It seems to be more stable and tyrannical than the conjoined body of Jialo Jueyu and Jialo Jimmy. Great Guardian Jialo Huanyu said in astonishment, "How can Du Xiaofu's aura be so strong after breaking through to the Nirvana realm?" Fourth Elder Jialo Yi was shocked. At this moment, the aura emanating from Du Xiaofu's body was too vigorous and tyrannical. Fourth Elder clearly knew that it was impossible for a human cultivator to have such a powerful aura after breaking through to the Nirvana realm. Did he break through just like that? A young expert from the Golden Rock clan stared at the back of the purple-robed young man who was sitting cross-legged on the square. He was so shocked that he could not take his eyes off him. "This is too unbelievable." An elder in the elders' seating area exclaimed in surprise, "This human is too abnormal." A beautiful lady from the Golden Rock clan exclaimed. Her eyes shone with golden light. Looking at Du Xiaofu's breakthrough, many experts from the Golden Rock clan were still in a daze. He had broken through to the Nirvana realm, which was equivalent to the Nirvana realm of the Beast clan. It was extremely difficult to break through. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu had broken through to the Nirvana realm as if it was an understatement. As Du Xiaofu's aura broke through to a new level, the energy of heaven and earth in the sky gradually dissipated. The vortex formed by the energy of heaven and earth that was wreaking havoc in the sky gradually became thinner, as if it was about to dissipate completely. Huff, huff! The surrounding people gasped as they looked at the purple-robed young man in front of them. They were deeply shocked by the scene of him breaking through to the Nirvana realm at any time. When the last trace of energy of heaven and earth was about to dissipate completely, the crowd gasped. Suddenly, the energy of heaven and earth that was about to dissipate trembled again. Boom! In an instant, the energy of heaven and earth in the surroundings gathered violently again. The speed at which it gathered was much more terrifying than before. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Crackle! Strange electric arcs appeared in the sky, and the void where the electric arcs fluctuated seemed to be distorted. Almost at the same time, the golden light on Du Xiaofu's body dissipated, and in its place was an ancient white light with an ancient aura. It was like a divine light. Waves of energy of heaven and earth gathered above Du Xiaofu's head. Unlike before, the energy of heaven and earth fell from the energy vortex. Although it enveloped Du Xiaofu, more of it surged into the space between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows. Crackle! The energy of heaven and earth was accompanied by a kind of energy that could fuse with the Yuan spirit in Du Xiaofu's mind. The moment it fused, Du Xiaofu's Yuan spirit in his Naiwen palace began to erupt with a devouring power that could nourish his Yuan spirit. His Yuan spirit was being nourished and strengthened. A warm and carefree feeling also spread from Du Xiaofu's Yuan spirit. This caused the aura on Du Xiaofu's body to rise once again, causing the surrounding sky to tremble. At this moment, an energy fluctuation that was difficult to detect with the naked eye was quietly released from between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows. Finally, it enveloped the sky above the square. For some reason, the beast souls of the weaker members of the great golden-winged Peng clan trembled violently. Soul Symbol Master. That brat is still a soul symbol master. He is breaking through to become an 8-star Nirvana soul symbol master. At the elder seats, an elder dressed in long robes trembled as he exclaimed, breaking through to the Nirvana realm at the same time as Marshal Talisman Dao. Is the Hall Master trying to defy the heavens? Raging Bear King spoke as he stared intently at the square. At this moment, he could also tell what was happening. Not only had the Hall Master broken through to the Nirvana Marshal Honorable Realm, but he was also breaking through to the Soul Symbol Master and Talisman Dao. This ferocious fellow is not letting anyone live. Qin Demon spoke. His white robes were purer than snow, and his figure was straight. The corners of his red lips were slightly curled as he stood there. He looked indescribably otherworldly. However, at this moment, Qin Demon's face was filled with astonishment and shock. Soon after, a bitter smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 1343. Rumble, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky as several faintly visible electric arcs appeared. Walala! As these electric arcs spread out in the sky, the world suddenly rippled like boiling water. At this moment, Jialo Jueju was also alarmed. He looked at the electric arcs caused by Du Xiaofu and revealed a surprised and doubtful expression. Bang! A low, muffled sound suddenly came from Du Xiaofu's body. Immediately, many spatial ripples in the surrounding sky burst open. Boom! An invisible energy swept out in all directions and swept across the sky. It was a vast Yuan spirit, spiritual power. It was like a torrential flood that spread across the world with lightning speed. What a powerful Yuan spirit, spiritual power! Feeling the vast Yuan spirit, spiritual power, the first elder, the second elder, Jialo Changtian, and the others in the elder seats quietly changed their expressions as shock flashed across their eyes. Even the old lady in the sky had a shocked expression on her wrinkled face. Father has broken through to an 8-star Nirvana spiritual symbol master. Beside the old lady, Little Star revealed a smile and was very happy. He has successfully broken through again. Illusion Tiger King and the others looked at the purple-robed figure in the square, who was wrapped in white divine light. A vast and surging Yuan spirit, spiritual power, swept out in all directions like a tide and soared into the sky. The Yuan spirit's spiritual strength seemed to be mixed with a pressure similar to that of a sovereign. At this moment, in the entire great Golden Winged Rock clan, other than the top experts, the rest of the great Golden Winged Rock clan felt an intense Yuan spiritual power pressure. Under that pressure, even the bodies of the great Golden Winged Rock clan could not help but tremble slightly. His physical body is strong, but his Yuan spiritual power is definitely not weaker than his physical body. Jello Kaling looked at the square and muttered softly. She knew how strong that guy's physical body was. Even in the great Golden Winged Rock clan, there were not many disciples who could be compared to him. Now, Jello Kaling could also feel that the soul power of the primordial spirit spreading out from that guy's body was definitely not weaker than his physical body. It was likely that an ordinary 8-star Nirvana symbol master would not be able to compare with the spiritual strength of such a Yuan spirit. Breaking through to the rebirth realm in the martial Tao and breaking through in the talisman Tao as well. This human is truly formidable. Looking at Du Xiaofu on the square and sensing the vast power of the origin spirit that permeated the surroundings, some of the golden-winged great rocks who originally did not take Du Xiaofu seriously felt a change in their hearts. A Nirvana martial saint, an 8-star Nirvana spiritual talisman master, could break it just like that. How powerful was that? Moreover, his terrifying aura and terrifying Yuan spiritual energy caused the surroundings to be shocked. Some of the disciples of the golden-winged great rocks instinctively did not care about humans. However, when they felt the pressure of the vast soul energy of the primordial spirit, they could not help but shudder in fear. He knew that if that Yuan spirit soul energy were to attack them, the consequences could be imagined. Has he successfully broken through to the 8-star Nirvana spiritual talisman master? The zither demon Shangguan Qi looked at Du Xiaofu, who was currently wrapped by the surging spiritual strength, and raised his eyebrows slightly. If an ordinary spiritual talisman master wanted to break through to the 8-star Nirvana stage, there was definitely a chance of failure. At this moment, the advancement of that ferocious fellow, regardless of whether it was the martial Tao or the talisman Tao, was achieved naturally. Everything was incomparably smooth, and no obstruction appeared along the way. It was like a hot knife through butter, causing one to be involuntarily shocked. Rumble, aura surged, and a powerful aura spread out from Du Xiaofu's body in the square. It was many times stronger than the aura on Du Xiaofu's body earlier. The aura slowly weakened, and everything calmed down until the wind blew and the clouds faded. When everything calmed down, a mouthful of turbid air was exhaled from Du Xiaofu's mouth in front of the many shocked and uncertain gazes from the surroundings. Sizzle, sizzle. His tightly shut eyes suddenly opened as he exhaled the turbid air. His eyes were clear, but silver-yellow lightning arcs overflowed, causing one's heart to tremble. Soon after, purple-gold lightning arcs appeared within his eyes. Golden light and purple flame surged, appearing extremely complicated. 8-star Nirvana spiritual talisman master, Nirvana martial sovereign. Feeling the abundant profound qi in his body and the abundant spiritual strength in his Niwen palace, a powerful energy rippled within his body. A smile appeared on the corner of Du Xiaofu's mouth. Du Xiaofu originally only wanted to break through to the Nirvana martial sovereign level in the martial Tao. He did not expect that he would also make another breakthrough in the talisman Tao and step into the Nirvana stage together. The Nirvana stage was the strongest under the domain stage. Back then it was unattainable. Now that he had stepped into both stages and felt everything in his body become stronger, a heroic spirit surged out from Du Xiaofu's heart. Could it be that he was afraid of someone at the same level? Jialo Jimmy, we can fight now. The instant his voice resounded through the clouds, the square suddenly trembled, following which a dazzling golden light soared into the sky. Buzz, wind and thunder resounded, and golden light filled the sky, causing the entire sky to explode with golden light. A terrifying and domineering supreme aura descended, and the surrounding disciples of the golden-winged great rocks, who were not strong enough, trembled in fear. In midair, Everyone watched as the golden wings of the great Pung stretched out behind Du Xiaofu's back. His entire body was wrapped in golden light, incomparably domineering. For many disciples of the golden-winged Great Pung clan, it was their first time seeing Du Xiaofu in action. This scene shocked them. The aura of the clan, the golden wings of the Great Pung, Jello Jumi, looked at Du Xiaofu. His gaze landed on the golden wings of the Great Pung clan behind Du Xiaofu. Feeling the aura of Du Xiaofu's body, ripples appeared in the depths of his pitch-black eyes. You just broke through to the Nirvana martial sovereign level. You overestimate yourself. At the same time, Jello Jumi also made his move. With a sweep of his long sleeve, his palm directly slapped towards Du Xiaofu. As Jello Jumi made his move, his expression was also indifferent, with a faint and sharp chill. He did not take Du Xiaofu seriously at all. A human who had just broken through to the Nirvana martial sovereign level seemed to have some special abilities. However, for Jello Jumi, if it was under normal circumstances, he would not even take a second look at him. Boom! Jello Jumi slapped out with his palm. The mysterious black and gold runes suddenly erupted, transforming into a huge illusory wing of the Great Pung clan that swept across the sky. Accompanied by resplendent and profound runes and power, it instantly spread in front of Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered as golden light surged in his eyes. His 5 fingers bent and a claw directly stretched out from his hand. The 5 claw prints were like golden lightning, with 5 faintly visible dents, revealing a faint pitch-black arc of light, directly grabbing the illusory wing. Chi-la! The two collided, runes erupted, and a terrifying aura surged between the claw print and the wing, destroying the sky and stirring up a terrifying energy frenzy. And under that energy frenzy, Du Xiaofu's figure broke through the sky, the Great Pung clan's golden wings flapping behind him. Hand seals condensed in his hands, and a scarlet cloud dragon and a green-head dragon phantom, like 2 dragons emerging from the sea, roared and rushed towards Jello Jumi. Ayo! Ayo! The dragon rushed out, its aura terrifying. That was Du Xiaofu's beast energy. At this moment, Jello Jumi's pitch-black eyes changed slightly. With a sweep of his sleeve, a large expanse of black and gold runes swept out, converging into 2 lightning bolts, directly destroying Du Xiaofu's scarlet cloud dragon and green-head dragon phantoms. Ayo! Woo! But at the same time, the surrounding beast roared like thunder, and the phantoms of strange beasts circled around him, roaring ferociously. There was the ancient bloodline Huidou, the ancient Tengxi, and the Baianxie. Pressure descended, and with a terrifying momentum, they all pounced towards Jello Jumi. Ayo! Woo! Those ferocious beast phantoms caused the sky to be boundlessly terrifying, and all kinds of runes boiled. Heavens! Just how much beast energy did that human comprehend, and to such an extent? In the square, the experts of the golden-winged Great Pung clan cried out in alarm. The higher the bloodline of the beast race, the harder it was to comprehend. This was a fact that everyone knew. But now that human Du Xiaofu was using beast energy that came from ancient times, shocking everyone present. Break! Those beast phantoms pounced over, fiercely shaking the sky. Jello Jumi's face sank, and with a cold shout, a dazzling black and gold rune erupted from his palm, transforming into a black and gold Great Pung phantom, spiraling and flapping its wings. This Great Pung phantom was deep and had a kind of aura that could destroy all things, looking down on all directions. It immediately caused Huidou, Tengxi, and the other beast phantoms to tremble. Gee! The black golden-winged great rock flapped its wings. With an unstoppable and overbearing manner, it forcefully suppressed and destroyed the beast energy that Du Xiaofu had unleashed. Ayo! A dragon's roar shook the sky, and an azure dragon phantom soared into the sky, carrying a terrifying dragon's might, and fiercely collided with the dark, golden, Great Pung phantom. This was the azure dragon beast energy that Du Xiaofu had comprehended from Dragon Nine's bones and blood essence, and the true azure dragons might spread out in all directions. Rumble! Such a collision caused endless rumbles in the depths of the sky, and the azure dragon phantom and the dark, golden great pung phantom were both annihilated. Chi! Du Xiaofu's figure floated like a god, changing unpredictably. Golden light rose, and the moment the two beast phantoms were annihilated, Du Xiaofu's figure also appeared directly in front of Jialo Jimmy. Suddenly, golden lightning surged in his eyes, sharp and frightening. Tyrannical fist way. With a loud shout, Du Xiaofu's hand seals changed, and golden light enveloped the surroundings, and a tyrannical and fierce aura suddenly swept out. With a shake of his arm, a fist wrapped in golden light blasted out. Chapter 1344. In the depths of Jialo Jimmy's pitch-black eyes, a trace of shock flashed across his face. Amidst the undulating black gold runes, a claw shot out to block the attack. Chi! As the two collided, astonishing energy and resplendent light swept out. Dang dang! As the monstrous energy spread out, Du Xiaofu's body was forced back several steps, covering hundreds of meters in the air. At this moment, Jialo Jimmy's black robes fluttered, his hair danced, and his figure was also drawn back in a straight line. That Du Xiaofu actually blocked Jialo Jimmy's attack. Looking at the commotion in the air, everyone could see that Du Xiaofu and Jialo Jimmy were actually not much different. And in the attack, just now, Du Xiaofu had taken the initiative to attack. It was as fast as lightning, as powerful as thunder, and was incomparably fierce and domineering, faintly suppressing Jialo Jimmy. This made many people's jaws drop, and they were all dumbfounded. In the elder seats, no one said anything. But at this moment, all eyes were fixed on the sky, and there were ripples in their eyes. It was likely that all the elders and protectors were shocked in their hearts at this moment. Huff! Du Xiaofu's chest rose and fell as he took a deep breath, and then exhaled a long breath from his mouth. As he exhaled, Du Xiaofu slowly raised his head, his already golden eyes looking at Jialo Jimmy, his clear eyes gradually sharpening. Just now, Du Xiaofu had already used all his strength. In front of the tyrannical fist, Jialo Jimmy was not injured at all, and had easily blocked it. This made Du Xiaofu's heart heavy. The Jialo Jimmy in front of him was definitely the strongest expert of the same generation he had encountered so far. Even the pure-blooded descendants of dragons, like Dragon 8, Dragon 9, and Dragon 7, could not compare. Du Xiaofu thought that the only person who could be compared to him was the moksha of the devil religion that he had met on Tianhuang mainland. However, he did not know how powerful the moksha was now. As for Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, and Qi Shi, Du Xiaofu didn't know how strong they were, so he couldn't compare them. You're indeed not weak. Granny didn't misjudge you. Among the humans, you're the most talented and strongest person I've ever seen. However, you're still not him. Jialo Jimmy looked at Du Xiaofu with a slight change in his expression. However, from the beginning to the end, he was still indifferent and arrogant. He emitted a terrifying aura, and the pressure of the sovereign beast clan fluctuated slowly, causing the people below to tremble. Even though Du Xiaofu was far away, he was constantly oppressed by Jialo Jimmy's aura. You're not bad either. You're even stronger than Dragon 8 and Dragon 7. However, Dragon 8 and Dragon 7 have already been beaten up. I wonder if you'll be beaten up by me next? Du Xiaofu said. Golden light rippled from his body as he confronted Jialo Jimmy. As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, Jialo Jimmy's black robe fluttered as he stared at Du Xiaofu. At this moment, everyone could feel a monstrous and fierce aura, along with a kind of demonic qi, sweeping out from Jialo Jimmy's body like a storm. At this moment, Jialo Jimmy's pitch-black eyes turned black and gold, exuding a chilling coldness. You're thinking too much. Jialo Jimmy looked at Du Xiaofu seriously for the first time. As he spoke, a monstrous, demonic qi swept out in all directions from his body, causing the sky to suddenly freeze. High up in the sky, two equally tall and extraordinary youths faced each other. One of them had a pair of dazzling golden eyes and was incomparably domineering. The other had a pair of deep black gold eyes and a monstrous demonic chi, incomparably fierce. One was the human clan's demon king, and the other was the beast sovereign. Whether it was in terms of talent or talent, these two youths were peak existences among their peers. You'll know once you try. Du Xiaofu's blood boiled, and his fighting spirit soared. His golden eyes shone brightly, and his nirvana martial venerable cultivation erupted without reservation. His purple robe fluttered, and his exposed skin revealed a purple-gold color. This was the tempering of his divine body, the true Peng realm. The true Peng realm, huh? Interesting. Jialo Jimmy sneered, and the demonic chi in his eyes grew denser. His black robe fluttered, and a strange aura quietly spread out from his body. When his voice fell, Jialo Jimmy's figure strangely disappeared from where he stood. The moment Jialo Jimmy's figure disappeared, Du Xiaofu's golden eyes suddenly widened. To be able to make me go all out, you can be considered qualified to fight with me. As his voice rang out, Jialo Jimmy, who had just disappeared, appeared in front of Du Xiaofu in a flash of lightning. Jialo Jimmy's figure was like a falcon pouncing on its prey. His momentum was like thunder, and a series of afterimages were like lightning. His demonic chi overflowed the sky. So fast! This thought flashed through Du Xiaofu's mind. The speed of the golden-winged Peng clan was already unprecedented, and at this moment Jialo Jimmy's speed was even more extraordinary. Jialo Jimmy's speed was so fast that even Du Xiaofu, with his keen soul strength, found it difficult to detect him in advance. His figure drifted like a god, changing unpredictably, using the wave-like carefree steps. Du Xiaofu's body immediately retreated in a wonderful arc, chi, and just as Du Xiaofu's figure was retreating, his speed was blocked and the surrounding space solidified. Jialo Jimmy's aura affected the solidified space. His palm was wrapped in black gold runes, and he clenched his palm into a fist. Wherever his fist passed, the space exploded one after another, and he directly blasted towards Du Xiaofu's chest. At this moment, Jialo Jimmy's attack, whether it was power or speed, was several times faster than before. It was even more fierce and cunning. The moment Jialo Jimmy attacked, it was obvious that he was definitely a ruthless person who had experienced hundreds of battles. He must have been honed in these years outside, which was something that other golden-winged Peng clan's peers did not possess. Chi! Du Xiaofu quickly retreated, the Peng golden wings on his back flapping. But Jialo Jimmy's speed was even faster, and he instantly arrived at Du Xiaofu's chest. In front of that terrifying fist, Du Xiaofu's gaze suddenly darkened. His body sank in a straight line, using a stiff and unsightly posture, but he had effectively avoided Jialo Juixi's fist. Humph! Jialo Jimmy snorted, and his figure suddenly stopped. His foot stomped on the air, and bright runes gushed out from the sole of his foot as he directly stepped towards Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's figure sank, and a foot wrapped in dark golden runes stepped down like lightning. Boom! Jialo Jimmy's fierce and domineering foot rapidly enlarged in Du Xiaofu's raised eyes. In an instant, it was less than 10 feet above his head, and the surrounding space was still solidifying. In an instant, Du Xiaofu's hands formed hand seals with lightning speed. Numerous afterimages flew out, and the profound energy in his body was like a torrential flood as it followed the hand seals and condensed into a resplendent golden palm seal. The golden palm floated above the palm, and a powerful energy pressure spread out from it, causing the surrounding space to violently tremble. Xiaoyang seal. Du Xiaofu raised his palm to meet it, and in a flash, it fiercely collided with Jialo Jimmy's foot. An earth-shattering voice suddenly resounded in the sky, Rumble! In an instant, terrifying rune energy ripples swept out like stormy waves. At the center of the energy storm, the surrounding space seemed to have collapsed, creating a huge, pitch-black hole. Chi, 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 chi! Du Xiaofu's body tilted and fell, and finally landed heavily on the square. His feet staggered backwards, and with every step he took, the seal on the square began to crack. Chi, chi, chi! Jello Jimmy's body was blocked by Du Xiaofu's Xiaoyang seal and only paused for a moment. His body was wrapped in bright golden runes, and his body swooped down and a claw stretched out. In front of the claw, 5 fierce and domineering auras quietly spread out, accompanied by demonic energy. In an instant, the claw directly pressed towards Du Xiaofu. The claw enveloped his head, and the invisible force distorted the void. It instantly descended, and a large area of space under the claw froze. Boom! Du Xiaofu raised his head, and his feet fiercely stomped on the ground. The square under his feet cracked like a spider web. His hand seals changed rapidly, and a terrifying aura spread out from his body, shaking the void like the roar of wind and thunder. The aura surged and shook the void. At the same time, Du Xiaofu raised his head, and a loud roar came from his mouth, like a dragon roaring in the 9 heavens, like a divine elephant trumpeting. Ayo! Under this loud roar, sound waves swept out like a tsunami, surging in all directions, causing the surrounding world to tremble violently. Ayo! 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 Suddenly, the entire void rumbled and countless loud roars echoed, like thunder from the 9 heavens resounding through the world. It was so shocking that it made one's heart tremble in fear. Rumble! In an instant, the surging sound waves were accompanied by a ripple of golden rune energy, like a vast ocean surging and spreading. Wave after wave of sound waves soared into the sky, layer by layer, sweeping over Jello Jimmy's claw. These sound waves contained a kind of martial arts, accompanied by an attack that affected the soul. When they collided with Jello Jimmy's claw, it began to shatter, causing the space to boil. Ka-ka! The claw was shattered by the sound waves, and under the terrifying soul attack contained in the sound waves, Jello Jimmy had no choice but to retreat. Chi! But the moment the latter's figure retreated, a bolt of energy in his hand, like a bolt of lightning, fell towards Du Xiaofu. The first few reader groups are already full. Si Tong has opened a new group called Martial God's World, group number 477107565. Everyone can join. Xiao, you will occasionally appear in group, but he is not allowed to bully me in the group. Boom! The energy bolt fell on Du Xiaofu's body, and a muffled explosion sounded. Waves of resplendent black gold energy ripples immediately spread out in a circular manner from the plaza that was buffed, causing the surrounding plaza to shake and the mountains to shake. Under the shocked and dazed gazes of many, the space exploded. But Du Xiaofu's body did not bleed at all, and his figure strangely disappeared. Chi! When Du Xiaofu's figure reappeared, he had already flapped his wings and appeared in midair, golden light shining brightly as he stood in the air. Chapter 1345. What a strong brat! 5th Elder Jello Yuantu exclaimed from the elder seats. He had never imagined that Du Xiaofu would be able to fight with Jello Juexiao to such an extent. That fierce battle just now, whether it was in terms of speed or power, was the pinnacle of their generation. It could practically become a model for the younger generation. The other elders and protectors did not say anything, but from the stunned expressions on their faces, the shock in their hearts was absolutely no less than 5th Elder Jello Yuantu's. The square was silent, all eyes fixed on the scene. Some of the extraordinary youths of the younger generation, such as Jello Juekong, were even more shocked at this moment. Originally, the battle between Jello Juexiao and Jello Ju had been the fiercest and most domineering suppression from the start. The goal was more to defeat the opponent in the most domineering way. However, the battle between Du Xiaofu and Jello Juexiao just now was more of a swift and fierce battle. Those who had not experienced hundreds of battles would not be able to react in time. No matter how strong they would still be at a disadvantage. In contrast, the battle between Jialo Juyu and Jialo Juexiao was like two strong men smashing boulders against each other. They completely suppressed each other with absolute strength, fierce and domineering. And the battle between Du Xiaofu and Jialo Juexiao was the complete opposite. It lacked the fierceness, but was more fierce and cunning. That kind of battle that was as fast as lightning, cunning and vicious, might not be as shocking as the battle between Jialo Juexiao and Jialo Juyu in terms of visual impact, but the degree of danger was far higher, containing danger at all times. It was not difficult for some of the experts of the great Golden Winged Peng clan to see that Jialo Juexiao wanted to use the most effortless method to defeat Du Xiaofu. Jialo Juexiao could not tolerate using his true body against a human. However, Jialo Juelia did not manage to do so in the end. The human Du Xiaofu had exceeded his expectations, as well as everyone's expectations. He had completely blocked Jialo Juelia's swift, fierce, and even vicious attacks. This result caused the hearts of some of the younger generation of golden-winged rocks to tremble fiercely. They knew that if they had been the ones dealing with the Jialo Jumi just now, they definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand a single round. Interesting, but it can end now. Jialo Jumi spoke again as he watched Du Xiaofu step by step across the sky. Around him, dazzling black and gold runes erupted. Everything happened unbelievably fast. In the blink of an eye, Jialo Jueme's figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. Dazzling black and gold runes spread out from his body like lightning, finally turning into a terrifying black and gold vortex of light that appeared in the surroundings. Rumble! Within that terrifying black and gold vortex, a huge suction force erupted, instantly enveloping the surrounding space and also enveloping Du Xiaofu, intending to drag Du Xiaofu into it. The phantom of a golden-winged rock faintly soared out from the energy vortex. Very powerful. In the blink of an eye, Du Xiaofu's expression changed. The power surging out of that terrifying vortex contained a familiar aura. It was the will of the golden-winged rock supreme beast. Peng descends to the ninth heaven. At this moment, Du Xiaofu suddenly raised his head, and the golden wings of the rock behind him suddenly swept out. Peng descends to the ninth heaven. Dazzling golden light erupted. At the same time, Du Xiaofu also activated Peng descends to the ninth heaven, carrying the domineering will of the golden-winged rock race. Crash! The two supreme beasts of the golden-winged rock race confronted each other. There wasn't too much of a sonic boom, but a surging dazzling light constantly emitted, spreading out an astonishing pressure. The black and gold rune vortex grew larger and larger, and the energy gushing out from it also became more and more terrifying, wanting to suppress Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's entire body surged with golden light, and the golden wings of the rock behind him opened and closed wide, sweeping across the sky. A powerful suppression force swept out, and his aura swept across the sky, resisting and trying to break free. A series of dazzling runes burst out in midair, and the two collided. The pressure swept out, and the surrounding heaven and earth trembled, and a large area of space rippled and shattered. But in the end, not too long later, Du Xiaofu fell into a disadvantage. Both of them activated Peng descends to the ninth heaven, but the Jialo Jumi had the upper hand and was gradually swallowed up by the energy vortex. The golden runes on Du Xiaofu's golden rock wings were worn down and dimmed. Tiny cracks began to appear on Du Xiaofu's body under the terrible pressure, and pale golden blood seeped out. After all, Du Xiaofu has just broken through to the Nirvana Martial Saint Realm, and the Jialo Jumi is already at the peak of the Nirvana Martial Saint Realm, and could have broken through to the Beast region long ago. Besides, the human race can't compare to our race. He's already done his best. An old elder sighed. He was already shocked by Du Xiaofu, but compared to the Jalo Jumi, this result was within everyone's expectations. How could a human who had just broken through to the Nirvana Martial Saint realm be a match for the Jalo Jumi? Jalo Changtian looked at the sky without speaking, and his eyes flickered slightly. Now it's all over. An indifferent voice entered Du Xiaofu's ears, causing Du Xiaofu's pupils to shrink slightly, and a feeling of unease welled up in his heart. At the same time, a resplendent black gold palm print seemed to rush out of the energy vortex, and with the momentum of a thunderbolt, it slammed into Du Xiaofu's body. Boom! Du Xiaofu's chest thundered, and his entire body trembled. His aura fluctuated violently, and a mouthful of blood bubbled up from his chest, violently spurting out from his mouth. The black gold palm print fell, but that was far from it. Immediately after, several fist prints were incomparably fierce, vicious, and ferocious. Accompanied by surging demonic qi, they landed on Du Xiaofu's chest as fast as lightning. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds exploded from Du Xiaofu's chest, and a mouthful of blood was spat out from Du Xiaofu's mouth. In an instant, the faint, golden blood on Du Xiaofu's body seeped into his purple robes, and where the robes exploded, his body cracked and bloody holes appeared. Bang! Du Xiaofu's body fell from the sky like a meteorite, heavily crashing into the ground of the square. Crack, crack! Where he landed, the reinforced ground of the square began to crack. Whoosh! This sudden change caused an uproar to erupt from the surroundings. Du Xiaofu's defeat seemed to be within everyone's expectations, but at this moment, everyone was very surprised. Could it be that Du Xiaofu is going to be defeated in the end? The gazes of many golden-winged rocks changed slightly. In front of Jalo Juyu, even Jalo Juyu had been defeated, so Du Xiaofu would not be able to escape defeat in the end. The Temple Master won't be defeated, right? Seeing Du Xiaofu charging down, Wild Bear King was immediately worried. The Temple Master won't be defeated so easily. The Temple Master's physical body is not simple. It's not enough for him to be defeated. Little Ing Ing said to Wild Bear King. He had personally experienced the Temple Master's physical body. Wild Bear King was stunned. He naturally knew that the Temple Master's physical body was tyrannical, but he was still worried. He muttered, but with Jalo Juyu's attack, I'm afraid that an ordinary Nirvana Martial Venerable would have been completely destroyed. The Temple Master's physical body is not something an ordinary Nirvana Martial Venerable can compare to. In terms of physical body, I'm afraid that he is at least not weaker than Jalo Juyu. Gue Che, who rarely spoke, had his eyes fixed on the falling figure in the square. He knew how powerful Jalo Juyu was, but he also had confidence in Du Xiaofu. Just as Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King and the others were discussing, the figure in the square slowly stood up. The golden wings on his back flapped, stirring up a cloud of dust. Du Xiaofu's mouth was dripping with blood, and the bloody hole in his chest was covered with strange purple-gold electric arcs. Then, under the shocked gazes of the surrounding people, the bloody hole in Du Xiaofu's chest slowly healed. The small cracks on his body also strangely healed. This strange change stunned the eyes of the elders. Clearly, the physical body of the golden-winged Great Pongbird clan did not have such a strange effect. Puff! Du Xiaofu spat out the remaining blood in his mouth onto the square. Then he looked at Jalo Juyu in the air and curled the corners of his mouth. Faint golden blood hung at the corner of his mouth, making his face look even more ferocious. Not a bad physical body. In the air, Jalo Jumi spoke indifferently. However, at this moment, his pitch-black eyes narrowed slightly. He was well aware of how much power he had used just now. If an ordinary Nirvana Martial Sovereign was hit by his attack, he would definitely explode. However, the former did not seem to be affected much. You are indeed very strong. Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked at Jalo Ju, a bitter smile appearing on his face. This was the first time he had suffered such a serious injury in a fight with someone of the same generation. Let's see if your body is strong enough to protect you. As his voice faded, Jialuju once again strangely appeared in front of Du Xiaofu, and a terrifying supreme being aura froze the space. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. Golden light surged as he used the wave-like, free footwork and rapidly retreated. Too slow. Jialuju followed like a shadow. Like a maggot in the bone, a claw reached out, shattering the ripples in the void and grabbing at Du Xiaofu's chest. Du Xiaofu avoided his chest, but the claw changed and landed directly on Du Xiaofu's shoulder, tearing the space apart. Swish! The purple robe on Du Xiaofu's shoulder was torn apart, dripping with blood. A piece of flesh on his shoulder was also torn apart, almost revealing deep white bones. Bang! Jialuju took the opportunity to close in. His fist was like thunder, and once again landed on Du Xiaofu's chest. A bright rune gushed out, and a huge force swept in. Chapter 1346. With a muffled thud, Du Xiaofu's body once again fell to the ground, shaking the earth and mountains as he spat out pale, golden blood. Chi! At the same time, Jialuju's figure did not stop at all. His figure swooped down as fast as lightning, and the claw in his hand erupted with a dazzling black and gold light that pierced through space. The claw mark distorted the void as a supreme power surged along with the demonic aura. Under the terrifying power, Jialuju's claw mark swooped down on Du Xiaofu. Even the ground around Du Xiaofu's body exploded with a series of rapid cracking sounds, accompanied by the sharp sound of breaking wind, like the howling of a gale. Everyone in the surrounding square frowned, worried that Du Xiaofu, who had been injured again, would not be able to resist Jialuju's full strength. But at this moment, the gazes of many elders and protectors in the elders' seats were somewhat nervous and expectant. At this moment, they hoped that Du Xiaofu could win. If Jialuju won, the consequences would be unimaginable. Under the nervous gazes of the crowd, Du Xiaofu also began to move at the same time. His body flew up rapidly, the golden wings of the rock burst with golden light, and a low voice came out from his mouth. Holy shit, he's really strong! Chi! In a flash, Du Xiaofu's golden light flashed, drifting like a deity, changing unpredictably. His figure once again disappeared in an incomparably mysterious and unpredictable way at the last moment when the claw print was about to collapse from above. This was Du Xiaofu's wave-treading free steps combined with the speed of the golden-winged Great Peng clan. This speed was absolutely like a ghost, as fast as lightning. For a long time, there had been very few people who could compare with Du Xiaofu in terms of speed at the same cultivation level. Du Xiaofu escaped once more, escaping from the Jialuju's claw print that distorted space. The Jialuju's claw print landed on the square. Immediately, the thousands of meters of rune array seals on the square were torn apart. Dozens of layers of rune array seals swept out in all directions, the power of destruction overwhelming the entire square. What a fast and strange speed! Seeing that Du Xiaofu had actually managed to escape again in his panic and avoid that fierce attack, some of the elders and protectors of the golden-winged great rocks were surprised. This kind of speed was definitely not something that could be completely avoided just by being fast. Du Xiaofu's kind of speed was not only fast, but also unpredictable and incomparably mysterious. Once again, Jialuju's face sank even more as his attack missed. Originally, Jialuju had never really taken a human seriously, but now that they were exchanging blows, he was gradually shocked. Humph! With a low snort, Jialuju once again pounced forward, like lightning from a low altitude. That's the only way. Seeing Jialuju pouncing straight at him, Du Xiaofu's face twitched. Gritting his teeth, the soles of his feet flickered with golden light. Borrowing the power of the golden-winged great rocks on his back, he immediately turned into a golden rainbow, leaving behind afterimages as he fled unpredictably over the square. "Hey, what is that human doing?" Looking at the fleeing Du Xiaofu, the elders of the golden-winged great rocks, Jialo Changtian, Jialo Kaling, the great elder, and the others, even Gui Che, Phantom Tiger King, Guqin Devil, and the others were puzzled. At this moment, Du Xiaofu seemed to be rapidly condensing hand seals in his hands as he ran. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was condensing his trump card and did not dare to leap into the sky. That was because, in the air, the advantage of the wave-surfing freedom steps was much weaker in front of Jialo Jimmy. On the square, the carefree ripple steps, which was unpredictable and as swift as a god, would be able to display its full potential. "You can't escape." A sharp and gloomy voice resounded through the square. After a long battle, Jialo Jimmy's indifferent expression changed. His state of mind was gradually affected and became more violent and fierce. The moment his voice fell, his energy finally fell on Du Xiaofu's back again. Bang! The black gold energy fell, but was blocked by the golden-winged great rocks behind Du Xiaofu. Golden light overflowed, revealing faint traces of cracks. Dang dang! A huge wave of energy hit his body, causing him to stagger forward. Puff! Du Xiaofu's face was pale, and he spat out blood. However, he did not dare to relax, and used the momentum to push his speed to the extreme. Rumble! At the same time, Jialo Jimmy's claw fell again. Du Xiaofu quickly escaped. The claw fell on the ground behind him. Under the violent, destructive power, Du Xiaofu's qi and blood were in turmoil. The hand seal, condensed in his hand, seemed to be affected a lot, but then it stabilized. Damn it! How can this guy be so fast? Du Xiaofu's face was pale, and he muttered curses. However, he did not dare to stop. The keen power of his spirit was spying on the movements of Jialo Jimmy behind him. The speed of the wave-surfing freedom steps was at the extreme. The hand seal in his hand was also quickly condensing. A golden and silver-white energy diffused from his palm and then merged together. Walala! At the same time, a silver-black light energy once again gushed out from Du Xiaofu's palm and converged toward the golden and silver-white energy that had just gathered. Boom! When the three kinds of energy were about to merge together, Du Xiaofu's body suddenly felt like a bomb was about to explode. His body stagnated, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of pale golden blood. I don't want to. I must succeed. Otherwise, I'll be in big trouble. Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth. The arrow was already knocked on the bowstring. He had no way out now. Golden light erupted under his feet, and the golden wings on his back flapped. His figure continued to flee around the square like a ghost. Bang, bang, bang. On the square, a series of terrifying attacks resounded. Dazzling black and gold runes erupted, and a monstrous demonic aura filled the sky. Jialo Jimmy's fierce attacks constantly fell on the square behind Du Xiaofu, causing the square to be overturned and dust to fly, and many places to be cracked. Although Jialo Jimmy was fast, his speed could be said to be even faster than Du Xiaofu's. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu's ethereal and unpredictable body movements had greatly affected Jialo Jimmy. Every time Du Xiaofu's figure fell into Jialo Jimmy's attack, he would be strangely avoided in an instant. It could be said that, if not for his unpredictable and ethereal body movements, Du Xiaofu would have been tortured even more miserably at this moment. Of course, this was also because Du Xiaofu's spirit was powerful and could keenly spy on Jialo Jimmy's every move. Otherwise, he would not have been able to escape. It could be said that at this moment, Du Xiaofu could still barely hold on because of his extremely fast speed, the ethereal carefree steps, and the powerful and keen spirit power. None of them could be missing. Around the square, everyone was dumbfounded at this moment. Under the gazes of the crowd, Du Xiaofu's figure was like a ghost, barely escaping from danger. Although he was in a sorry state like a bear, under the increasingly violent and ruthless attacks of the Jialo Jimmy, he was barely able to resist. That guy is good at escaping, Seeing Du Xiaofu's escaping speed and unpredictability at this moment, many of the golden-winged, great Pungbird clan's disciples sighed in admiration. No matter what, this was definitely a method. It's getting worse and worse. However, for those super experts, Zi Xian, Jialo Kailing, Jialo Changtian, the Great Elder, Little Xingxing, Gui Che, Chinamo, and the others, their gazes began to become more and more solemn. They could see that Du Xiaofu's situation was getting worse and worse. Bang, 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 bang. A series of muffled sounds rang out in the square. Although Du Xiaofu was able to avoid them by a hair's breadth, the impact of the energy waves hit Du Xiaofu's body fiercely every time, causing Du Xiaofu to be greatly affected. The aura on Du Xiaofu's body became more and more dispirited, and the golden light on the golden pung wings on his back became dimmer. However, under such circumstances, there were three kinds of light gradually converging on Du Xiaofu's body. The space in front of him began to distort in a strange arc, and a terrifying aura was gradually emitted. That human seems a little strange. Du Xiaofu's actions could not escape the prying eyes of the surrounding experts. When they felt the aura that was being emitted from Du Xiaofu's body, their gazes became solemn. There seems to be a terrifying aura on his body that is increasing. What kind of trump card is that? Jialo Kailing's beautiful eyes darkened slightly. She also felt an extremely terrifying aura on Du Xiaofu's body that was getting stronger and stronger. At the back of the square, Jialo Juixi seemed to have also felt the aura on Du Xiaofu's body become more and more terrifying. His figure instantly stopped as he stared at Du Xiaofu, who was escaping like a ghost in front of him. At this moment, his brows were slightly furrowed on his gloomy face. Chi! Almost at the same time, Du Xiaofu's body, which was escaping like a ghost, also stopped in the square and suddenly turned around. Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly and looked at Jialo Juixi in front of him. The purple robe on his body had long been soaked in blood. On his pale face, the corners of his mouth were dripping with blood, and the arc of his smile was extremely ferocious. Chapter 1347. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. At this moment, Jialo Jumi, Jialo Changtian, Jialo Kailing, First Elder, Zixian, Little Xingxing, Guqin Demon, Jialo Juyu, and the others all had their eyes fixed on Du Xiaofu's slightly lowered right palm. At this moment, a mass of energy covered Du Xiaofu's right palm, forming a handprint. This handprint was of three colors: gold, black, and silver. It was crystal clear and full of runes. This sparkling and translucent three-colored handprint was rather calm. However, at this moment, everyone could feel a heart-palpitating fluctuation spreading out from within the handprint. It caused even martial domain realm cultivators to feel their hearts palpitating. What kind of martial skill is this? Why is it so terrifying? What a strange martial skill. It seems to contain a kind of martial way. It doesn't seem to be just one kind of martial way. There are at least three kinds of martial ways. The expressions of the surrounding experts changed. They could vaguely feel how terrifying Du Xiaofu's handprint was. That kind of terrifying energy fluctuation caused even the First Elder, Jialo Changtian, and the other super experts to waver in their eyes. Looking at the strange three-colored energy rune handprint in Du Xiaofu's hand, Jialo Jumi's eyes twitched. His gloomy face trembled violently at this moment. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's lips curled up savagely. This was an attack formed by the superposition of the Shaoyang seal, Taiyin seal, and Shaoyin seal. Back then, Du Xiaofu had used Dragon 8 to exchange for a Qingquan bag from Long Feng and Long Bao. It was an extremely ordinary but strange stone wall. Long Feng, Long Bao, and the other dragons didn't know what the stone wall was, but Du Xiaofu's mind probed the Qingquan bag and immediately agreed to release Dragon 8. Others didn't know what the stone wall was, but Du Xiaofu knew it best. It was the stone wall that hid the Xuanhuan 4-elephant seal. He didn't know where Long Feng and Long Bao had gotten it, To Du Xiaofu, that stone tablet was definitely a precious treasure that could only be encountered by chance. Not long ago, in the desolate ancient space, Du Xiaofu had also comprehended the stone wall and obtained the second seal of the Xuanhuan four-elephant seal, the Shaoyin seal. However, this was his first time condensing the third seal. With 3 seals stacked on top of each other, the power of the 2 seals would increase exponentially. However, it would undoubtedly be much more difficult to fuse them together. Du Xiaofu had almost failed just now and almost suffered a backlash. Fortunately, he had succeeded in the end. Being chased by Jialo Juexiao like a bear, Du Xiaofu did not feel good. He had never been in such a sorry state among his peers. Even when Du Xiaofu had killed Dragon 9, he hadn't been in such a sorry state. This was enough to prove how terrifying Jialo Jueme was. Of course, Du Xiaofu also knew that Jialo Jueme was now at the peak of the Nirvana stage of the Beast region, while he had just broken through to the Nirvana stage. Although they seemed to be on the same level, there was only a small gap between them. However, when it came to the Nirvana stage, this gap was comparable to the gap between his cultivation and Dragon 9's. Moreover, with Long Jiu's talent, although he was also a supreme beast and had a terrifying talent, compared to Jialo Jumi, it was still not enough. You motherfucker, you've chased me for so long. Isn't it very satisfying? Now it's my turn. Looking at Jialo Jueme, Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and grinned savagely. Without any hesitation, the 3-colored, dazzling handprint on his right palm directly cut through space and slammed towards Jialo Jueme. Boom! The handprint expanded in the wind, and the runes shone brightly. The 3-colored runes contained a terrifying destructive power. The destructive power overflowed and spread, causing Jialo Jueme's face to darken. Gee, it was too late. As Jialo Jueme rapidly retreated, a black gold rune golden-winged rock phantom enveloped his body. Everything happened as fast as lightning. The 3-colored handprint had already landed on the black gold golden-winged rock phantom around Jialo Jueme and exploded. Boom! The 3-colored handprint exploded, causing the entire square to tremble. The earth quaked and the mountains swayed. The air trembled violently. Crack, 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 cracked the square, which had been cracked by the battle between Jialo Juyu and Jialo Jueme, was now filled with a series of cracking sounds. The ground of the square was shattered into fine powder. Large pieces of sand and stones were sent flying. The space was in chaos. An energy storm swept out in all directions, sweeping up large pieces of rock like a tornado. The terrifying impact caused a pitch-black circle of light to appear above the square. It was like a black hole that swallowed everything before gradually disappearing. In the chaotic space of the square, it was difficult to see what was going on. The gazes outside the square had long been dumbfounded and frightened. Under the terrifying 3-colored handprint, such a terrifying destructive power was created almost in the blink of an eye. A large area of the square, which was supported by seal restrictions and talisman arrays, was almost instantly destroyed. Such a terrifying destructive power caused many of the supermasters present to turn pale. Under such a destructive power, cultivators with sufficient strength could feel that an ordinary peak Nirvana beast venerable would be seriously injured, if not killed. A weaker Nirvana martial venerable would almost be blown to pieces. There was no doubt that they would die. So strong. At this moment, many disciples of the Golden-Winged Rock clan instinctively retreated a little. When the destructive power swept out, they gasped and were shocked. Jialo Juyu and Jialo Juekong, who had been silently watching the battle in the square, looked at the destructive power in the center of the square. Their eyes trembled fiercely. How can that human Du Xiaofu have such a terrifying martial skill? It's too strong. Can Jialo Juekong withstand it? At this moment, even some disciples of the Golden-Winged Rock clan began to worry for Jialo Juekong. The palm that Du Xiaofu had used just now was really too terrifying. The energy wind dissipated, and the chaotic square gradually became clear. Du Xiaofu's figure also appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Looking at the purple-robed figure, the golden-winged rock talisman on his back was dim, and the aura on his body was extremely weak. But the figure was deeply shocked in everyone's eyes. At this moment, no disciple of the golden-winged rock clan felt that the purple-robed youth was insignificant. A human Nirvana Martial Venerable, who had just broken through to the Nirvana Martial Venerable realm, was so terrifying that even the real golden-winged rock was shocked. Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly, his face as pale as ash. This was the first time that Du Xiaofu had used the 3 superimposed mysterious 4 images seal. The power of the 3 superimposed seal shocked him. It could be said that the 3 superimposed mysterious 4 images seal's power was far stronger than the tyrannical fist path and the tyrannical energy path. However, the way of the tyrannical fist, way of the tyrannical chi, and the others were all extremely profound and vast. As he comprehended them, his power could increase exponentially. It was hard for Du Xiaofu to say how strong he would become in the future. Gulp! Then Du Xiaofu immediately took out a large amount of spiritual herbs and elixirs from his Qinkuan bag and stuffed them into his mouth without hesitation. The consumption just now was too terrifying. It was much more terrifying than the consumption of the tyrannical fist path and the tyrannical fist path. It could be said that the 3 superimposed mysterious 4 images seal's consumption was almost going to exhaust Du Xiaofu's huge divine watchtower. Du Xiaofu didn't have the confidence to completely deal with Jialo Jimmy by relying on the 3 superimposed mysterious 4 images seal. It was better to recover quickly. Jialo Jimmy was really abnormally strong. Du Xiaofu had guessed correctly. As he chewed on the elixirs and pills in his mouth, a black figure slowly appeared in the dissipating energy storm. The surrounding golden-winged great rock's illusory figure had disappeared. Under the gazes of the many people present, it appeared clearly. He resisted it. Looking at the black figure, the increasingly clear face appeared in everyone's eyes, causing the surrounding people's faces to change in surprise. Who else could it be but Jialo Jimmy? Looking at Jialo Jimmy's current appearance, everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. At this moment, Jialo Jimmy's black clothes were tattered and his hair was disheveled. His aura seemed to be somewhat chaotic. There was a faint trace of blood on Jialo Jimmy's face. It was unknown whether he was injured or not, but he looked extremely miserable. Damn, there's no need to be so strong. When Du Xiaofu saw Jialo Jimmy, the expression on his face suddenly stiffened. He then smiled bitterly and cursed inwardly. Du Xiaofu knew that he had already gone all out, but Jialo Jimmy, that terrifying guy, had actually withstood it. He only looked a little miserable, and at most he had suffered some minor injuries. "Grandma!" Little Xingxing looked down at the sky. When he saw Jialo Jimmy's figure appear again, the old lady's little hand couldn't help but exert some force. "You're going to use your full strength." The expression on the old lady's wrinkled face didn't change much. She pulled little Xingxing to her side and quietly watched the battle in the field. Jialo Jimmy's figure slowly walked out. His jet-black deep eyes were fixed on Du Xiaofu's body. They were as sharp as a blade, and the demonic aura began to surge out. A low voice came from his mouth. "Boy, I have indeed changed my opinion of you. To be able to make me use my true body, you are the second human among my peers." "Chi!" As his voice faded, a monstrous black and gold light suddenly swept out from his body, and his body suddenly swelled. Chapter 1348. G. In the next instant, a dazzling dark golden light soared into the sky, covering it. A dark golden rock appeared, its wingspan spanning 1,000 zhang, covering the sky and the earth. A terrifying pressure descended, causing the world to tremble. It was Jialo Juexiao's true body. Its pitch-black eyes were like 2 black holes as it looked down, causing one's heart to palpitate as if it could devour one's soul. Jialo Juexiao was actually forced to use his true body. Many golden winged rock disciples stared at Jialo Juexiao's terrifying true body. Even Jialo Juyu was no match for it, but Jialo Juexiao had also used his true body against Du Xiaofu. This was enough to prove how terrifying that human Du Xiaofu was. Kid, it's all over now. Jialo Juexiao's pitch-black eyes flashed with a sharp chill. Behind his dark golden body, dark golden light suddenly surged, and runes began to flow. A pressure that soared into the sky exploded, and 27 dazzling feathers wrapped in dark golden light appeared on his body. Those were 27 true rock feathers. Jialo Juexiao had already used them in his battle with Jialo Juyu. Although Jialo Juexiao had taken away Jialo Juyu's 9 true rock feathers, he had not refined them yet. At this moment, he could only use the 27 true rock feathers he had refined. Oh my god, Jialo Jumi is really angry. 27 true rock feathers. Jialo Juexiao wants to kill that Du Xiaofu in one fell swoop. But at this moment, seeing Jialo Juexiao use his true body and use 27 true rock feathers in one go, the expressions of the elders, protectors, and all the golden winged rock disciples changed. Even Jialo Changtian and the old lady's eyes flashed with a golden light, like lightning. Zixuan looked at the 27 true rock feathers in the air, her purple eyes quietly surging with a gorgeous color. Swish, 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 swish. 27 feathers wrapped in black and gold light flew out. Under the control of the Jialo Jumi, they seemed to have turned into 27 battle spears, causing the space to ripple and the wind to howl. High up in the sky, the clouds surged. 27 feather spears, resplendent like lightning, pierced through the air, powerful and intimidating. Gee! The 27 feathered spears seemed indestructible as they carried the golden rock along with them. An illusory phenomenon appeared, and it was terrifyingly powerful as it instantly flashed towards Du Xiaofu. At this moment, no matter who it was, they couldn't help but gasp for Du Xiaofu. With the power of Jialo Jumi's 20 true rock feathers, even a cultivator at the initial stage of the martial domain would have to avoid it. They wouldn't dare to face it head-on. Once they were swept up, the consequences could be imagined. Chi! At the same time, Du Xiaofu also moved. The moment his figure retreated, the rock flapped its golden wings and continued to leap into the air. Starting from his body, the space suddenly began to tremble, and a monstrous aura gushed out. At the same time, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from Du Xiaofu's right palm like a divine light. Awoo! The dazzling light spread out from the talisman runes, and the faint roars of dragons and tigers, as well as the cries of birds and turtles, resounded throughout this part of the world. Boom! The sound wave shook one's soul, accompanied by bursts of wind and thunder, as if ghosts were crying and gods were howling from the void. Du Xiaofu stood in the air, the rock wings on his back flapping. The light in his hand grew brighter and brighter, causing all the gazes around the square to fall on Du Xiaofu's body. Everyone could feel that there was a terrifying aura that was about to burst out from the right hand of that tall and straight figure. Awoo! In a short moment, the sky was filled with purple gold light from Du Xiaofu's right palm. The purple gold heavenly tower was born, and the god of all weapons was Peerless in the sky. At this moment, the dazzling talisman runes soared into the sky from the purple gold heavenly tower, and a dazzling light erupted like a suppressed volcano. The sound waves were like wind and thunder, and the cries of ghosts and gods were like the roars of gods and demons. The divine weapon was entirely purple gold, with the bones of a tiger and the body of a dragon. It was like a heavenly phoenix flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. It was like a red phoenix facing the sun, crossing the 9 heavens, and the surrounding space was distorted and shattered. This terrifying power caused all the gazes below to tremble violently, and their gazes fell on the purple gold heavenly tower in Du Xiaofu's hand as if they had been electrocuted. Do you really think that I'm a pushover? Du Xiaofu shouted, and the purple gold heavenly tower in his hand flew out. The birth of a peerless divine weapon, the roars of dragons and tigers, and the cries of birds and turtles. Awoo! At the same time, from the purple gold heavenly tower, within the dazzling purple gold runes, an azure dragon, a white tiger, a phoenix, and a black tortoise appeared. The appearance of the four beasts caused the space around them to collapse, and a terrifying aura descended upon the entire space, causing one's soul to tremble. The four beasts roared, and the astonishing pressure became even more shocking. The aura of a peerless divine weapon spread out and directly occupied the sky, blocking the 27 feathers of the Jialo beasts. The terrifying aura of the four beasts surged in all directions, covering the sky and the earth, causing many of the disciples of the golden-winged great rocks to tremble. What a powerful divine weapon! So that human Du Xiaofu has such a treasure on him. The gazes around the square were shocked. That divine weapon was terrifying, and accompanied by a terrifying sword aura, streaks of sword light flew out, causing cracks to appear on the surface of the ripples in the space. The cracks spread across the sky one after another, intertwining like a spider web. At this moment, looking at the purple gold heavenly tower that Du Xiaofu had suddenly summoned, Jialo Beast's eyes slightly surged. He flapped his wings, and the 27 feathers transformed into a dazzling spear, piercing through the air and piercing the four beasts' phantoms, intending to destroy them with a mighty aura. The purple gold heavenly tower was very strong, but the 27 feathers of the true rock seemed to be even stronger, gradually suppressing the four beasts' phantoms. The feathers of the true rock were extraordinary. They were treasures among treasures, and could be considered one of the treasures of the golden-winged great rocks. For countless years, there were only 9 feathers of the true rock in the golden-winged great rocks. And now, Jialo beasts had activated a total of 27 feathers of the true rock. How terrifying! Pucci! At the same time that the 4 beast phantoms on the purple gold heavenly tower were suppressed, Du Xiaofu was also greatly affected. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of pale golden blood, and a huge pressure wreaked havoc in his body. At the same time that he spat out blood, Du Xiaofu's hand seals flew again, and the afterimages changed, causing the surrounding space to almost freeze. Wild Dragon Nine Heavens, borrow the power of the Qian Dragon! A loud shout came from Du Xiaofu's mouth, resounding throughout the entire arena. A golden light erupted from Shan Jian's body and shot into the sky. At lightning speed, 5 giant dragon phantoms condensed. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was activating the Wild Dragon Nine Heavens of the Universe Dragon Tiger technique, which could increase his strength by a lot in a short period of time. Before this, when Du Xiaofu activated the Wild Dragon Nine Heavens, he only had the power of 4 dragons. But now he had the power of 5 dragons. Ao, 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 Ao. The 5 giant dragons roared, and the dragon's roar caused the sky to boil. In an instant, they turned into 5 energy pillars and landed on Du Xiaofu's body like lightning. Boom! In an instant, Du Xiaofu's aura, which had just stepped into the Nirvana Martial Sovereign level, soared like a rocket. When the aura reached the middle stage of the Nirvana Martial Sovereign level, it stopped. The power of 5 dragons, from the edge of the Nirvana Martial Sovereign level to the middle stage of the Nirvana Martial Sovereign level, was already the limit of Du Xiaofu's Wild Dragon Nine Heavens. I never thought that the human would have such a method. At the elders' seats, the 3rd elder's aged face fluctuated quite a bit at this moment. When Du Xiaofu activated the Wild Dragon Nine Heavens, while his strength soared, it all took a long time to describe. The seals formed by his hands were as fast as lightning, and the aura in his body was connected to the purple gold heavenly tower. The profound energy in his body also poured into the purple gold heavenly tower like a torrential flood. Whoa! In an instant, the purple gold light on the purple gold heavenly tower became even more dazzling. The four beast phantoms of the azure dragon, white tiger, phoenix, and black tortoise, which had just been suppressed, bounced back and directly resisted the 27 true rock feathers. Rumble. In the sky, the sound of this battle was like thunder shattering space. Below, all the disciples of the golden-winged rock clan were shocked. That human Du Xiaofu was actually so terrifying that he had only used his true strength at this moment. It turned out that he had been hiding his strength from the beginning. Palace Master is so awesome. Looking at Du Xiaofu's heroic battle, Jialo Juemei, Phantom Tiger King, Little Ying, Violent Bear King, and the others were pleasantly surprised, and a heartfelt sense of pride gushed out from their hearts. Jialo Juemei's expression changed once again. He did not expect that the 27 true rock feathers would be used to suppress and defeat the human in one fell swoop. Who knew that the human in front of him would have so many trump cards, and even his 27 true rock feathers would be blocked? An extraordinary divine weapon and a secret technique to increase your strength for a short time. But they are not your true strength. They won't be able to protect you for long. Jialo Juemei shouted in a deep voice. His pitch-black eyes looked down at the sky, like a black hole that wanted to devour the souls of all living beings. He flapped his wings, and the dazzling black gold runes intensified violently, like a burst of divine light. The scene was terrifying. Rumble. Suddenly, the 27 true rock feathers seemed to be affected by something, and they erupted with dazzling runes. In an instant, they arranged themselves in a strange and mysterious way, and finally turned into an illusory phantom of a golden-winged rock with one wing. This phantom of a golden-winged rock, formed by the 27 true rock feathers, was a true rock's golden wing. Dazzling black gold runes filled the sky, and the supreme pressure spread out, directly fanning the four beast phantoms. Ji, the phantom of the rock's golden wing, accompanied by a screech, pierced through the clouds and cracked stone. It collided with the four beast phantoms, and a burst of divine light burst out, filling the sky with golden light. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, in this confrontation, the sound of the Tao in the sky was like thunder and runes intertwined. On the ground of the square below, cracks quietly exploded. What a powerful pressure! It's impossible to resist. Under such a terrifying pressure, some of the descendants of the golden-winged rock had already prostrated themselves, unable to resist at all. Wild Bear King, Fantasy Tiger King, and the others were also flushed at this moment, and they were using all their strength to resist the terrifying pressure spreading out. Huffed! Du Xiaofu spat out blood again, and under the impact of the great pressure, the four beast phantoms began to crack and fade. Then, even the purple gold heavenly palace was wrapped in the golden wings, formed by the 27 true rock feathers, wanting to completely suppress the purple gold heavenly palace. Relying on external forces, you are still not enough. Jialo Juemei shouted. His main body took the opportunity to dive down from the sky, and from high up in the sky, a giant black gold claw stretched out, tearing through the void and grabbing at Du Xiaofu. Your true rock feathers are only external forces. You want to rely on your main body to fight? Then I'll fulfill your wish. Du Xiaofu raised his head, and golden light shone in his eyes, like golden lightning shooting into the sky. A dazzling golden light suddenly rushed from his body into the sky, sweeping out in all directions. Chapter 1349. Amidst the eruption of golden light, a golden phantom of a five-fingered mountain appeared behind Du Xiaofu, evolving as if it had been given life. Boom! In that instant, the space around them suddenly trembled as the phantom of the five-fingered mountain grew larger and larger. Dense spiritual energy spread out, connecting with the energy of heaven and earth as a terrifying power spread out. In the face of Jialo Jimmy's huge black and golden claw, Du Xiaofu collided head-on with the phantom of the five-fingered mountain behind him. In an instant, the sky was filled with golden talisman runes, exuding a supreme aura. Crackle! The incomparably sharp rock claw that could crush all things landed on the phantom of the five-fingered mountain. However, it only caused ripples of golden talisman runes, not much of an impact. On the contrary, the phantom of the five-fingered mountain behind Du Xiaofu seemed to be able to crush all things and suppress all life in the world. It directly collided with Jialo Juemei's true body in an attempt to suppress it. So that human is also an earth vein spirit. How can Du Xiaofu's vein spirit be so powerful? It's not ordinary. As Du Xiaofu activated the five-fingered mountain's vein spirit, a terrifying aura spread out from the five-fingered mountain peak, causing space to freeze and breathing to become difficult. Many eyes were filled with shock. Rumble, the five-fingered mountain's vein spirit emitted the sound of wind and thunder, constantly evolving and evolving in the sky. It was like a supreme being had descended, inviolable and inviolable. The golden light talisman runes swept up like a vast ocean wave, like a golden sea, destroying the huge body of the Jialo Juemei that was diving down with one claw and forcing the body to retreat. In the surrounding sky, energy spread out like a wave. Dark golden talisman runes swept out and shattered, blooming beautifully like fireworks as destructive power swept out in all directions. What a powerful aura! Around the square in the elders' seats, many golden-winged Peng experts were trembling in shock as they looked at the erupting phantom of the five-fingered mountain. The other golden-winged Peng clan members were already dumbstruck. Go! Du Xiaofu shouted. At this moment, his figure stepped onto the enormous five-fingered mountain's vein spirit to assist the purple-gold heavenly tower, using the mountain's vein spirit to suppress the golden wings formed by the 27 true Peng feathers. At the same time, there seemed to be life awakening within the mountain's vein spirit. Golden talisman runes flashed as if it was about to become a living thing, the phantom of a golden ape faintly appearing. Finally, under everyone's shocked eyes, a powerful fluctuation pung the golden mountain's vein spirit, like a storm, a powerful storm. Then, under the dazzling golden talisman runes, the mountain's vein spirit, the mountain peak mountain, a golden ape, a golden ape, 1,000 feet. Awoo! The roar of the golden ape had almost completely materialized. It was no longer an illusion and was infinitely close to a living creature. Ozazes, it's the heavens, the earth of heaven and earth. Yous was of the heaven? The golden ape was in the sky, exuding a kind of origin power from heaven and earth. Endless dazzling light burst out. The power seemed to be able to suppress and destroy the surrounding space. Spirit transforming spiritual pulse. This is the vein spirit that has reached the true spirit transforming spiritual pulse. It's not an ordinary spirit transforming spiritual pulse. This Du Xiaofu's talent is really terrifying, unbelievable. Fifth Elder Jialo Yuanta said, his face revealing a look of surprise. Among the human martial artists, there were some who could reach the spirit transforming spiritual pulse in the origin martial honorable realm. However, he knew the power of all the human cultivators he had seen who were at the spirit vein transformation realm. They were far from being comparable to the spirit vein transformation realm vein soul in Du Xiaofu's body. Hearing Fifth Elder Jialo Yuantu's praise, the surrounding elders and protectors all agreed. Some people could reach the spirit transforming spiritual pulse in the origin martial honorable realm. But at this moment, they felt that the aura of Du Xiaofu's spirit transforming spiritual pulse was extraordinary. Why do I feel that Du Xiaofu's comprehension of the spirit transforming spiritual pulse has almost reached the point of spirit transforming spiritual pulse? Fourth Elder Jialo Yi said, from the aura of Du Xiaofu's spirit transforming spiritual pulse, he felt that the spirit transforming spiritual pulse was not comparable to an ordinary spirit transforming spiritual pulse. Beside Jialo Changtian, the great elder looked at Du Xiaofu with ripples in his eyes, revealing a look of doubt. Spirit transforming spiritual pulse. When Du Xiaoyao was still by his side, the second time he entered Du Xiaoyao's inner space to comprehend, Du Xiaofu's spirit transforming spiritual pulse had already reached the point of spirit transforming spiritual pulse. These days, Du Xiaofu had not fallen behind in the comprehension of the spirit transforming spiritual pulse. However, although Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that the spirit transforming spiritual pulse had been strengthening and transforming, he did not know why he could not truly step into the spirit transforming spiritual pulse. After breaking through to chaotic element martial venerable, Du Xiaofu had been puzzled because the spirit transforming spiritual pulse had not yet reached the spirit transforming spiritual pulse. But this time in the ancient desolate space, Du Xiaofu discovered that everything was flowing smoothly, and the spirit transforming spiritual pulse had quietly stepped into the spirit transforming spiritual pulse. Aoo! The golden ape's crystalline body roared, and its eyes were bright as if it was born with spiritual eyes. It directly pounced on the golden rock wings, formed by the 20 true rock feathers. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted, and the golden ape directly punched out. Golden light flashed on its fist, as if it could push the 4 directions and suppress everything. Buzz, buzz! A dull sound exploded as the golden ape's fist landed on the 27 true rock feathers. The golden rock wings, formed by the 27 true rock feathers, trembled incessantly, and the buzzing sound of wind and thunder resounded through the sky. The golden rock wings, formed by the 27 true rock feathers, loosened under the golden ape's fist, and cracks began to appear. That's no ordinary spirit transforming spiritual pulse. That's the sovereign of heaven and earth, the red-bone horse monkey. Suddenly the great elder stood up, his silver gold robe trembling violently, and ripples appeared in his eyes. The great elder finally remembered the origin of the golden ape. It was the sovereign of heaven and earth, the red-bone horse monkey. The red-bone horse monkey. Hearing this, the surrounding elders and protectors trembled. The words red-bone horse monkey were enough to make their faces change color. The Golden Winged Rock clan was the sovereign of beasts, but the red-bone horse monkey was the sovereign of demons, and one of the most terrifying existences in the world. Jialo Jimmy's pitch-black eyes stared at the enormous golden ape, and at this moment he trembled violently. The terrifying aura made his heart tremble. His pitch-black eyes became sharper, and bright runes surged out. At the same time, a bone under his abdomen seemed to want to break out of his body. In an instant, a pitch-black light rushed out, and ancient runes filled the air. Rumble! In a short moment, dark clouds rolled in the sky, and there was a faint flash of lightning and thunder. An endless aura of darkness quietly surged out, permeating the world. Woo, woo! In the depths of the sky, it was as if ghosts were crying and gods were howling. The sound made one's hair stand on end, and it made one's origin spirit tremble. Gee, the Golden Winged Rock clan's disciples in the square below, the weaker ones directly prostrated, and the stronger ones trembled. Jialo Jimmy has actually activated the demonic bone. Under the terrifying pressure, many elders and protectors in the elders' seats couldn't help but exclaim. At first, no one thought that Du Xiaofu could resist Jialo Jimmy, but now Jialo Jimmy was actually forced to use the demonic bone. That Du Xiaofu was actually so powerful. Jialo Jimmy has already used the demonic bone. Palace Master, hold on. At this moment, under the terrifying pressure emanating from Jialo Jimmy, Phantom Tiger King, Ghost Chariot, Littling Ing, Wild Bear King, and the others turned red, and their bodies trembled. You really surprise me more and more. I have to say, I underestimated you at the beginning, but now, in front of the demonic bone, no one can stop you. Jialo Jimmy's cold shout echoed in the sky, and his enormous body flapped its wings and rushed out. Dark-like, demonic chi filled the sky, as if it was the birth of the 9 nether demonic realm, and the tragic scene of the world about to be destroyed. It directly suppressed Du Xiaofu, his meridian soul golden ape, and the purple gold heavenly tower. Jialo Jimmy's enormous body blotted out the sky. At this moment, he flapped his wings and soared into the clouds. There was no fanciful movement, only the simplest and most domineering sweeping in all directions, suppressing the universe. Chapter 1350. Wherever the enormous golden-winged rock passed, it brought with it the tragic scene of the world about to be destroyed. The illusory image was as real as a dream. Black and gold symbols swept out like waves, and devilish energy surged into the heavens. Everywhere the enormous golden-winged rock passed, space transformed into a vacuum that destroyed everything, revealing a pitch-black circle of light that swallowed everything in the world. Such power made everyone tremble. The golden ape and the heavenly palace of purple gold were affected, bursting forth with dazzling purple gold light and golden light like the sun to resist. Roar! The golden ape roared as golden light radiated from its entire body. Waves of golden light emanated from its sparkling and translucent body as if a terrifying lord had been born. Mysterious runes that covered the sky surged like a hazy radiance, as if the heavens and the earth had just been created. Jialo Jimmy swept through everything and displayed the demonic bone. It was as if a demonic sovereign was suppressing all directions, displaying its terrifying might. Rumble! The enormous golden-winged Pong bird flew over, and the demonic aura on its body transformed into a storm that swept out. Resplendent symbols converged and surged out like demonic lightning, piercing through the void before finally wrapping around the golden ape. At this moment, the power of this collision was simply enough to destroy the heavens and the earth, destroying everything. Around the square below, the Beast Emperor realm, golden-winged great rocks, disciples, also began to bleed as they prostrated on the ground. In the end, under the suppression of Jialo Jiuyao's devil bone, the golden ape began to find it difficult to hold on, and the purple gold light on the purple gold heavenly tower grew dimmer and dimmer. Chi la la! In the end, the purple gold heavenly palace was suppressed, and the golden ape was gradually destroyed into an illusion before dissipating in midair. Terrifying demonic chi billowed, and a large area of space became chaotic. Martial honorables and beast honorables were unable to look directly at it. Bang, bang, bang! At this moment, the ground of the square exploded one after another, turning into fine powder. The cracks on the ground continued to spread in all directions. The square was restored, and the storm dissipated. In midair, Jialo Jimmy's huge, golden-winged great Pung surged with demonic chi, its pitch-black eyes looking down at the ground. In the square, everything within several thousand feet was a mess. The ground was filled with cracks. A broadsword was stabbed into the ground. Its light was dim, and it looked like ordinary metal. A figure crawled out from the pile of rubble. His body was covered in dust, his hair was disheveled, and his purple robe was torn. His body was drenched in pale golden blood, and his face was as pale as ash. Other than Du Xiaofu, there was no one else. Puchi! As Du Xiaofu stood up, he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. From afar, he looked like a man made of blood. In the end, Du Xiaofu is still lacking compared to the Jialo Jiuyao's secret bone. The people around the square sighed in pity. The elders and protectors on the elders' seats also revealed helpless expressions. But at this moment, no one dared to look down on the purple-robed young man. Even though he had lost, he had shocked everyone and made all the golden-winged rocks respect him. You lost. Jialo Jiumei looked down at Du Xiaofu. Compared to him, Du Xiaofu's human form seemed so small. Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked at Jialo Jiumei's huge body. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's teeth were stained with golden blood. His entire body was drenched in blood. That smile gave people an incomparably ferocious and savage feeling. When that ferocious and savage smile rose, Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly closed strangely. That Du Xiaofu seems to want to fight. Even that extraordinary bloodline soul was defeated and heavily injured. Does he still have the ability to fight? Looking at Du Xiaofu's appearance, exclamations of surprise immediately spread throughout the square. Some people were looking forward to it, while others were doubtful. He's already so heavily injured, and he still wants to fight. That guy is really ruthless. Many of the younger generation of the golden-winged Peng bird looked at the purple-robed young man who was covered in blood, and their hearts were secretly filled with reverence. As the descendants of the golden-winged Peng bird clan, they had never put humans in their eyes. The key point was that ordinary humans indeed did not have the strength to compare with them. It was like in front of a human, they would never put an ant in their eyes. But at this moment, when they saw that the strength of the human youth was comparable to that of Jialo Juime, the degree of ferocity made them tremble. The most unruly younger generation of the golden-winged Peng bird clan began to feel reverence in their hearts. Moreover, Du Xiaofu's body did indeed have the blood of the Peng bird clan flowing in it, and he also cultivated the cultivation method of the golden-winged Peng bird clan. This caused the younger generation of the golden-winged Peng bird clan to gradually feel closer in their hearts. At least, they no longer looked down on and disdained him, and stood on an equal position in their hearts. In the elders' seats, many elders and protectors looked at each other. It seems that he still has the strength to fight. Many old faces at this moment had a look of helplessness in their eyes, and at this moment hope gushed out again. If I'm not wrong, the last trump card should be the martial vein. Jialo Changtian's eyes moved slightly and he whispered softly, "Chi-Chi." Suddenly, just as Jialo Changtian's whisper fell, Du Xiaofu, who had just closed his eyes, suddenly raised his head slightly and opened his eyes. Suddenly, two blazing purple thunderbolts burst out from his eyes. Two purple thunderbolts rushed into the sky as if they were real. Boom! At this moment, the sky above trembled violently, and a purple thundercloud gathered for no reason. The terrifying power of thunder filled the sky in an instant. Purple electric arcs gathered from all directions and occupied the sky in an instant. On the surface of Du Xiaofu's body, dazzling mysterious runes flashed like purple electric arcs, and an invisible wave like ripples spread out in a ring shape. When the invisible wave spread out, thunderclouds rolled in the sky, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. At this moment, Jialo Jimmy seemed to feel something, and his dark eyes suddenly trembled. All the way, I have never been defeated by my peers. I have never said that I will lose. So who dares to say that I will lose? Du Xiaofu shouted, and at this moment his voice was like rolling thunder, and the blazing purple thunderbolts covered his body in an instant, like a rising purple sun. At this moment, countless dazzling thunder runes poured out, and the terrible thunder filled the sky, and countless thunderbolts penetrated the space. An aura that made one's soul palpitate suddenly rippled and spread in this side of the world, and still spread out into the distance. What kind of martial vein is this? How can it be so strong? It is not inferior to the 8 great families. Looking at the terrible martial vein from Du Xiaofu's body at this moment, the eyes of the elders and protectors in the elders' seats trembled fiercely. You have the body of the golden-winged rock, and I also temper my divine feathers and cleanse my bones and marrow. You are the supreme natural-born beast, and I have honed myself all the way, never daring to slack off. You have the feathers of the true rock, and my martial vein spirit is connected to my brother. You have the demonic bone, and my martial vein has awakened, and I am the supreme lightning. Du Xiaofu spoke, and the lightning in his eyes was frightening, as if it contained a sea of thunder. Step by step, He directly ascended to the blue sky, no longer afraid of the suppression of Jalo Jimmy's demonic bone, as if he was ascending to the heavens. With every pause in his voice, Du Xiaofu's aura grew stronger. As he ascended to the heavens, the void trembled with every step, and his aura swelled with every step, and thunder rumbled with every step. At this moment, the purple-robed young man, with arcs of lightning rippling around his body, proudly ascended to the heavens, as if he was going to ascend to the blue sky and sweep across all directions. How valiant, awe-inspiring, domineering, and peerless! After taking over a dozen steps, Du Xiaofu traversed the void and shrunk the space into an inch. His figure had already leaped into the air. Lightning surged within his eyes, and they were like two brilliant suns that illuminated the sky as they overlooked the land. Today, when have you ever defeated me? At this moment, the aura in Du Xiaofu's body rose to the limit, and suddenly, like a volcano, erupted from his body. Boom! As Du Xiaofu's last word fell, countless bolts of lightning shot into the sky around him. Purple lightning filled the sky, and in the end, under the stunned gazes of the audience, the countless bolts of purple lightning condensing into a purple-gold thunder rock. The huge purple-gold rock phantom hovered high in the sky, and its entire body was purple-gold in color, blotting out the sun. The purple-gold thunder rock was in the sky, and a strong and domineering aura of destruction filled the air, causing the descendants of the golden-winged rock clan below to begin to tremble, and their beast souls suddenly trembled. Ku! The purple-gold thunder rock screeched, and its voice seemed to penetrate the heavens. Purple lightning arcs raged in the sky, and the lightning was tens of thousands of feet long. It was like a purple-gold sun in the sky, and with a flap of its wings, it directly swept towards the Jialo Juame. The day before yesterday, he went to the gym to treat his arm and scapula muscles, and yesterday it already affected his update. Today, it's even more serious that his arm muscles hurt when he raised his hand to hold his phone. The soreness is incomparable, and he can't write anymore. The 2 chapters just now, from noon to 7 o'clock now, took a full 8 hours to write. Du Xiaofu's every step caused the void to tremble, and every step caused his aura to rise, and every step caused a thunderclap to resound. Every time I knock, I feel a soreness. At this moment, every word is a wail of pain, and every chapter is a pain worse than death. If little you doesn't feel much better tomorrow, the update will probably be afternoon, and maybe only 2 chapters. Please bear with it, it's really painful. I don't ask for sympathy, and I'll be satisfied if you don't scold me. Chapter 1351. At this moment, Jalo Jimmy's pitch-black eyes had begun to fluctuate violently. The terrifying pressure caused his body to tremble, and even the 9 underworld demonic lightning in his body seemed to be affected. The enormous purplish gold thunder rock flapped its wings and charged forward. Deep within Jalo Jimmy's violently fluctuating eyes, his gaze became increasingly sharp. Dark-like demonic chi surged and was released, as if the 9 underworld demonic realm had descended, wanting to crush and destroy the purplish gold thunder rock. But at this moment, the purplish gold thunder rock was incomparably domineering, neither dodging nor backing down. The 2 rocks collided without any fancy moves, only the most simple and domineering confrontation. Purple lightning wreaked havoc, and demonic chi descended like a black sun. Such power was almost enough to destroy the heavens and earth. The collision revealed a pitch-black semicircular arc of light that annihilated everything. Ku! Du Xiaofu's figure slowly appeared above the purplish gold rock's head. Compared to its size, it looked small from afar, but its head was raised to the heavens, its eyes like a rolling sea of thunder, and its body overflowing with electric arcs. It was connected to the purplish gold thunder rock, and a vast and unparalleled aura suddenly spread in all directions like a tide. The purplish gold thunder rock was not at a disadvantage against Jalo Jimmy's body. The martial vein combined with the supreme beast energy of our clan What a powerful pressure! What kind of martial vein is that? Could it be below Jialo Jumi's demonic bone? Du Xiaofu has just broken through to Nirvana martial sovereign. If he had also reached the peak of Nirvana, Jialo Jumi would not be able to resist. At this moment, the elders and protectors of the Golden Winged Rock clan were all astonished. Sensing the confrontation in the sky, the eyes on the old lady's old face quietly fluctuated. The palace master is really so ferocious and powerful. The spiritual illusion Tiger King, Little Ying, Raging Bear King, Little Falcon, and the rest felt the vast and mighty aura that spread from the purple-gold, large lightning rock illusory figure and the body of the young man above their heads. Although their faces were flushed red as they used all their strength to resist the pressure and pressure, their expressions were also stunned and stunned. Rumble! The two golden-winged rocks suppressed each other and spread their wings. In an instant, the sky rumbled, and the cries of ghosts and gods rang out. Thunder rumbled, and dazzling, purple-gold lightning filled the void. Demonic energy overflowed into the heavens, as if it had rushed out from the demonic realm. It was incomparably terrifying. Purple lightning wreaked havoc as the murderous aura spread out. It didn't carry any murderous intent, but it displayed the majesty of creation and the righteousness of the world. It was capable of sweeping through the heavens and punishing the common people. At that moment, the confrontation between the two of them drowned out the entire world. It was as if they wanted to destroy everything. Rumble! On the square, the talisman arrays and seals that had already been greatly affected began to shatter one after another. Pff! In that collision, under the terrifying pressure released by the purple-gold Thunder Rock and the Jialo Demon Rock, some of the golden-winged great rocks around the square, who were not strong enough, spat out blood. Pff! On the purple-gold Thunder Rock, Du Xiaofu's mouth was bleeding. The gigantic, black-gold, demonic rock blotted out the sky, and blood flowed out of its mouth. The two of them seemed to be in a stalemate, and both of them were spitting out blood. The light on Du Xiaofu's purple-gold Thunder Rock began to dim a little, and the lightning was also weakening. Under the ravaging lightning, the Jialo demon's body was corroded by the lightning, and its feathers were stained with blood. Such a martial vein is actually not inferior to his. How is this possible? How is this possible? Jialo demon's dark eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. The demonic energy around his body was monstrous, and then an unruly and fierce expression gushed out. He sneered loudly, "Even if you have such a martial vein, you will still lose. You have already used your martial vein, and you have already reached the limit. As for me, I still have the 9 underworld demonic thunder." Boom! As the sneer fell, the surrounding void once again trembled violently. Within the Jialo demon's body, a black light suddenly rushed out, and in an instant it turned into black lightning that raged together. The black light surged, and at this moment the dark clouds rolled. With the Jialo demon's body as the center, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The sky exploded, and hundreds of feet of black lightning arcs overflowed. Spirit Thunder, Jialo demon actually used Spirit Thunder in the end. What a terrifying Spirit Thunder. It seems to be able to destroy everything. Du Xiaofu has actually used Jialo demon to such a degree. The black lightning suddenly surged out again, and the beast spirits below were all terrified. On the elders' seats, the golden light in the eyes of many old faces began to tremble. Jialo demon has even activated Spirit Thunder. The Divine Ape King, Fire Flood Dragon King, Spiritual Tiger King, Wild Bear King, and the others stared blankly above. They quietly clenched their fists, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. In just a short moment, the entire sky above Jialo Jimmy's body had turned into a sea of black lightning. Densely packed black lightning arcs filled the sky, wanting to drown the world. It seemed to be able to contend with the lightning brought by the purple-gold Thunder Rock. Rumble! lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky, and a series of thunderclaps exploded, accompanied by the descent of the terrifying 9 underworld demonic thunder. Finally, the black lightning rippled and surged, and turned into a black lightning seal. You are already an arrow at the end of its flight. Under the 9 underworld demonic thunder, you can no longer resist. Giallo Demon shouted coldly. The black lightning seal was bright and blazing, and under its activation, it suddenly slammed towards Du Xiaofu. Rumble! The black lightning seal swept out like a demon's domain covering the sky. Wherever it passed, the void turned into nothingness, accompanied by arcs of lightning as thick as an arm flashing in the void. It made one's heart palpitate and soul tremble, and their hair stand on end. Along the way, the black lightning undulated like an ocean, full of demonic chi and some kind of terrifying destructive power, causing cracks to appear in the surrounding space. Such a spiritual thunder might not necessarily be stronger than the demonic bone that Giallo Demon was activating at this moment. However, at this moment, the might of Giallo Jew's demon bone, coupled with the 9 nether demon lightning that would not be under the might of the demon bone, caused the surrounding experts of the golden-winged great Pung bird disciples to begin to tremble. Can the palace lord still resist? Just now, the second commander was defeated. Can the human Du Xiaofu resist Giallo Demon's attack now? Is he stronger than the second commander? Fantasy Tiger King, Gui Che, Guqin Demon, Divine Ape King, and the experts of the golden-winged Great Pung clan all stared blankly at the sky, their nerves tense. Especially the experts of the golden-winged Great Pung clan, who were in the middle of the battle in the sky at this moment, were also shocked. In the hearts of these elders and protectors of the golden-winged Great Pung clan, the stronger Giallo Demon was, the more unimaginable the consequences would be. At this moment, deep in their hearts, they even hoped that Du Xiaofu could resist Giallo Demon. Placing the hopes of the entire golden-winged Great Pung clan on a human made these elders and protectors sigh helplessly in their hearts. In the past, they would have found this outcome laughable. Beside Guqin Demon and the others, Zixian looked at the huge black lightning seal with a solemn expression on her beautiful face. However, Zixian's purple eyes looked towards Du Xiaofu, who was on the purple-gold Thunder Rock. She saw that his expression did not change. Her towering chest rose and fell slightly. She seemed to have heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Soon after, her beautiful face became indifferent and calm. Can that human still withstand it? The black lightning seal had already descended in an instant. Many of the golden-winged Great Pung clan below also had a look of anticipation in their eyes, as golden light surged in their eyes. And just when the terrifying black lightning seal was less than 500 feet away, Du Xiaofu finally moved on the purple-gold Thunder Rock under the expectant and complicated gazes of many people below. Then, a series of hand seals quickly condensed. You still have one spiritual thunder, and you think that I'm already an arrow at the end of its flight? The corners of Du Xiaofu's mouth curled up into a smile. That smile seemed to contain a hint of mockery. An indifferent voice rang out from his mouth and resounded in the sky above the blazing square. He said, "It's only one spiritual thunderbolt. There's nothing to show off. As for me, I have 2 spiritual thunderbolts, and I won't easily show them off." Chapter 1352. Translator. H2DH2, Mr. Just as Du Xiaofu's voice fell, a silver-yellow arc of lightning shot out from between his brows, releasing a violent and destructive pressure. It then transformed into a giant silver-yellow lightning tree in front of him. Boom! In that instant, another wave of supreme being pressure descended, emanating from the strange silver-yellow lightning tree. It was the power condensed from the 2 spirit lightning soul seeds and spirit root in Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. It was the silver lightning tree formed from the silvernet's soul, devouring lightning and earth-shattering thunder. Under the effects of the mysterious technique, it had miraculously merged with the spirit root. The mysterious runes of the spirit root covered the entire silver-yellow lightning tree, an ancient and domineering aura that could not be provoked, containing violent destruction. At that moment, Jialo Juexiao had activated a bolt of spirit lightning. This was also the first time Du Xiaofu had used the power of spirit lightning. Back at the Hahuan school, when the silvernet soul-devouring lightning and earth-shattering thunder had merged with the spirit root, Du Xiaofu had been looking forward to seeing the two spirit lightnings merge with the mysterious spirit root. He did not know what the final battle strength would be. Now he finally had the chance. At that moment, as Du Xiaofu activated the giant lightning tree, a wave of supreme being pressure descended. Everyone's gazes, both inside and outside the plaza, fell on the purple-robed figure who was clearly extremely small in comparison to the two golden-winged rocks. However, at that moment, the formless aura and terrifying power that gushed out from the purple-robed youth's body shook the entire plaza. Heavens, that's really spirit lightning. Du Xiaofu also has spirit lightning. The aura of that spirit lightning is so terrifying. It's not inferior to Jialo Juexiao's 9 underworld demonic lightning. Perhaps that giant lightning tree is the fusion of two spirit lightnings. I can see that it's the fusion of two spirit lightnings. Fusion of two spirit lightnings. How abnormal is Du Xiaofu? He's practically a monster. Everyone in the plaza exclaimed in shock. Swish, swish! At this moment, many of the elders and protectors in the elder seats could no longer remain calm. They all stood up in shock. Their aged bodies were trembling, and their gazes, which were surging with golden light, were tightly fixed on the sky. The third elder's old body trembled. His eyes trembled as he muttered, merging two spiritual thunders. Is this really possible? Unbelievable. The appearance of the giant silver-yellow lightning tree caused the terrifying energy contained within the black lightning ball light seal that Jialo Jumi was activating to suddenly tremble, as if it was trembling. Rumble! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The silver-yellow giant lightning tree gave off an ancient aura. It was as though one was facing a king that could not be defied and could not be provoked. On the giant silver-yellow lightning tree, mysterious runes erupted, instantly blocking the black lightning ball light seal activated by Jialo Jumi. Rumble! The dark ball of lightning rotated, causing the surrounding space to collapse. A terrifying destructive force swept out, but at this moment, it was forcefully stopped in front of the giant lightning tree formed by the silver-yellow lightning arcs. On the giant silver-yellow lightning tree, a magnificent and desolate aura spread out, as though a supreme being had ascended to the heavens. Rumble! The dark ball of lightning roared, erupting with terrifying destructive lightning. Crackle! In the face of the destructive lightning, mysterious runes on the giant silver-yellow lightning tree erupted, penetrating the space and enveloping the dark ball of lightning. At the same time, under the giant silver-yellow lightning tree, electric arcs filled the void, as though the tree's roots were surging into the dark ball light seal. As though taking root and sprouting, it absorbed the energy within the dark ball of lightning, as though it was meeting the energy needed to take root and germinate. Crack, crack! Under everyone's stunned gazes, a strange and shocking scene appeared in the sky. Following the resistance of the silver-yellow giant lightning tree, the black lightning ball light seal that contained destructive energy began to distort. It appeared as though it was about to wither as it began to wither. At this moment, everyone could clearly see that the giant silver-yellow lightning tree was actually devouring the dark ball light seal, absorbing the power of the 9 underworld demonic lightning. This should taste pretty good. Under everyone's stunned gazes, Du Xiaofu stepped out, approaching the dark ball light seal. With a slight smile, his body was wrapped in electric arcs, and he opened his mouth, sucking in a large amount of 9 underworld demonic lightning arcs into his mouth. He had the thunder martial vein, 2 types of spirit lightning, and his body had been refined by the purple gold profound lightning in the purple lightning profound cauldron. So he had the indestructible Xian body. At this moment, Du Xiaofu might have retreated in the face of other terrifying powers like the 9 underworld demonic lightning, but he was not afraid of the power of lightning. Just like at this moment, Du Xiaofu absolutely did not dare to devour the power of the demonic bone in Jialo Jimmy's body, but he dared to devour the power of the 9 underworld demonic lightning. Crackle! As the huge silver-yellow lightning tree and Du Xiaofu opened their mouths to swallow, the dark lightning ball light seal that contained a frightening strength began to dissipate at a frightening speed. Not long after, it had already begun to gradually disappear. Crackle! The last of the demonic lightning arcs swept out like a storm. After reaching the distant sky, they suddenly stopped and disappeared into the sky. Now it's my turn. After devouring a lot of the 9 underworld demonic lightning, Du Xiaofu's face quietly hung a sinister smile that made people feel that he was up to no good. With a wave of his hand, a bolt of lightning surged out and landed on the inverted purple gold heavenly palace. Buzz! In the ruins below the purple gold heavenly palace, which was originally like ordinary iron, was connected with the lightning bolt. In an instant, it seemed to be injected with endless energy. Wind and thunder resounded as it soared into the sky and instantly returned to Du Xiaofu's hand. Hegemonic, sword way. Without any hesitation, Du Xiaofu shouted, and a purple gold sword light swept out. This sword strike was like a force that could split a mountain. There was nothing fancy about it, but wherever the sword light passed, it directly collapsed, spreading purple gold lightning. Boom! A domineering energy pressure that caused one to tremble violently emanated from the purple gold sword glow, causing the entire space to violently tremble. A terrifying sword intent also swept out in all directions. That domineering sword aura made people's hair stand on end. The sword aura was like a rainbow, cleaving through the sky. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's eyes were cold and power rippled in all directions. The Demon King had reappeared. At this moment, Jialo Jimmy's huge body had no time to dodge. Although it moved its body horizontally in the end, the terrifying purple gold sword light directly landed on its left wing. Crackle! There was no loud energy sound, only a terrifying sword light accompanied by purple gold lightning arcs swept out in the surrounding space like a tsunami, turning into countless sword shadows that flew away. Crack, crack! On Jialo Jimmy's huge body, its feathers exploded into broken runes, and faint golden blood rushed out. Blood splashed, and its eyes were filled with shock. Ku! At this moment, behind Du Xiaofu, the huge purple gold thunder rock finally found an opportunity. In a spurt of energy, it crushed Jialo Jimmy's demon bone and true rock feather. Like a meteor, it turned into a resplendent tide of lightning, ruthlessly pouring down on Jialo Jimmy's body and finally exploding. Rumble! At this moment, the sky was like a chain of heavenly lightning, and on the square below, the talisman array and seal were completely shattered. Bang, bang, bang! The entire vast square was completely cracked and exploded. Many mountains in the distance were also shaking, and the flying lightning poured down in torrents, collapsing with a rumble. The overwhelming lightning surged, like a thunderstorm from the 9 heavens, densely falling on the square. Under the brilliance, there was destruction. In the square, most of the golden winged rock disciples were scared out of their wits. Just the aftermath of the lightning was enough for them to know that they could not resist. Not good. A few protectors of the golden winged rock clan, who were all at the martial domain realm or above, leaped out, erupting with golden light. They invisibly connected and landed around the square, setting up a golden light screen to resist the destructive lightning in the sky. The purple gold thunder rock disappeared, and all the violent energy in the surroundings gradually dissipated. In the end, it came to an abrupt stop and was annihilated between heaven and earth. In the sky, Giallo Jimmy's huge body was flying. At this moment, the light on its body was dim without a trace. It was stained with blood and gradually dried up. The purple-robed youth stood in the air with a divine weapon in his hand. His hair fluttered in the wind, and his tattered purple robe fluttered. How awe-inspiring was he! That small figure, at this moment, in front of Giallo Jimmy's huge body, although its size was small, the invisible aura and pressure was like the demon king in the sky. The strength of its aura made people tremble. Cuckoo! Looking at the sky, there was a long silence. Only the sound of swallowing, saliva, rolled out from the throats of everyone. High up in the sky, Du Xiaofu's eyes were resplendent with lightning, and a silver-yellow arc of lightning quietly flashed back between his brows. His body was wrapped in lightning arcs, like a purple sun in the sky. He held the purple-gold heavenly fault in his hand, and his hair fluttered behind him. He looked at Giallo Jimmy and said in a domineering and awe-inspiring voice, "Do you still have the strength to fight now?" Chapter 1353. His voice reverberated through the sky. Giallo Jimmy's blood-drenched body converged, transforming into a human form in the air. He cut a sorry figure. Compared to when he first appeared in the square, it was a stark contrast. Looking at him, it was particularly striking and moving. As the enormous body of Giallo Jimmy that blotted out the sky converged, the line of sight in the sky became much brighter. Giallo Jimmy wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth with a long sleeve. His gaze was fixed on Du Xiaofu, his eyes filled with shock, astonishment, unwillingness, but most of all confusion. Over the past 100 years, Giallo Jimmy had never met a worthy opponent among his peers. Only that heaven-defying genius had defeated him once. Originally, Giallo Jimmy had thought that he would be able to take back everything that belonged to him. He had not expected that he would be able to defeat Giallo Jimmy, but in the end he would be defeated by a human, and a miserable defeat at that. Du Xiaofu, what a familiar name! Where have I heard it before? Giallo Jimmy clenched his teeth slightly, his eyes trembling. After all, he was not an ordinary person. He was Giallo Jimmy, the purest descendant of the golden-winged rocks. He immediately calmed his complicated emotions. Chi, blood, continued to flow from his mouth. Giallo Jimmy took a deep breath, his body trembling slightly. He looked at Du Xiaofu and replied, "I no longer have the strength to fight. Since you've lost, let's do as we agreed and take out the demonic bone." Giallo Changtian had already stood up and looked at Giallo Jimmy in the sky. Golden light surged in his eyes. "Ha ha ha," Giallo Jimmy laughed. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, giving off a mournful feeling. Ju Chi, the devil bone doesn't mean anything. Even if you give it up with your talent and the support of the clan, I'll pass all my inheritance to you in the future. In addition, you have the true rock feather and the 9 underworlds devil thunder. Your future is limitless. The old lady spoke. Her hair was mottled, and her light golden clothes fluttered in the air. Her face that was covered in wrinkles had a kind expression. Giallo Jimmy looked at the old lady, her dark eyes fluctuating, her emotions gradually calming down. "I'm unfilial. Kowtow to Grandma." Giallo Jimmy lowered her head. Under the gazes of everyone around her, her trembling body fell to her knees. She kowtowed 3 times to the old woman in midair before getting up. Giallo Jimmy raised his head slightly and swept his gaze across the square below. Ripples appeared in the depths of his pitch-black eyes. His gaze lingered on Giallo Kaling for a while. Finally, he raised his head slightly and looked at the sky with a helpless and sorrowful expression. He said, "I promised to hand over the secret bone if I lost. Naturally, I will hand it over. If you want it so badly, then I will hand it over to you now." Chi-la! As Giallo Jimmy's voice faded, the last bit of his aura began to surge. His black robe was soaked in pale golden blood, dripping with blood. Demonic chi gushed out, rolling and permeating the void all around. His face was ferocious. "Absolute," Jalo Kaling cried out softly. Her pale golden eyes were moist, and her valiant and beautiful face twitched. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Demon bone. Why did the demon bone fall on someone as stubborn as you? The old lady sighed. Her eyes looked at Jalo Jimmy on her wrinkled face, and her tottering body trembled. The whole square was speechless. The elders and protectors in the elders' seats were calm, and there was no change in their expressions. The surrounding disciples of the golden-winged, great Pungbird clan were speechless. They just raised their heads and looked. "You no longer have the strength to fight, and so do I. You have not lost. We're just tied." Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's voice rang out. His voice was not loud, but it was loud enough to resound clearly in the silent surroundings. Gazes immediately fell on Du Xiaofu as if they had been electrocuted. "Chi la!" Under everyone's gaze, Du Xiaofu, who was in midair, the light around his body dimmed. There was a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. His aura suddenly weakened, and he fell from the sky. "Father!" little Xingxing exclaimed. His little body was like lightning crossing the space. He immediately intercepted Du Xiaofu's body and landed on the edge of the square. "Palace Master!" Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King, Little Ing Ing, Little Falcon, and the others immediately gathered around. But at this moment, Du Xiaofu's eyes were slightly closed, as if he had already fainted. Zixian's beautiful figure stepped forward, and several handprints fell on Du Xiaofu's body. Her purple eyes moved slightly, as if to say to the worried little Xingxing, Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King, and the others, "He's exhausted and his blood has attacked his heart. His injuries are serious, but overall he won't die." "Phew!" Little Ing Ing, Little Falcon, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. "A tie, then I haven't lost. You can leave the demonic bone." The demonic energy suddenly stopped. Jello Jimmy stood in the air, and his gaze swept across the square below. There was a lonely smile at the corner of his mouth. Golden light surged under his feet, and with a wave of his hand, the space not far from him rippled. His figure flashed and disappeared into the spatial ripples. No one stopped him. Watching Jialo Jimmy leave, the eyes of the elders fell on Jialo Changtian. "Unfilial son!" Jialo Changtian's expression fell, and his eyes were a little sluggish. He slowly stepped forward and then disappeared from the square. Looking at Jialo Jimmy's figure disappear in midair, Jialo Kailing's eyes were a little complicated. She quietly wiped the tears on her cheeks, and then her beautiful figure crossed the space and appeared beside little Xingxing, Zixian, and the others. She softly asked, "How is he?" "My father needs to rest," little Xingxing said. "Take him back first, and I will arrange the rest," Jialo Kaling said to little Xingxing. She looked at Du Xiaofu, whose eyes were slightly closed but whose body was faintly rippling with mysterious purple-gold lightning arcs. Ripples appeared in her beautiful eyes. Little Xingxing nodded and left with Zixian, Guqin Demon, Ghost Chariot, Divine Ape King, and the others. On the square, Jialo Kailing looked at the sky. The old lady's figure had disappeared without her knowing. Taking a deep breath, Jialo Kailing glanced at the vast square in front of her. The originally magnificent and majestic square had been completely destroyed and turned into ruins. It was a mess. The surrounding talisman arrays and seals were all destroyed. It was enough to show how shocking the previous battle was. At this moment, the disciples of the golden-winged Great Rock clan in the square did not leave. They were still in deep shock and had not recovered from the shock. Perhaps the last battle brought not only shock to the disciples of the golden-winged Great Rock clan, but also a deep impact on them. Originally, none of the disciples of the golden-winged Great Rock clan believed that the human Du Xiaofu could resist Jialo Jimmy. The reason was simple. Jialo Jimmy could be said to be the strongest among his peers. Even Jialo Jimmy was defeated. How could a human win? However, The final result made everyone dumbfounded. Du Xiaofu's physical body was so strong, and his pulse spirit and martial vein were so terrifying that he could compete with Jialo Jumi's demonic bone. In the end, Jialo Jumi used the 9 underworld demonic lightning. Du Xiaofu, on the other hand, used 2 spiritual thunders, which completely shocked everyone. After this battle, no disciple of the golden-winged Great Rock clan would look down on the purple-robed youth in the future. Compared to him, the disciples of the golden-winged Great Rock clan were nothing. For a human to be so strong, he was definitely an abnormal monster among the human race. The grand competition of the younger generation of the golden-winged Great Rock clan, which was only held once every 300 years, was finally over. The setting sun was like blood, and the remnant clouds dyed the sky red. Night gradually fell, but it could not hide the huge impact brought about by the shocking battle during the day. As the time of the grand competition passed, the golden-winged Great Rock clan gradually calmed down. However, the last battle was a hot topic among the golden-winged Great Rock clan every day. Why that human was so strong was the most discussed topic in the entire golden-winged Great Rock clan. It was not difficult for all the disciples of the golden-winged Great Rock clan to know that a human with such a pulse spirit, martial vein, and 2 spiritual thunders in his body was clear what this meant. Such talent in the entire human race, they did not dare to speak of it, but at least in the past 10,000 years, it seemed that no one had heard of it on the surface. Du Xiaofu did not show up these days. There was a rumor in the golden-winged Great Rock clan that the human was recuperating, and no one went to disturb or cause trouble. During this period of time, many disciples of the golden-winged Great Rock clan had a much better attitude towards the human in the midst of the discussions, and this had increased their favorable impression of him. There were also people who secretly discussed that day. Du Xiaofu must have deliberately said that both sides were injured and there was no clear winner, thus allowing Jialo Jumi to leave with the demonic bone. Some disciples believed that the demonic bone would bring great calamity and disaster to the entire golden-winged Great Rock clan, so it had to be suppressed and destroyed. However, no matter what, Jialo Jumi was a true pure-blooded descendant of the golden-winged Great Rock clan. The fact that a human had been able to preserve Jialo Jumi's demonic bone in the end, instead of Jialo Jumi abandoning it, made the disciples of the golden-winged Great Rock clan even more favorable impressions of Du Xiaofu. A few more days passed, and the plaza that had been completely destroyed was once again filled up. Some powerhouses of the golden-winged Great Rock clan took action and set up even more powerful seals and restrictions to reinforce it. They were afraid that one day they would encounter another battle like Du Xiaofu and Jialo Jumi and destroy the plaza again. During this period of time, Du Xiaofu had indeed been recuperating in the courtyard on the mountainside. The injuries and exhaustion of that battle could be said to have already reached Du Xiaofu's limit. Chapter 1354. After the grand competition, Du Xiaofu had only fainted for a few hours. After waking up, he consumed quite a number of elixirs and pills. Finally, he entered the desolate ancient space and sat down cross-legged to regulate his breathing. Huff! Within the desolate ancient space, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged in the misty space. He had also changed into a new set of purple robes. Du Xiaofu's originally pale face had unknowingly regained a trace of redness at this moment. The redness increased, and in the end, Du Xiaofu's face was no longer pale. The withered aura on his body also gradually recovered to its vigorous state. As for the injuries on the surface of his physical body, they had long been completely healed under the effect of the indestructible Xian body. At the very least, he looked completely unscathed. Huff! When the aura on his body reached its vigorous state, Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged, spat out a mouthful of turbid air from his throat. It caused the surrounding space to tremble. Subsequently, his tightly shut eyes also opened. Golden light surged, hiding lightning, starlight, and purple flames. The light gradually withdrew. A smile surfaced on Du Xiaofu's face as he felt the recovered Xian Qi in his body and the abundant Yuan spirit power in his Naiwen palace. The Nirvana martial sovereign aura and the level of an 8-star Nirvana symbol master had already stabilized. This allowed Du Xiaofu to relax. Originally, Du Xiaofu was worried that there would be an intense battle after the breakthrough, which would affect the stability of his cultivation. Fortunately, with a good and stable cultivation foundation, his cultivation was not affected too much in this intense battle. Some small effects should also gradually be removed. There was nothing to worry about. Crack! Du Xiaofu stood up and stretched his body. The bones and joints in his body crackled, revealing a feeling of power that was about to erupt. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was extremely happy in his heart towards his current cultivation as a rebirth martial exalt and an 8-star rebirth talisman master. After all, he was a young man as well. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel slightly delighted that he was able to possess such a cultivation. However, while Du Xiaofu was happy, he did not feel any satisfaction in his heart. Although at his current age, Du Xiaofu was able to possess such cultivation and strength, compared to his peers in Kyushu, he knew that he could stand at the top. Even when facing Mu Jianqin, using Tong Xian, Feng Wuxie, and the rest of the younger generation, Du Xiaofu roughly knew that they should be unable to compare to him. However, the path of cultivation was so vast that it seemed to have no end. A momentary lead did not mean that it would last forever. Du Xiaofu also knew in his heart that there was always someone better than him. You, and the rest. You with you, and the rest. Most importantly, to be able to lead the outstanding people of his generation. As a young man, Du Xiaofu could not conceal the joy in his heart. However, this result was not what Du Xiaofu wanted. The result that Du Xiaofu wanted was never to deliberately become the number one person of the younger generation. Du Xiaofu's goal had always been to reunite his family, avenge his sect, and protect everything that he needed to protect. The Divine Light Court, the devil religion, and legalism were all so high and unreachable back then. Du Xiaofu was no longer the young and tender boy from Stone City. Over the years, he had come into contact with the Divine Light Court, the devil religion, and legalism many times. He knew that although the Divine Light Court did not mention it and was only a pawn of the devil religion, it was still not ordinary. Du Xiaofu had always felt the power of the devil religion and legalism. Although he had reached the level of Nirvana, Martial, Venerable, and 8-star Talisman Master, he had not reached the level of legalism and the devil religion. He did not even have the qualifications to compete with them. The World Society, the Du family, and the Celestial Beast Hall were still young. Even if it was the Hahuan School and the Ancient Heaven Sect, Du Xiaofu knew that there was a limit to how much Hahuan School and the Ancient Heaven Sect could help him. There are some things that required one to rely on one's own strength to be truly powerful. I hope I can break through to the martial domain realm soon, Du Xiaofu murmured. He had never dared to slack off when it came to cultivation. You seem to be recovering well. In the courtyard, as Du Xiaofu walked out, he saw Jialo Kaling. Then they went to the room to talk. Looking at Du Xiaofu, who seemed to have recovered completely, Jialo Kaling's beautiful eyes could not help but ripple with shock. However, she soon calmed down. It was not strange for a freak who possessed 2 spiritual thunders and could even defeat her brother, Jialo Juexiao, to recover quickly from his injuries. Why are you here? Du Xiaofu sat down casually, looking a little lazy. He looked at Jialo Kaling for a while and then smiled bitterly. It seemed that there was no reason why Jialo Kaling could not come to the golden-winged Great Rock Clan. It has been almost half a month. I came to inform you in advance. I thought you were still in seclusion to heal your injuries. I did not expect to meet you here. Jialo Kaling smiled at Du Xiaofu and said, half a month later, you will go to the clan's secret land to obtain benefits. This is what you deserve for winning this grand competition. I can go to the secret land to obtain benefits?" Hearing this, Du Xiaofu was stunned and did not react. It seemed that he was still waiting for the golden-winged Great Rock clan to deal with him. Would the elders of the golden-winged Great Rock clan treat him so well? These days, the elders have already discussed the separation. "My father has also said that the mystic bones and golden rock wings in your body will belong to you," Jialo Kaling said to Du Xiaofu. "In addition, you are the adopted grandson of my grandmother. You still have the blood of my clan flowing in your body. You cultivate the cultivation method of my clan. Therefore, in the future, you will also be the first human of the golden-winged Great Rock clan. In the future, you will also represent the golden-winged Great Rock clan outside." "Is that so?" Hearing Jialo Kaling's words, Du Xiaofu was still stunned. Then a smile appeared on his face. Putting aside the fact that he was a human of another clan, the most important thing was that the main purpose of this trip had been solved. In the future, the golden-winged Great Rock clan would not find trouble with him. This was already the best result for Du Xiaofu. Moreover, he could also obtain benefits from the competition of the golden-winged Great Rock clan. This was an unexpected surprise for Du Xiaofu. "I will go in half a month." How could Du Xiaofu not want the benefits of the golden-winged Great Rock clan? He immediately nodded and agreed. He could not wait to go in immediately. "Okay." Jialo Kaling nodded and looked at Du Xiaofu with a slight smile. Her expression seemed to be a little unusual. Then, her valiant and beautiful face became slightly serious. She said to Du Xiaofu, as Zhu Jiao's elder sister, "I have to thank you for the matter of Zhu Jiao." "What are you thanking me for? I don't seem to know what happened later. By the way, how is Zhu Jiao?" Du Xiaofu also smiled and asked Jialo Kaling. "He is very stubborn. He took the demon bone and left. I don't know if he will return to the clan in this lifetime. I also hope that the rumor of the demon bone will not become a reality." Jialo Kaling did not say much to Du Xiaofu. Then, on her valiant and beautiful face, she frowned slightly and her expression became a little gloomy. The rumor of the demon bone had always been a taboo in the clan. Everyone would turn pale at the mention of the demon bone. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows slightly. That day in the square, he also heard the words of the clan leader, Jialo Changtian. Jialo Jimmy's demon bone seemed to bring a great disaster to the whole world and the golden-winged Great Rock clan. However, Du Xiaofu did not know much about the demon bone. After hesitating for a while, he asked Jialo Kaling, "Pardon me for asking, but what exactly is the demon bone? Will it bring about terrible consequences?" "No matter what, this matter is already related to you. Then I will tell you." Jialo Kaling sighed. Then she said to Du Xiaofu, "Our golden-winged Great Rock clan is one of the supreme clans among the beasts. There has always been a legend." Du Xiaofu listened and nodded slightly. Jialo Kaling was right. The golden-winged Great Rock clan was undeniably one of the supreme clans among the beasts. Then, from Jialo Kaling's narration, Du Xiaofu also learned about the legend of the demon bone. In the golden-winged Great Rock clan, the pure-blooded descendants of the golden-winged Great Rock clan had high and low bloodline density. There were also strong and weak heavenly talents. There had always been a legend in the clan. If there was a person with an extremely high bloodline, it would condense into a true bone in his body. Within the true bone, there was a mighty power that could be closest to the ancestors of the golden-winged Great Rock clan. When a golden-winged Great Rock with a true bone was born, he would be the most outstanding person in the entire golden-winged Great Rock clan. To be able to obtain the blessing of the heavens, there was no doubt that his future would be limitless. Most importantly, it was rumored that the true bone might contain the bloodline inheritance of the golden-winged Great Rock clan's ancestors. Once there was an opportunity to comprehend it, then at that time he would truly be able to soar in the sky, shake the 9 heavens, and become a supreme being in the world. However, the demon bone had a completely different feeling.